You guys want to see some magic happen? It's one of my favorite things to do here. Sorry. Look at that.
This is my favorite part of the studio.
It's so...
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Sure, as much as a black hole. You know, I literally come in here to get lost.
Wherever Hex goes, trophies usually follow. And this is the room where he's planning his next dynasty.
I am the CEO of the Chicago Huntsmen. We started Optic in Chicago, so it was only right that we came back to our roots. Now that we're here, the new team that we have, the amount of talent that's on it, I think it's nasty. I think it's the most talented team we've ever had, and I'm happy about that. Step one's done, which is getting the team together. Scumpy and I are still, teammates. Formal came back, which I'm super, super happy about. But now I finally get to team with Arcides. Gunless, he's a top 5 player in the game. So, that's a no-brainer. So pairing everybody up with seasoned veterans on the way that I like to run things, and with Seth and Formal, is perfect. So hopefully we won't have any bumps in the road. But if we do, you just go faster and take flight, My vision for Huntsman is to become and continue to be the most followed, most exciting team to watch. We have the opportunity to build a new dynasty. The second that I knew the name, the logo, and everything that came into it, I immediately sent it to my jeweler, and I'm like, go crazy. Pretend that I'm a rapper, and I think he overdid it a little bit. And at first, when I first saw it, I was like, way too much, not my style. But then now I'm just like, maybe it is me, and maybe it is my style. I don't know. Hey Siri, call Joe Porkjewa.
What up?
Hey pal, how we looking?
We're expecting that to be done the next 15, 20 minutes. I have a backup plan working on it right now with Dave, where we are putting the seat map on the Huntsman Tickets website. We're making sure that everyone gets pushed to the Huntsman Tickets website so you can see the seat map. I'll keep you guys posted as soon as we hear more.
All right, brother.
All right.
Thanks. Oh, come on, loading screen. Please load. A lot of eyes are on me right now. Again, they saw what I built with Optic, and everybody's expecting me to sort of build everything that me and my team have built in the last 10 years in the next couple of months. A lot of people think that there's going to be a rivalry between us and Optic because of the history that we had. Optic, for me, ended when we stepped away. I sold my team, and I could have gone off and done my thing somewhere else in a different industry. I could have stepped away from esports and just concentrated on gaming entertainment. But that's just not us. I want to prove myself again and again. It's going to be insane. I don't know what to expect. I know that we're about to get into a fight, and I'm ready for it. Tickets aren't live yet. Damn it.
While Hector is busy building an empire, his star player, Seth Scump Abner, is busy doing what he does best.
What are you doing, buddy? You're dying, that's what you're doing. Peace out. I am literally doing it all.
You suck, buddy. It's really flattering, you know, that people would call me the best player. I've had a couple off years, so that's why in my mind I don't really consider myself the best player right now.
Oh my God, folks. He's an absolute animal.
The Optic Dynasty and its collapse was, I'd say, a big mashing of like egos, and some people, we weren't seeing eye to eye with each other.
It's 15-3, for goodness sake. Optic, wake up!
We were winning for such a long span of time, and then right when we started losing, you know, the whole world just collapsed.
Well, let's just talk about Optic for a second. What the hell just happened to them?
We imploded from the inside, and everyone started butting heads. Me and Matt, we were the two best players on the team. We fell off the tracks, and then our friendship obviously suffered because of that. We weren't winning anymore. We both like hated each other for a while. There's friendship in this, but then at the end of the day, like it is a business and it is work, and you want to win. Matthew with the 5 gifted sub bomb. Matthew, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, brother. Welcome to the 5 new subs into the stream. Appreciate that, boss. Thank you so much.
After almost 9 years of competition, many say that Scump is the GOAT in the Call of Duty scene.
I can do anything. I can do anything.
And these days, he's got the lifestyle to prove it.
There's the beast. The beast himself. Oh yeah, oh, get all up in there, Buzzy. Yeah, buddy. We do nothing but eat good food, play video games, and watch Netflix. It's a pretty interesting lifestyle here.
But even the high life comes with its own set of problems.
This is stuff I gotta deal with right here. Did this on Thanksgiving Day, was backing out of the garage here. I usually just back straight out, so I wasn't really looking behind me, and I heard a big boom, and my mirror's busted. So we're gonna take this into the dealership today. Hector's gonna meet us out. We're gonna get some food and replenish before practice starts up in a couple hours here. The daily grind consumes. I've lived here since last October, but I don't really drive around much, so unless I break my car. I moved here to Dallas about a year ago. I've moved a few times throughout my gaming career. I lived in Chicago for a few years. I've lived in California for a few years, so moving again wasn't really hard. Very, very excited to be able to represent Chicago and the Huntsmen, so it's gonna be great, and I'm really excited to start this journey with this new team and just see where it can take us.
The roster for this new Chicago team took months to assemble, but was years in the making. It began with the much anticipated reunion of Seth and his old Optic teammate, Matt Piper, better known as Formal.
After we lost champs on Sunday, I was fuming. I played really, really well, and the rest of my team didn't. So instantly I was like, I'm done with this, and I'm done with getting yelled at every day. And I got back to the hotel, which was within walking distance of the event. Instantly DM Matt. I was like, yo, let's talk. We met outside the hotel, had a conversation, and then that was that. And now we're teaming again, so. We've been looking really good, though. We've been playing every team really, really close, really good. We've been beating pretty much everyone besides one team.
Who's that?
The Empire, but nobody likes them, so it's whatever. They're just, cocky and like to talk a lot, but we just kind of keep our noses down to the grindstone, just keep gaming. We have really good team chemistry. We all get along really well, and I'm really excited for the season to start to see how we really do, when the pressure's on and everything. So, yeah, I love the team so far.
While Scump is taking care of business in Frisco, two of his new Huntsman teammates are bunking up in downtown Dallas.
One's white van, one's white van. White van dead. One cross screen already, it's Waskins, I'm pretty sure.
There's one boxes, bro. There's one boxes.
During this preseason campaign, roommates Gunless and Arcides have become an almost inseparable duo.
He's in green stun. He's in green full flash. Good job.
Every afternoon, there's only one place you'll find the Huntsmen, scrimming together to get their reps before the season begins.
Like, Hill's not peeking, man. Good job, backing up.
My name is Pierce Selman. My in-game name is Gunless. I'm 22 years old, and I play for the Chicago Huntsmen.
Gunless keeps on rolling. 9 in a row for Gunless. Gunless is frying in map 1. Oh, man.
I think it's just a lot easier to root for other people rather than me. A lot of people just seem to think that I'm kind of like a mystery. I'm just very to myself.
I can't believe you're spending money, bro.
Useless.
It's a lot of fun being able to room with one of my best friends. Consider him like family to me.
He's oil. Oh, dude, you're good play, bro. Oil. Jared backed up to the right. Jared to the left.
My name's Alex Sanderson. Most people know me as Arcides. I'm 21, and I've been a professional Call of Duty player for about 4 years now.
Impeccable bomb so far.
That's the chain. 2 go down. Arcides is hunted. He's having some fun. Oh.
Pick it all in here. It's on Octane. It's on Slasher. United do it.
Last year, winning back-to-back with United, I'm at the most confidence I've ever been in a while. I want to keep winning. I don't want just one ring. I don't want just 3 chips. I want to keep winning and prove that I'm the best in the game, and I want my teammates to be known as the best in the game too.
One shot mid. Out of bathrooms. All right, rotate man.
This is the first time me and my brother have not been on a professional team together. It's a different chapter in my life, and I'm very excited for it. This is Fort Worth, March last year. This is right when I moved away from Preston. I was very big at this time in my life. It was very depressing. This is just a reminder of like, it could be worse. It could be worse.
When the scrim is over, the work isn't done. Ever since moving in with Gunless, Arcides has been on a new mission of his own.
After scrims, I like to just take all my stress out on just working out. I want to go out in public and enjoy my time I'm spending.
Knowing you have a problem and having someone else help you with it, you just have to start somewhere. And Pierce helped me start it.
I mean, I did it. I used to be like really big myself. Back in Toronto, I used to be like, recently depressed all the time. It was really hard for me to, do anything, working out, exercising, even getting on to play. Like doing things like that was really hard for me. It just felt like I was always kind of just trapped. But it's helped me a lot, being able to exercise frequently, being able to eat healthier, being able to get out of that kind of like rut that I was in. So I definitely, translated that over to like helping out with Alec, trying to get him more in the gym and kind of encourage a better lifestyle.
I feel a lot better. I feel very confident in myself recently, and I just keep getting more confident these days.
I'd still beat your ass.
You, dude.
Next time on The Campaign.
This is the Hex Quarters. Obviously.
I've never lived on my own, so I'm like excited to get that experience. When you told me you were gonna make a living being on camera, I didn't think that would ever work out.
All right, cheers, guys. Thanks for coming by. Let's go, Huntsman. Best team, undisputed. No one can beat us, period. End of story. More popular, better looking.
There is strength in numbers. When a group of people united by a common goal come together, by definition, it forms a league. And in the Call of Duty League, that goal is simple: to be the last team standing. Where the lights at their brightest and the stakes never higher. A new era begins. Teams will rise. Superstars will shine. It's time to be teams must now answer the call and begin their quest. This is the Call of Duty League.
Hello everyone and welcome to the brand new, fresh off the airship Call of Duty League. 12 teams from 11 cities have come to Minneapolis to begin their mission of hoisting the first ever CDL Championship trophy. From new teams with legacy players to new players joining legacy teams, they will battle it out 15 weekends for a chance to make history. Now, this is an exciting year for Activision Blizzard Esports as we broadcast here live from Minneapolis as the inaugural opening weekend for the Call of Duty League. And to kick things off, we have some exciting breaking news to share. It was just announced that the YouTube will be the exclusive streaming platform for all live broadcasts of the Call of Duty League. All competitions will be streamed live and available on demand, and you can only watch it on YouTube. That is right. Tune in on the official Call of Duty League channel at youtube.com/COD League all season long. For all the fans around the world, we look forward to bringing you high-quality competitive entertainment as the best Call of Duty players in the world compete for the ultimate Call of Duty Championship title. And with that, we have an exciting weekend in store for you. So let's get it started. Now, as you can see, I'm in a ginormous venue with some incredible people in the room, and not to mention my fire desk. I have a world champion, I have Complexity Dynasty legend and ex-Optic Gaming coach TP joining me as a special guest. Welcome to Minneapolis. How are we feeling?
I'm so damn excited to be here. It's an honor. I'm proud to be part of the COD community, to see this venue put together, to see everyone in the venue right now, and to see the launch of CDL. It's just the most exciting thing ever.
I'm so excited to have you here. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And of course, right at the end, all with me forever here at CDL. I'm so excited to have you joining me. We have multiple event championship winner here. And of course, a renowned analyst at Call of Duty. We have Nameless. Lovely to have you. And I'm so excited to be here. My left arm man, everybody. Who's booing? I don't like that. He's pretty amazing. I'm very excited to have him. How are you feeling about being here at CDL?
I feel amazing. You know, finally to be back up here on the desk. I'm just ready to watch some Call of Duty. We had such a long off season. It's going to be amazing.
It is going to be absolutely amazing. Of course, we have so much coming up in the show as well. And we have a huge map that CDL is going to be going to. We're going global, people. That is right. We're going all over the world. I just want to talk about some of the places you guys are most excited to see. TP, what's some of the highlights? Where are you excited to travel to here?
I think I have to go with Dallas personally. Living close to there, it's going to be local. I think the scene's going to show up heavy. Super excited to see where the World Tour is going to go and how many people show up in the COD community.
Absolutely. Nameless, anywhere on the board here you're excited to be going to?
It's got to be Chicago. That's my hometown. That's where I grew up, and I know the gaming scene out there has been itching for a Call of Duty event to be in Chicago. We've never had one there, so it's going to be amazing.
Absolutely. Another thing that is going to be amazing, we not only do have our Call of Duty League official gameplay happening here, but we have our Call of Duty Challenges, the official part of the pro system for the Call of Duty League. It kicks off in Minnesota at launch weekend, of course, and some incredible stuff is in store for them. With a $25,000 series tournament, the sold-out event will feature up to 192 teams competing on site for their share of that $250K prize pool. It's going to be insane. I mean, could you imagine coming to an event and competing at a Challenger series for that amount of money, TB?
One of the biggest questions I'm always asked is, how do I go pro? Well, now you have the Path to Pro, the Challengers division. It's there for you. The crazy prize pool is there. Start earning your points online. It's a great system. Get involved if you haven't started playing before, and get after it.
Imagine
Simple as
when
that.
we were young.
Imagine, man.
prize pool.
It's awesome to see it.
First place is $80,000.
That's mind-blowing. That's amazing for these guys. It's a great opportunity for them to get their foot in the door and try to, become a pro one day.
Absolutely, 100%. Let's have a look at what we've got in store for you coming up this Friday here at Minneapolis. We have so much to get through. We've got our first game, which is going to be absolutely insane to start off our weekend. Chicago Huntsmen versus Dallas Empire. Shortly after that, we've got Seattle Surge taking on Florida Mutineers. And to finish things off in the evening, Los Angeles Guerrillas versus Minnesota Rocker. I mean, what a lineup that we have in store. A showcase, a real showcase for Call of Duty. And of course, point system is available for them at this showcase as well. Nameless, this isn't going to be the same format that we're going to see throughout all of the weeks. The tournament format is a little bit different here. Talk to us about this point system and how this does work.
Well, basically here in this tournament, we're going to have these teams just showcasing them off, right? Like they're going to be able to play for points. If you win a game, you get 10 points. And, going forward at the future weekends, we're going to have a bracket and a tournament at every single weekend. So it's going to be 2 groups of 4. You win 2, you're in. You lose 2, you're out. And then we're going to have a single elimination bracket from that to determine a champion.
Indeed, and TP, it all is on the line here for these new teams. It's a new legacy that they're going to be trying to write here for themselves. We've had a lot of split-ups happen as well, but this point system, this is very new to them. How is it going to be for them to get used to basing themselves on points and looking forward to that bigger prize at the end of the season?
Well, this is the first showing, right? Ant already touched on it already. This is the longest break we've had in quite a while in competitive Call of Duty. These teams, these new rosters, and these new franchises want to prove their point right away. So it's going to help your seeding for the rest of the season. You want to come out and get the fans on your side early, right? A lot of the fans are probably trying to decide which franchise they want to try and support. If you come out in this weekend and absolutely destroy the competition, you're going to get some new fans.
Well, that is exactly what they're hoping to achieve this weekend as a showcase. But we've actually had a little bit of drama happen already. I'm sure you guys are aware on social media. We've had a bit of a roster mania or a roster apocalypse, whatever you'd like to call it. Not zombies, actually, but Call of Duty players. We've had an E-United split. They have all gone their separate ways. They were the CWL champions last year. Nameless, what has happened to these guys?
I mean, who would have thought that the world champions would split into 4 different teams? But let's focus here on Simp, the back-to-back champion, the back-to-back reigning MVP. This guy waited 6 months last year to turn 18. Halfway through the season, he joins E-United, and he absolutely dominated. Started in Search and Destroy. He was the best Search and Destroy player in the world in the Search scene. Comes into the pro scene, and he's the best Respawn player. You can't talk enough about this guy. Look at these clips on your screen. He can use any weapon at any time. I'm super excited to see him and aBeZy back as the Tiny Terror duo.
Now, 100 Thieves, their place at CDL has been stolen, which is ironic considering they're meant to be the thieves here. But of course, they've gone their separate ways as a roster. What are we going to be expecting from some of these legends that are moving on?
100 Thieves lineup last year was absolutely dominant throughout the year. I think the most important thing we need to touch on, though, is sort of the new look at Optic. I don't think anyone would have expected Slasher and Kenny to be the 2 to go over to this team here. But honestly, looking at these two's careers in recent, they've been very, very successful. So Optic Gaming fans, new Optic Gaming fans, have to be excited about the roster that they have put together. What they have on paper is arguably the most talented that we see here in the league so far. So I'm excited to see how they're able to come together. They seem to be a little bit rocky online to start, but I think as the season moves forward, they have to be a dominant force.
Now, of course, we have that old Optic split that's happened and the new OGLA that has formed. This has caused some serious controversy on social media. I mean, we've got to talk about Scump and we've got to talk about C6 here, formerly known as Crim6. They have gone their separate ways, but these guys, they're legends in their own right. What are we going to be seeing from these now totally across the table competitors?
It's just a crazy story, to be honest. Obviously, I was coaching Optic for the last 2 years, so I know these guys quite well. I know their personalities, and I think the one word to describe the situation is a lot of tension. These guys want to come out here. The rivalry is absolutely unreal between Scump, Formal, Crim, and even, I would say, Dashy and Tej as well. Every single person that split off from this situation wants to come out here and prove that they made the right decision, that they're the better player, that they know how to play Call of Duty better than one another. I can't wait to see how it unfolds.
I can't wait either. And these guys really have formed a legacy for themselves. They have become celebrities in their own right, in their own career field. And that is something that is going to be really hard to top in the CDL. They have experience, and that counts for a lot when you're coming in here, especially on new teams and forming new rosters. You can't count how good these guys are, but can they coach their new roster players into success like they have seen before? That is the big question here. But you know, if you know competitive Call of Duty, you know the name Optic Gaming, of course. And with the new league, Optic's roster went through a complete overhaul. Out with the old and in with the new.
The old Optic name was pretty much hand in hand with winning. They won championships, they built the dynasty roster that dominated multiple years, and they had some of the best players of all time.
You know, it was built by Scump and Nadeshot, me, Formal, Crim6. We were Optic.
They are the greatest roster in Call of Duty history.
There was a strong, very strong fan base.
Optic Gaming are officially the Call of Duty World League champions.
That was a perfect storm of teammates. And now it's a different roster. There was a couple changes that went down with the organization.
Basically, all of the household names that you would tie to Optic over the years were gone.
Leaving Optic, it obviously sucked. We built that brand, but it was just time to move on.
It just wasn't going to happen. I wasn't going to be with Optic anymore. It's a household name in Call of Duty. Whether or not we're on that team, I think it's still needed.
I think this new look Optic Gaming roster is perfect.
I feel great representing Los Angeles on Optic Gaming. It's a little different. It's not the same Optic that everyone knows.
This team can absolutely do a ton of damage this year.
Optic Gaming will be the best team this year, without question. The guys that went over to NRG and the Huntsmen, these are some of the biggest names in the history of Optic Gaming. So do I think a large percentage of their fan base is more than likely now Huntsman fans? Yeah. The reason that I loved it is because it creates like an instant rivalry.
There was tons of people, you know, tweeting me like, oh, you're not the real Optic, or all this, you guys are gonna do good. It just motivates me even more. Like, using that trash talk to fuel that fire just makes me feel like that kid who's trying to go pro again.
It's gonna be interesting, to say the least, to be playing against Optic.
There's no one that can tell me when those two teams match up, there's not something extra there. They want to smash the living hell out of the opposition on that stage.
We're not just here to, win a few matches. We're here to hopefully win it all by the end of the year.
I'm gonna do what I have to do to set myself up for the best chance to win.
I'm here to win, and I'm gonna prove that we deserve to be under this team.
This season, it's revenge.
There's a lot of people that just want to see us lose. This is my Optic now. It's not gonna be like that.
Emotions are high and opinions are many. Can that brand new Optic Gaming roster live up to that legacy? We will find out. But coming up next, we have power rankings right after the break.
Probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work. You'll hear a lot about how coming out of the military means you're somehow damaged goods. I would reject that. I believe that people coming home from combat can actually have gone through post-traumatic growth. And probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Tournament audio and team chat listenings are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Minnesota, the North Star State, and a land of 10,000 lakes. A place raised from the ice with a dash of aw shucks nice. But don't be fooled by those Midwestern sensibilities. This is a land built on the backs of warriors, forged not by fire and brimstone, but by frost and iron. This is the North, where they manufacture their miracles on ice. And their rock only comes in royalty.
You lit the match that started this fire. You pay the price when the flames get high. Hey.
And now, what better place for a new beginning in this intrepid land with all of its rugged beauty? A new era is born, where they say the end might begin. This is week 1 of the Call of Duty League. This is Minnesota.
Hello and welcome back to a very snowy and frosty Minnesota. That truck you're seeing right there is a boatload of fans coming into the arena. We're just going to unload them now and get them in the back because they are ready for Call of Duty League, and so am I. I'm so excited to be starting this launch weekend with a bang. We have some exciting games ahead of us right now, and I couldn't be more proud to be alongside some absolute incredible analysts with me. I've got special guest TP here, and I have Nameless, my side man, here all time long here at the Call of Duty League. I'm so excited. TP, we just saw outside, it's very snowy. Were you prepared for this kind of weather?
I packed accordingly, but it is a little bit more chilly than I'm used to. But you look at this venue, and it's all worth it. I think the Rocker organization did a fantastic job putting this all together. It's a hell of a way to start the league.
And of course, Nameless, it's a new year, it's a new game, and we want to talk about storylines and how this is going to be working throughout the season. Of course, there's been some drama and some speculation, opinions happening as usual. We want to talk about what are we looking forward to seeing? What are some of the storylines coming in? What is it kind of pinpointing for you?
You know, aside from the big ones like the Optic one splitting apart, I'm really going to be focusing on Illy to be a breakout player of the year. I'm super excited for this kid. He's one of the best players in the game so far online, and he's just been absolutely incredible. Like, this guy has been dominating the online search and destroy community for years, all the way to Black Ops 3 when I was playing against them, just destroying me and running my pockets. Well, I'm excited to see him alongside 2 veterans in Krim and Clayster. Maybe they can mold him and teach him the ways so he can soon be a champion.
Indeed. I mean, you can't honestly knock this guy. He's somebody to look forward to throughout the entire season and see how he grows with his team. TP, what kind of storyline are you looking at?
Well, for me, it's another Dallas Empire pick. I'm looking at Shotzzy in specific. We've seen the trend in Call of Duty lately where the young talent coming in has been able to basically sweep the competitive community by storm with the amount of success that we've seen. Shotzzy is another example of this. All eyes are going to be on this guy. From scrims early on, from the POV that I've watched from him, just a phenomenal talent. He had so much success in Halo, being a world champion over there, coming over to Call of Duty now. How is he going to be able to perform on a team like this? A lot of leadership. It's a perfect balance of young talent and veteran leadership. It should lead to a lot of success for these guys.
Now, my pick, talking about young talent, I have to mention, of course, this incredible Atlanta FaZe roster, and in specific, aBeZy. I feel like he does get overlooked, of course, by that incredible player Simp, who is a back-to-back MVP from last year, but he was brought onto United after the struggle at the start of their season last year and became a catalyst for their success alongside Simp. With a 1.35 KD across respawns, can you get much better than that last year? So he's so important to have as a strong respawn game changer because, of course, 3 out of 5 game types are going to be respawn. These are big things coming into a series, and you need to try and get these ones down. All the maps are different, of course, but it's how you guys work together. And to have someone like aBeZy coming on who can kind of do some insane GOAT stuff at such a young age, that is incredible.
The Tiny Terrors, man, they had so much success, you can't really count them out. It's a good storyline going into these first matches. We'll see if they're able to perform like they did last year.
They'll be fine. Those guys are so good. And what's astounding about aBeZy is whereas he's so good at respawn, he comes from Search and Destroy. So he's one of the best Search and Destroy players in the world as well. So he's just an all-around beast.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be insane. And something that I'm really looking forward to is our power rankings that are going to be coming up very shortly. Where do you see these guys sitting this season? Where are your teams right now? We're going to find out Nameless's choices right after the break.
You'll hear a lot about how coming out of the military means you're somehow damaged goods. I would reject that. I believe that people coming home from combat can actually have gone through post-traumatic growth. And probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work. Probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
We trying to get hype.
PS4, the official platform partner of Call of Duty Challengers. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The US Army, what's your warrior?
Playing from Minnesota, just because of the staff I have there with Gary V, our CEO, Brett, and everyone. They're all basically like family to us already, so yeah. I'm very excited for the season to start. Been putting in a lot of work, practicing every day, trying to really make sure we're on top of our stuff going into the event. So, I mean, literally every day we've all been saying I just can't wait for it to start.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live from Minneapolis, the home of the Minnesota ROKKR. And of course, we are in an incredible venue here. It's a little bit snowy outside, but it's nice and warm in here. So you guys should get in and join us for all the action. My name is Lottie and I am joined by TP and Nameless, my analyst for today. I have to go straight into this one. I want to know the power rankings. This is so important to try and start this season, and it's also been put on the shoulders of my fellow colleague, Nameless. I want to talk about who you're seeing in this season and where you're getting them lined up.
Yeah, you know, these guys are going to absolutely hate me after this, but I think it's a great idea to kind of show you guys where I stand right now. So you're going to see my 12 through 7 at the moment, and I know a lot of people are going to be a little bit angry at that Florida Mutineers placement, but I want to talk about it a little bit. That roster just seems like a group of guys that were the outcast during roster mania. You know, you have a world champion on this team in Pristini, so they definitely have potential to be a great team, but we haven't really been able to watch them play. They haven't been streaming their scrims, and just by the looks of this roster, I'm a little worried about Skies and Mox being too slow for this team.
I mean, I'm looking right now at your power rankings so far, 7 through 12, and I'm very curious to know about Seattle Surge, because for me, on paper and from what I've seen, I feel like they should be higher up.
Yeah, I mean, I just look at that team and I see a lot of, you know, veteran champions, but you know, I think that they're going to struggle a little bit just due to their online performance thus far, and Search and Destroy can be tough for them. But on your screen right now, as you can see, is Scraps. You know, this guy's an amazing player. The last 2 years, he's been incredible. But looking at the rest of this roster, Rated and Weskin can be very slow at times. So in Respawn, that could be troublesome. But I still do have them in my top 8 because of the players like Scraps, like Dylan, who last year was absolutely phenomenal.
Insane. And we're going to get on to your number 6. Now, you have some explaining to do here, Nameless. We have Minnesota ROKKR in the house here. On your number 6 list, why do they make this cut?
You know, a lot of people would have probably had them a little bit lower just looking at this roster, but they have 2 world champions on their team. They have a player like GodRx who was playing in that amateur bracket for years. He wasn't doing that well, but then last year he got his opportunity and he dominated. He had a tournament where he was the #1 stat leader in the entire tournament last year. And then you look at a player like Asim on this team. A lot regard him as the fastest player in the game right now. So I'm excited to watch the ROKKR.
And we have number 5 coming in hot here. Off the subway, we have the New York Subliners. Why do they make your number 5 cut here on this list? Shouldn't they be a little bit higher up?
I think I have them placed accurately. I think that this team is it's star-studded, you know, across the board. They have Attach and Zuma back together. These guys left each other for a little bit, and they were able to find, you know, that individuality on other teams, and now they know what they've been missing out on. They're back together with a player like Accuracy, who is that discipline leader. They can make sure that these guys don't get hot-headed and lose composure.
And rolling in at number 4 on your list, it's Optic Gaming. They, of course, are the brand new team. Why do these powerhouses on paper get this number 4 spot?
This is the best team on paper by a landslide to me. They have champions across the board. Slasher and Kenny have been dominating the last couple of years. JCap, he always finds himself on a top team. He's just a very smart player with a ton of experience that you just can't teach. I love this team. I think they're going to get better as the season goes on.
And number 3, Chicago Huntsmen. We have some Huntsmen fans, I'm sure, that are very angry they're not in 2nd or 1st place here. Why did they end up at number 3?
You know, T2P. Is there anything else I need to say? I want to hear Tyler's take on this.
I think the biggest thing we need to look at is what Scump we're going to get. He's had not the best of years these past couple seasons, but when he wants to be the best, he can be that leader and basically be the best player in Call of Duty that we've seen. We need to see the best out of the King at this weekend.
Coming in hot at number 2, we've got Atlanta FaZe here. Incredible roster here. The young guns are out to get it.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to talk all day, every day about aBeZy and Simp, the Tiny Terrors, the world champions, back-to-back MVP. But we can also talk a little bit about the rest of the team. Celium is absolutely incredible. His first year last year, he was dominating, didn't find that championship, but he's still a beast. Priesta, last couple years, he's won a championship in both titles. He's been an MVP. He is absolutely astounding. From top to bottom, this roster is just extremely dominant.
Amazing stuff. And of course, that's leaving our number 1 with Dallas Empire. And you know, I'm not salty about that. I think that's a fantastic pick there. Why do these guys get your number 1 spot?
I love the young guys in Illy and Shotzi, and Hook, who's sort of the young veteran, right? And, you know, they have the veterans in Clayster and Crimsix back together. And Tyler, you actually team with these guys, so what makes them so special?
Basically, they're going to learn how to play the game faster than most other people. So I think in an early tournament like this, they're going to have the tactical advantage. Speaking on Crimsix, obviously I coached him for the past couple of years, teamed with him for a long time as well. So the amount of passion that this guy is going to show in the matches this weekend, expect him to get loud on the stage. And I think the leadership from Clay and Crim are going to be very crucial to these young guys.
It's going to be very dynamic, that is for sure. We have our overall power rankings here. 1 through 12. Thank you very much, Nameless, for doing all of these. And you know, I just have one note here. Optic Gaming, Online, they weren't so good. So why did they get number 4 and Seattle get number 7? I'm still salty about
Well,
this.
I thought Optic was a little bit better than Seattle online. I know you're a big Surge fan, and I kind of based it off of online performance as well as their past performances over the last couple of years. There's some players that pick up the game a little bit slower, and as the season goes on, they'll be able to adapt to the new meta, new strategies, and start to win.
You know what? You're the expert, Nameless, and I totally give it to you. I think that was a fantastic power rankings. Now, hardest part of this entire thing is talking about predictions for the season. So, TP, I'm going to start with you. Who are you going to be predicting to do well this season?
It's tough to go off of just online practice, but I think we look at the team that has all the pieces for long term, and I think I have to go with the Atlanta FaZe for that. I think in terms of longevity, in terms of the roster mania, they got every single piece that they wanted in terms of staff, in terms of every single player on the team being happy and where they wanted to be at the end of the day. So I think when you combine that passion, that young talent, and a lot of success already for players like Simp, Abizi, they have the recipe for long-term success.
Nameless, are we agreeing here with this fellow incredible person at Call of Duty, of course, or are we going to go a different route?
I actually do agree with him, but I think there's a few teams. I think it's up for debate. Like, you look at a team like Optic Gaming, and as the season goes on, as I was just speaking about, they can get a lot better and be one of the more dangerous teams, but also Empire. That mix of young talent and veteran leadership, this is a team that can go on to win multiple championships and maybe the big one at the end of the year.
Well, this is CDL. We have so much more to get through for you guys at home. We are going to take a quick break, but we won't be long, so stay tuned.
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless. Tournament audio and team chat listen-ins are brought to you by Astro Gaming, the official headset and mix-amp of the Call of Duty League. Join the Astro family and pre-order the CDL A40TR headset and Pro Team speaker tags today at astrogaming.com.
Hello everybody and welcome to the first ever CDL headquarters. CDL headquarters is going to be your pre and post show throughout CDL, and we're going to be giving you all of the information you are going to need going forward into the tournament. Now, I'm obviously not alone up here, but before you probably saw I was with 3 of us. There was 3 on the desk, but now I've had a hijack. I've had someone come in, roll a chair in, but he may happen to be maybe the most legendary Call of Duty caster there is in the game. I have Maven joining me, so welcome.
Well, that was some premium gas. Thank you. I'm pumped to be here. I don't know that I've ever been more excited for anything in my entire life. This is going to be incredible. You know, we've been waiting months to get the league started. This is the introduction to the fans. All these incredible teams around the world. Now you get to see them. This is going to be a fantastic time.
It's going to be insane. And of course, if you don't recognize the man to the left of Maven here, we have a world champion, Complexity Gaming Dynasty legend, and the previous Optic Gaming coach here, TP. So great to have you joining us as special guest. I mean, a pretty amazing venue that we got back here. We got a great audience as well. Hi guys, how are you? But insane atmosphere as well.
Not too shabby at all. I think the crowd's going to be electrifying for especially this first matchup coming up for you guys.
It's a good one.
You know, we haven't seen these teams at all play on LAN yet, so it's going to be very exciting to see how these guys perform when the pressure's on the line, and this is where you get paid the big bucks if you have success. So,
Indeed.
you know, it's going to be very interesting to see how they do.
Now, right down far across the desk, I do have a multiple event champion on Call of Duty Ghost and renowned Call of Duty analyst, Nameless, joining me throughout CDL. So I'm so excited to have you here. First event, are you excited to get started?
That was a tough act to follow, the multi-world champion.
I think it worked, though. I think she sold it. Thank you so much. I'm extremely excited to be here, just to be back up here on the desk, and after such a long offseason, to watch these guys go at it. Just watch them Call of Duty. That's what we're all here for. And, you know, I'm just excited for the fans to see what we put together for them this weekend.
Indeed. And talking about what we've got coming up and what we've put together, we have some really exciting features for you. You've got the Minnesota Ice Fishing coming up, and Chance actually managed to go and take out the boys to go and see what they could catch. Hopefully it'll be a W. We'll have to find out a bit later on. And of course, we also do have an insane game coming your way. We've got Chicago Huntsmen versus Dallas Empire as well. But of course, we couldn't be more excited for the league to kick off today. But before we do get started, here's how it all works.
Welcome to the Call of Duty League, built to reimagine what you think you know about esports. But what is it? This is 3 tiers of pro, amateur, and fan competition. Pros represent 12 teams across the US, Canada, and Europe, and feature the world's best Call of Duty players in a larger-than-life competitive experience. Beginning January 2020, the season kicks off in Minnesota with the Call of Duty League launch weekend, where all teams in the league will descend on the Twin Cities to set the tone for what will be an action-packed season. From there, the Call of Duty League tour continues, going from city to city as teams host home series weekends in their markets. Each home series will feature 8 pro teams facing off in a tournament bracket where the format is simple. Win 2 matches, and you move on to the single elimination bracket. Lose 2, you're going home. From there, the Call of Duty League tour continues. Teams will earn CDL points for every match they win in a weekend, as well as based on their overall placement in the tournament. These CDL points will be used to determine which teams qualify for the playoffs and championship weekend. Next, there's the official Path to Pro amateur system, the Call of Duty Challenges. Here, amateur teams can compete in tournaments with settings that mirror the professional league's rule set. Players can earn Challengers points in online ladders and tournaments, as well as live open bracket competition held at the league weekends and home series events across the season. With Challengers, amateur teams will compete for dedicated prizing and jockey for position to compete at the Challengers finals during the Call of Duty League Championship weekend. And finally, the Call of Duty League City Circuit, designed to take the casual competitors to the next level. While only the most elite players will ever go pro, there are tons of Call of Duty fans looking for a chance to compete for local and global fame. Launching later this season, the City Circuit enables fans to rep their city in 2v2 competition, earn travel to the Call of Duty Championship weekend, compete for prize money, and achieve major hometown hero status. All 3 tiers of play will come to an epic conclusion at the Call of Duty League Championship weekend, where Challengers hopefuls will compete for the biggest prize pool of the year. City Circuit finalists will vie for their chance at history, and of course, the main event itself, one final tournament to crown the Call of Duty League 2020 World Champions.
huge opportunity on the line here for all of the players involved in CDL. Now, something I'm sure you guys are wondering at home is if you are new to this esport, Call of Duty can be a little bit difficult in terms of terminology. Now, Maven, somebody who has to use terminology constantly in their career is you, of course, while you're casting. And for people who are brand new, sometimes it's hard to recognize what certain things mean. So we're going to talk about the meta and how the current strategy of that meta is formed.
So it's like an ever-evolving thing over the course of the year. When we talk about the meta, it might be the guns that people, the loadouts they're using that can change over the course of the year, the strategies that people will use on various games and maps and modes. So that'll be ever-changing. But it's actually one of the more difficult things for me because you get in the habit of talking to pro players all the time, and you get in this kind of slang, this lingo that you'll use within game, and it's nice to bring it back to the level of someone that might be new to it because there's a lot to it, and it's going to be exciting to share that with you.
It is indeed, and we'll all learn as we go along, so don't worry if you're wondering. I'm sure some people can help you out in the crowd or on Twitter, give a few questions if you don't mind it. But of course, we have so many locations all around the world and so many states to be visiting. Your hometown could be one of those, so of course, you can go and buy tickets. They are still available, so go and head over and buy some tickets right now if you haven't already. What more could you want to have a weekend? Go get your lads, go get your friends, go get your girls, and go and have an insane weekend out and watch some Call of Duty action. Talking about action, we have a schedule for you guys for today. So let's take a look at your Friday evening and see what you'll have in store. First off, we have Chicago Huntsmen taking on Dallas Empire.
I get to cast that one. That's going to be bonkers. I can't wait.
You do, Indiana, of course, Seattle Surge versus Florida Mutineers after that as well. We also have Saturday's schedule coming up for you guys too. That's right, this is a 3-day weekend showcase for you guys. We have first up New York Subliners take on London Royal Ravens, Toronto Ultra takes on Seattle Surge, and the list goes on. So many games to look forward to here. Any standing out to you here, maybe?
I mean, I think across the board, everything does because we haven't seen a lot of these teams play yet. But Subliners versus Ravens to start the day, I think that one's exciting because I think a lot of people think Subliners could be better than we've seen them maybe online. And London Royal Ravens, we haven't seen a lot of. I think they're going to surprise people for sure.
Indeed, and Nameless, of course, Sunday's schedule is to be kind of decided here because we do have our semis and our finals, and that will be interesting to talk about because we would have seen how these guys perform on LAN. Have you got anyone you want to see in that final?
Just Optic Gaming, right? Like I just want to watch them play and see if they're better on LAN as they were online.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be an absolutely insane time. And of course, on Sunday, we actually have something super exciting to talk about, and that is Hype Battles, the first ever Hype Battle we've ever had at Call of Duty. And this is where it's going to be 2v2 gunfight, and we're going to be having celebrities totally and utterly destroying each other in gunfight. And gunfight is brand new to the game. What do you make of gunfight?
I think it's, we've talked about this sometimes in our personal streams, but I think gunfight's one of the coolest additions to Call of Duty in the last 10 years. It's just this new incredible mode that fans have been loving and enjoying, and it's going to be fun to kind of mix it, because obviously it's not one of our core modes here for esports, but it's going to get into the mix at the events, and I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things about gunfight in general is you can just challenge someone straight up.
Like a little trash talk, right?
Down to a small arena type map, and you love to see that type of action, especially with celebrities coming in. It's going to be a good time.
And Nameless, we have some insane celebrities that are going to be battling it out on the stage. Carl Anthony Towns and Vince Staples are going to be in the building on Sunday, battling in the 2v2 gunfight Hype Battle on the arena, which is actually going to be on the actual chairs I'm sitting on. So I might have to take that chair home with me because I'm a bit of a fan. So this is insane to get all of these celebrities all together who play Call of Duty. But Nameless, do you think they're actually going to be any good at gunfight?
I don't know, right? Like, I have no idea what to expect, how good these guys are going to be. We saw Carl Anthony Towns in sort of an exhibition earlier in the year, and he was pretty good. I think
he won it with Scump.
Yeah, he won it with Scump, and he was nasty, man. So some of these guys are big gamers. I'm excited to see these stars get in the mindset of a pro player and come out here and try to dominate.
He intimidates me because I'm 6'3". I'm pretty tall. I look down on a lot of people. He's huge. The first time I met him, I was like, oh God, he's just a massive guy. And it'll be fun to see him play for sure.
Indeed. Well, we're going to take a quick break now, but when we come back, we have so much more left to discuss, so don't go anywhere.
Probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
Trying to get hype.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League. PS4, the official platform partner of Call of Duty Challenges. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back to a wonderful but snowy Minnesota. We're here for the CDL headquarters, starting off our Call of Duty League action with an incredible pre-show for you guys, getting you up to touch with what we're doing here at CDL. Now, of course, we are in Minneapolis, we are in Minnesota, and the Minnesota Rocker roster of ex-champs and young guns has them believing they will be a force to be reckoned with. And now, our Thomas Chance Ashworth, of course, an incredible cast in his own right, took them out on the lake to catch up with the home team for one of the most Minnesota activities imaginable.
We have the inaugural season of Call of Duty kicking off this year, and I'm joined here by the Minnesota Rocker, 2 world champions in Cillian Assault. We got the British man holding it down in Alex and Godarex. Alex, I assume, is this your first time fishing at all?
I've been fishing, normal fishing, not ice fishing. Whoa, that's a big one. That boy ugly.
You guys are representing a city now. Does that change anything for you?
We've already had people tweet us saying it's really cool to see them have like their own home team, and I feel like it's definitely going to be like a hell of an experience for them to finally get to go to an event and see their home team play and live like on the main stage.
You have everybody in your, the city you're representing cheering for you. You're pretty much, we're trying to be like a sports team out here and build a fan base. So there's definitely a lot more people to play for. I'm super sick though. That's why I sound like this. My apologies.
So why do you think we're not catching any fish?
I think they're a little camera shy or something. I don't know.
What do you guys think your perception is in the community?
I don't think we get the respect that we deserve.
Most teams I end up being on always underrated at the start.
And I assume you're going to be the sniper for the team for search, or is that still like in the works? There's no internal battles for that?
We can confirm that. He's going to be the sniper. I think just the chemistry we have outside of game, we all just got along right away, which is kind of huge. Certain teams, they don't get along behind the scenes.
Oh,
so, I think that's just like a huge X factor for us.
What's y'all's like records against each other?
I mean, I'm up on everyone on this team.
You guys think I'm as slow as everyone made it out to me?
I don't know. You're pretty slow. I'm not gonna.
No! No!
What, did you have one?
Yeah, I had a big one, yeah.
So the first match you guys have of the inaugural season is against the LA Gorillas.
With the lack of practice they have, I feel like they're going to be very unprepared when it comes to our first match against them.
Yeah, the LA Gorillas are just not that good.
So what are your predictions for the series?
3-0.
Ooh.
I think we're really going to prove people wrong with the whole middle of the pack thing and come out swinging.
When you guys are going against Toronto, the Battle of the North,
The fans should go absolutely wild for us, because we are the actual most northern city, not Toronto, and we'll be sure to prove that on a Sunday night.
Game 5, round 11, 1v1, Justin and the Fish.
Yes, this is it. Pull up.
Oh! Oh, it's a decent one.
Well, gentlemen, thank you for coming out. I had a great time ice fishing. I really hope that your cod skills this year, though, are better than our actual fishing abilities, though. Best luck this year.
Appreciate it.
Let's hope they're as good as catching W's as they are catching fish, because that was pretty impressive, I must admit. Now we have a killer matchup coming your way right after the break. We're going to be seeing Chicago Huntsmen take on Dallas Empire.
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The US Army. What's your warrior?
Hello and welcome back to CDL headquarters. We are live for the pre-show for the Call of Duty League that will be happening very shortly. We have our first game coming up, and the first match of the day is going to be the Chicago Huntsmen taking on Dallas Empire. A very highly anticipated matchup as our first game of the day. Gentlemen, so good to have you back in my life right now. I need to talk about this matchup. I'm way too excited. I mean, let's just talk about Chicago Huntsmen. They have some serious damage on that roster. These guys are out in full force. T2P is back at it again, of course. Talk to me, TP, about, of course, this Optic Gaming old legacy that these guys are bringing back once again.
So yeah, a lot of storylines going into this one. I think a lot of people are excited to see who's going to win between Seth and Ian. Scump and Crim6, this is the talking point for this match, to see who's going to come out with the fire and come out and get this first win of the CDL. Super exciting to see who's going to, which roster is more well put together, and especially we haven't seen a lot of Search and Destroy going into the league yet, so we know how these teams kind of fare in Respawn, but who has done the preparation needed to get victories here in LAN environment? you know, I don't really know.
A lot always comes down to that first map, right? Like, it's going to be the first map played on LAN for these pro teams. And, you know, this matchup obviously has a lot of bad blood between it. We've seen all those social tweets and videos of Crimsix saying he just wants to rip that darn poster off his wall and, like, light it on fire. Like, it's just so funny how much, you know, pressure these guys have put on each other. And it's going to be a crazy matchup for sure. I can't wait to get into it.
It is indeed. And talking about winning, Scuff is celebrating the start of Call of Duty League with a giveaway. Head to Scuff's Twitter profile to enter for a chance to win one of 5 Scuff Impact Call of Duty League designs. Now, our first match of the year might be one of our best. The Dallas Empire and Chicago Huntsmen sat down to break down their epic showdown.
First match in CDL history.
This first match is going to be a good idea of like how loud and how big this can get.
It all comes down to this.
I couldn't think of any better matchup than the us versus Chicago matchup.
Beating them would be a huge confidence boost.
There's just a lot going on there between our two teams. You know, I got RCDs on that team, an old teammate of mine. Crimsix, he had the whole breakup with Scum.
Playing against Ian is going to be interesting. There's an obvious rivalry there.
Been watching their scrims because they stream them, and they're not bad, but they're not great either.
A couple of their players have not had the best showings on LAN, but they've done really good online.
But the LAN environment's just completely different. For someone like Illy, who has a lot of hype around him, it can really affect a person's mindset.
I think the biggest strengths of the Empire is honestly just the pressure that we apply.
They're really fast-paced sub players. They are pretty much in your face the whole time.
He's a monster up on stage.
I have like a chip on my shoulder right now that I want to prove to myself. I need to get back to that MVP level for sure.
Doesn't matter. Formal's going on.
It's going to be a battle. I mean, if we get in rhythm, there's no stopping us.
It's going to be a good match.
We know that they're probably going to bring their A game, but so are we.
Now, history is being made in this room today. It's the first ever event for CDL. And of course, we have to talk about the historical leaderboard and what we have seen so far in Call of Duty, because so many names have come onto this board that really do deserve a mention. Now, TP, of course, here, we do have first at the top of that leaderboard, C6, previously known as Crim6. Second is Scump. Third is Karma, fourth is Formal, and fifth is Aches here. What do we make of this historical leaderboard?
Well, it's the greatest of all time. You know, I've had experience dealing with a lot of these players, teaming with them, coaching them, and there's a reason why they are at the top. They have a different mindset about the game. They're able to be, you know, great teammates at times, but also some bad teammates at times. There's volatility there on some of these players, but at the end of the day, they bring home the championships, and that's what matters here.
Nameless, what does it take to become somebody who can actually get on a board like a historical leadership board here? Some of these names are just insane and have been around in the game for such a long time.
You have to have the absolute fire. You can win a tournament, but you go home and you get right back to it. And I think that's the common trend you see in those players on that list. But, you know, speaking of that, it's like Tyler's one of those guys. I'm pretty sure you're like number 6 or 7
Absolutely.
on the all-time leaderboard. So maybe he can talk a little bit more about that.
Well, to win consistently in Call of Duty, you need the perfect package. So when we're looking at these new rosters, you look at leadership, you look at young, fresh talent that have that passion, that fire that Ant is talking about. And if you're able to find that perfect formula, nowadays it's more competitive than ever. Obviously with the CDL launching, we're going to see these players at their best. So they want to put on a show here. I think we're going to see some of the best Call of Duty this season that we've ever seen before. And especially, you know, this is the first time seeing them on LAN. They're going to try and make a statement early and slam these teams as fast as they can.
Indeed, I can't wait to watch it. And of course, another honorable mention is Merc, of course, in our team. He's also on the historical leaderboard too, because yes, he is an incredible Call of Duty player as well as an incredible Call of Duty caster. Now, we need to talk about players to watch here. We have so many names on the board, so it's quite difficult to choose one. But TP, I'm going to you first. Who have you got your eyes on?
Easy for me. I'm going with the King. You know, I've coached him for a couple years now. I know what the man is capable of, and I've seen him at sort of a downturn in his career, and I've also seen him at his best. The guy, when he wants to be, is that guy for Call of Duty. People call him the King of Call of Duty for a reason. When the passion is there, when the leadership is there, when he's up on stage like that, when you see him up there like that, when he has that fire in his eye, he's going to win the match. So I need to see what sort of Scump we're going to see this season.
Absolutely. And what is he like in terms of joining a new team? Something that we actually really haven't seen much from him last year. Of course, we had this legacy with Optic Gaming, but joining a new roster, how do you think he's going to be handling that?
Well, I think he has the fire lit under him. I mean, he's been kind of under fire with the community, giving him bad ratings, sort of. He's not at that top spot that we're used to seeing him. So, you know, I think it's a perfect situation for him. He has a new talented lineup with him. He has Formal back at his side as well, someone that he had a lot of success with, a lot of trust in terms of talent. And from top to bottom, the Huntsman lineup, like, how can you really doubt them? Yes, we had them number 3 on the power rankings, but is it a surprise if they win? Not at all.
Indeed, and Nameless, of course, I'm heading over to you now. Who is your player to watch?
It's going to be Illy for me. You know, a lot of people are talking about him, you know, playing on land in front of a big crowd, but I think this kid's going to be an absolute beast. I love watching people silence the haters, and I think teaming with, you know, Clayster and Crimsix, they were able to teach him a lot in a very short time, and this guy is so good at search and destroy, and I think that's going to be the game mode that separates teams this weekend. We heard Tyler just talk about it. We haven't seen a lot of search, and a lot of these teams haven't played too much search and destroy, so typically at the first event, that's the game mode that separates them, and he's extremely good at it, so I can't wait to watch Illy go.
Me too. There's so many names out there that I'm really excited to have my eye on. So there's so many of them, and to name a few, we've got Scump, C6, Karma, Formal, all of them. I mean, it is pretty insane when you think about it, but 2 people who I'm really excited to talk to as well. 2 casters that are going to be taking on this first match, Chicago Huntsmen versus Dallas Empire. It's going to be Maven and Merc, and I'm wondering, how are you guys feeling about casting the first ever CDL match?
I couldn't be more excited. This is going to be incredible. This is the first match, one that I think everyone's been looking forward to. Right up here with honorable mention.
I know the gas from Lottie and the Great Death, how well they're doing. I was like, you know, thank you guys so much. But you're a Call of Duty champion as well. You are as well.
I don't know about that. But no, it is exciting to be back up here. We could not be more thrilled to call the action, especially on this match and over the course of the year, really, as we're ready to get rocking for the Call of Duty League. But this particular matchup, I think, means a lot to fans, means a lot to us. You know, we were listening to some of the recordings with these guys in pre-content kind of for this event, and some of them were downplaying it, like, there's not that much on the line. Like, there's not that much animosity. The hell with that. There absolutely is a lot on the line. Dallas, Chicago, we're coming, but before the match, we'll get right back over to Lottie in the desk.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Insane stuff from them. I'm so excited to hear them cast for the first time here at CDL. I'm really also excited to watch the first ever match. And this really is an incredible game to go straight into right off the bat here. And I'm sure the fans are very excited to see this one as well. But Nameless, talk to me about what you're excited about most about this matchup. We're going to see some animosity on that stage, I'm sure.
Probably, you know, outside of Illy, just T2P back together to see if these guys are going to be in MVP form once again. You know, they have role players around them. RCDs and Envoy, for their teams, were role players. Like, they were just extremely good at it, so sometimes they dominate in stats. But those guys will play a disciplined role for their team, and we've seen how good Scump and Formal can be with the disciplined role players around them. So I'm excited to see if those guys are back in MVP form.
Now, we can't wait for our first ever match in CDL history. The Dallas Empire versus the Chicago Huntsmen. And speaking of the Huntsmen, they come into the season as one of the league's favorites. We have followed their exploits in preparation for launch weekend in our 5-part series, The Campaign. And in case you missed it, I don't know how you did, here's a look at some of the highlights.
The new Call of Duty League launches on January 24th. But for the Chicago Huntsmen, this is where the campaign begins.
This is the Hex Quarters. Everybody's expecting me to build everything that me and my team have built in the last 10 years in the next couple of months.
It is a business and it is work, and you want to win. We have really good team chemistry. We all get along really well. You know, we've been beating pretty much everyone, and I'm really excited for the season to start.
How we looking?
We're expecting that to be done in the next 15-20 minutes.
This is the first time me and my brother have not been on a professional team together. It's very different.
I'm killing you, and if I win, I'm making it personal.
Best team, undisputed. No one can beat us, period, end of story.
Some might say it's a bit obsessive. Serious grinding and serious work, and that's every single day.
We're about to get into a fight, and I'm ready for it.
There we have it, our CDL documentary series on the Chicago Huntsmen, following them closely, seeing what they're up to and their antics. I honestly think that, Scump, you chose the right flowers there with your girlfriend. The roses were absolutely stunning for your mum. I was watching carefully, but it was really nice to see the behind-the-scenes style and what these guys get up to in their free time as well. Nameless, back in the day, it was that kind of the stuff you were doing? Were you buying flowers for your mum?
You know, at times I was really just grinding, playing all day long, you know, playing tournaments and stuff. But yeah, I think that the campaign is awesome, right? To see the behind-the-scenes footage of what these guys are doing in their daily life. These fans can kind of get, you know, a different interaction with their favorite players.
Indeed, and it's going to be absolutely amazing. I'm so excited to get into all of the action. We have an insane matchup coming your way very shortly. We're going to hit the break right now, but when we get back, we've got Chicago Huntsmen versus Dallas Empire.
Trying to get hype. The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage. It's not stopping. It's not stopping. Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
We trying to get hype.
There is strength in numbers. When a group of people united by a common goal come together, by definition, it forms a league. And in the Call of Duty League, that goal is simple: to be the last team standing. With the lights at their brightest and the stakes never higher, a new era begins. Teams will rise. Superstars will shine. It's time to be must now answer the call and begin their quest. This is the Call of Duty League.
Minneapolis, make some noise. It is time. Welcome, everybody. Make some noise, Minneapolis. It's time to answer the call, ladies and gentlemen. We have 12 new teams, all in pursuit of the ultimate prize. We've got new rivalries, we've got new rosters, but it's the same drama and intensity you've grown to love here in Call of Duty. Are you guys ready to kick this baby off? It is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to launch the Call of Duty League right now. Introducing our first match. It's the Bad Blood Battle, and we gotta bring out our team from Chicago. Show some love for the Huntsmen.
He's gonna get caught, but they line up for Scump, and Scump, the king. This is dangerous. Envy looking to take the lead as Gunless keeps on rolling. 9. Octane doesn't have to move. He goes, oh my lord!
You've been watching them for a decade. Showing some love to our first player coming to this stage. We've got the king, Scump! We've seen the king, but here's the other half of T2P. Make some noise for Formal! We've got our third world champion from the Huntsmen here for you today. Give it up for Arcides! Hailing from Toronto, this man needs no ammo to pick up the kills. Let's hear it for Gunless! And now, the new Freak Beast SMG player for the team. Let's hear it for Envoy! You want me to move or stay same spot? Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's hear it for your Chicago Huntsmen. You've seen Chicago, but now it's time to bring out their opponents. Here is your Dallas Empire.
Kill, but on the flank, it's gonna be Clayster, and Clayster's gonna get bumped. 4 gonna drop 3. They're gonna get the clear. You gotta go fast, you gotta go quick, you gotta go that way out. It's chaos.
You know him, you love him. Let's hear it for the original hype man, Clayster! The Halo World Champion, ready to take over the Call of Duty world by storm. Here is Shotzzy! Making his pro Call of Duty debut. Let's hear it for Illy! One of my favorites, the man who has more victories than any player in Call of Duty history. Here is Crim6. Where do I throw after this? And rounding out this epic lineup, let's hear for the boy who's been representing Envy from day one. It's Hook! Minneapolis, it's Huntsman, it's Empire. Let's get this thing started as we send it back to the desk with Lottie.
Thank you so much, Chris. Well, there you have it, our first two teams of the Call of Duty League, and they are stacked to the brim, filled with talent. I cannot wait to see those guys perform on the stage. Now, we of course know that every team has its weaknesses and its strengths, and Nameless, I know that there are keys to victory here for both of these rosters. Let's take a look at Chicago and what you think that these guys need to do in order to seal the deal.
I'm a bit worried about their search and destroy. This is a game mode where Scump and Formal have had some trouble in the past with their teams, but picking up Envoy and RCDs and Gunless, they can be pretty good at search and destroy. If they can guarantee that, this is a team that can be extremely dominant, the rest of the year.
Absolutely can. I'm very excited to see how they perform against a huge caliber of team coming in hot right from the get-go. It's not an easy feat for them on that stage by any means. Now, I want to talk to you about Dallas Empire. What are these guys focusing on right now in order to try and get that wing over the Huntsman?
For me, it's going to be Illy to stay composed. This is the first time he's going to be in front of a big crowd like this, playing with veteran players who have world championships. If he can perform at a high level and stay composed, alongside these veteran players, they can definitely dominate. And also Crimsix, right? We got to talk about Crim. He's had a couple years where he hasn't been that great. He's had some bad tournaments. If he can get to a high level and everything he's been talking about on Twitter, back it up right now, that's such a confidence boost for him.
I think the biggest things we want to touch on going into this is how teams are going to play domination, how aggressive they're going to be. Will Dallas play that same aggressive style that we're used to seeing online? And number two, how many variations of offensive strategies in search and destroy are we going to see from these guys? I feel like for me, that's where we're going to see where the preparation has come in. The different looks that these teams are able to give for maps 2 and 5, if we end up going there, I think that's going to be the difference maker in this series.
Indeed, and of course, TP, you know these guys really, really well. And we have some OG Optic Gaming talent on those rosters as well. What are their weaknesses? What is going to be the issue for them, and what could get into their heads possibly?
Well, I think for Crimsix, we'll start with him. I think he needs to, even if he has like a bad map 1, for example, for both sides, I'm going to say don't get quiet if you have a poor map 1. On both sides, there's been times where I've seen these players not necessarily shut down, but they get mad at themselves. They expect, nothing but greatness from their team, from themselves. So there's times where I feel like they can go on tilt a little bit, and especially we've seen it multiple times from these players individuals. So even if you come out and have a poor map 1, if you're the more prepared team coming into map 2, you can tie up the series and stay on even keel.
Indeed, and before we go to our opening match, let's take an in-depth look at our two teams and what they've got going on, because of course we have our game modes. Now we want to explain those to you in depth, and our first game mode is called Hardpoint.
Hardpoint is a respawn game mode in which teams fight for control over a neutral objective that rotates around the map throughout the course of the game. The first hardpoint has a 15-second delay before it activates. Once it does, teams can start earning points. To take control of the hardpoint, a team must have at least one of their players standing within its boundaries. As soon as a team takes control, the game timer freezes and the team starts earning points. The team in control earns 1 point per second, but if an enemy player jumps in with them, the point becomes contested. When the hardpoint is contested, the game timer resumes, but no points are scored by either team until only one remains on the hardpoint. On any given map, all of the hardpoints rotate every 60 seconds in a predetermined order. Expect the teams to have this rotation memorized and send players out early to secure the next objective ahead of their opponents. When a team is defending the hardpoint, keep your eyes on their assault rifle players. It's their job to cover all the lines of sight to the hardpoint to cut down anyone who tries to move in. When a team is attacking, look to the submachine gun players. It's on these quick, mobile gunners to lead the charge and clear a path for their teammates. The winner of hardpoint is the first team to score 250 points, or the team that has the most points when the game timer runs out.
Simple simple, right? What could possibly go wrong up on that main stage with two of the best teams that we have in CDL potentially? Not too much. And of course, we do have plenty of game types to get through as well, and we will explain those to you guys in due course. But we have our series layout on the screen for you right there. What actually goes into a series layout with these guys, and how do they prepare for all the different game types and, of course, all the different maps? I mean, you've got to kind of put your loadouts to what map and what game type you're going to be going on.
So when we go into like the coaching staff and analytics, they're going to take basically all that data that they got from the months of scrims, and they're going to see what their weaknesses are in terms of map set, whether it be search and destroy, a hard point, a domination. And depending on their map record, their win percentage consistently versus top tier talent on that map, they're going to take those calculations, go into the veto system, and maybe the coach or the analyst will be like, guys, this is definitely going to be our weakness versus this team in specific. So it's going to be very interesting to see how the teams approach that veto process. There is certain series that we've seen in history where the maps in the series have been kind of won in the veto process. So.
Indeed, and obviously the veto process, this is something that's very, very important to these players up on that stage. And Nameless, the strengths and weaknesses of the series layout, which we will see in just a moment on your screens, it really does go into what these guys are going to experience on that stage. Where are we thinking of going here with Chicago Huntsmen? What do you think they're going to be wanting to see based on how they play?
I think they're going to try to guarantee that first respawn because search and destroy could be very tough for them. They're going against a team filled with players who have been dominating the online search and destroy community for the last 2 years. So I think that first map, they definitely are going to try to make sure they win that. But I'm hoping we go all the way to a Game 5 and see some Piccadilly S&D here. We haven't seen a lot of teams play that. We haven't seen a lot of teams play search and destroy in general. They don't stream that. So that's sort of going to be the question mark for me in this series is who's going to come to play in that.
Indeed, and obviously Piccadilly Circus has actually become a very interesting map for S&D. It's a lot more different from what we're used to seeing previously in maps. Talk to me about the dynamic of that map, Nameless, and how these guys need to work this S&D to make that useful for them.
Yeah, I mean, that map has a lot of crosses, right? Like the B bomb on offense is probably going to be the bomb you're going to see teams favor, and they're going to try to watch that cross get over to that site and try to get it down. So it's a lot of crosses, a lot of pre-nades and pre-stuns, but it's a lot of action as well.
It is indeed. And talking about a lot of action, we have an epic schedule ahead of us for today. So we're going to take a look at that now just so you know what you are going to be seeing throughout the weekend. We'll take you through all of it, so don't even worry. You can mark your calendars right now, set a little alert tone for that too. First up, of course, we do have the impressive Chicago Huntsmen taking on Dallas Empire. Later on, we've got Seattle Surge versus Florida Mutineers. And to finish things off for this evening, we've got Los Angeles Guerrillas versus Minnesota Roka. And we got a Saturday schedule for you guys too, so that's why your weekend is going to be chock-a-block filled with Call of Duty League. We've got New York Subliners taking on London Royal Ravens. Toronto Ultra is going to be seeing Seattle Surge. Los Angeles Guerrillas is going to take on Florida Mutineers. And to round things off, we've got Los Angeles Optic Gaming versus Paris Legion. That's going to be super interesting. I'm excited to see some of these teams coming in from Europe. London and Paris, what can we expect from these guys, TP?
Well, we've heard, some stories about online, some of these teams not getting the best practice, so I think we're going to get a good showing for these guys for the first time to sort of rate them appropriately in terms of their talent. Every single roster in this league so far has signed a lot of talent. It's a matter of if they can become a cohesive unit, if they're good at all 3 game modes that we have in the league. So going into this one, they might not have had the best showing, the best practice coming in, but these LAN matches are going to be sort of your best practice in essence. So you're going to learn a lot about your team and your weaknesses at these matches.
Indeed, and for these teams coming into the Call of Duty League, there's a lot riding on how they're going to perform with these new rosters and how they're going to perform legacies in their own right from what they are actually used to. They have fans from all over the world who came together last year for CWL, and they kind of formed, a proper group fan club there, and now that's kind of been split up. These guys on the stage right now in this showcase, of course there is points on the line, but Nameless, are they going to be wanting to prove themselves as a new team, as a new unit, to try and perform and form that new fan base?
Oh, absolutely. You see them doing all this content to try to get new fans, but the best way to do it is to just dominate and win. And, especially with this point system, you have to win early. You can't start off slow, because if you start off slow, you'll find yourself in a very tough position to make playoffs at the end of the season. So this is very important for confidence purposes, because we're going to be going to another city very soon. So you have to start off strong, and these first matches are extremely important. I can't stress that enough.
We can't stress it enough, folks. And start off strong, I'm sure they will. We are going to go to a quick break while our teams get ready on the main stage. But when we get back, we have Chicago Huntsmen taking on Dallas Empire. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live from Minneapolis, the home of the Minnesota Rocker. I mean, this is absolutely incredible. We've got our first game coming up very shortly, Chicago Huntsmen versus Dallas Empire. And I couldn't pick a better two people to start things off in the casting booth than the one and only duo of Maven and Merc. And I'm gonna have to throw it over to them and see what they're thinking of this first matchup.
Thank you so much. A lot of you guys crushed the opening show to get into it, but now, Big Joey D, it's time to get rocking. We've been waiting for this match for ages. I know you at home are ready to get into it. We're just waiting for the players to get set up, get in the lobby, and then we'll get started. But this is a big one. Now, I know we're just kind of showing the teams off. This is more of a debut for all the fans to see, but it does look good. But this is a big one. You know what it is to these players.
Yeah, no, this is very much a rivalry, right? I mean, we talked about it with Krim leaving. Obviously, he's not able to join Chicago. Scump and Formal, they're back together after, well, there's very serious breakup that they had.
Yeah.
A lot of people are excited for these rosters, and I think one of the big things for Dallas is you have Krim and Clay back together, right? We heard Teep talk about it. If one of these guys, one of these new guys even, if they have a slow map, Clayster is there. He can get them fired up. He's dealt with it. He just won a world championship. This is exactly the type of person they needed for this team.
Well, when I was talking to you about it, you had some thoughts about the Empire side of things in the sense of so much talk about Krim's Revenge Tour and the new young players and Shotzzy and Illy that you thought almost like Hook sort of disappeared behind things, and it's insane.
There's someone they're forgetting about, right? I mean, listen, I love this team, right? Shotzzy, Illy, the young talent
but
that
he's
they
Hook
have.
the Nuke for a reason, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy that we've been waiting for to win a title for a very long time, and I think when we talk to him, he is just happy to be on a roster that he's confident in right as the game comes out. Because if you look at his last couple of years, it just hasn't been great. He's been great, but his teams haven't been. Now it feels like he's on a team where, I mean, this is it. This is the one that we've been waiting for, and Hook is still so deadly.
Well, before we chat a little bit more about maybe the Chicago side of things, I do want to take a look at the Quick Scope presented by the U.S. Air Force. We're going to talk kind of about what these two teams are bringing to this particular matchup, and we're going to look at average age, two of the younger teams we have between our 12 franchise teams. And with these championships, now these are championships for Dallas Empire, Chicago Huntsmen. Obviously, there's a new brands for the franchise league, new this year. But when you talk about the players on these particular teams, there's no lack of championships, pal.
They have won a lot. And what's crazy with like Dallas, right? I mean, Krim is 33 of those, 32 of those. Clay right behind him. But yeah, I mean, Chicago, world champion in Arcity, Scump and Formal, that duo, what they've done for so long. I mean, we knew what to expect coming into this matchup. Just excited to get into it.
And you guys are going to hang out with Joe and I for a little bit before we hop in. I know everybody's excited. I think they're just dealing with some minor tech issues on the stage.
They missed us. I mean, they want to hang out with us.
Yeah, no, I know, right?
They miss us a lot.
We couldn't be more excited. But, you were talking, another question about Hook, because I know we have a lot to focus on within this matchup, but he hasn't won yet. And there's been a lot of talk about, he's been in bad spots, but at this point, it's like getting to that spot where is there pressure, like a lot of pressure on him, just get a damn win.
It's almost like a teammate of his right now, right? I mean, when you look at Clay in, 1,000 days, right? Just, can he do it again? And he proved that to himself. So, I think if there's a player that can talk to him and be like, dude, you're good enough, we're going to do it this year, it's Clay. So, Hook, like I was saying, he's comfortable. He's on a team he wants to be on with talent that is just unstoppable.
Absolutely. And, on the other side of it, we can talk a little bit more about the Chicago end of it. It's just, it's kind of crazy to see because I started commentating, I think back, Black Ops 2 is when I first started, like ages and ages ago. I know you've been competing since the beginning of time, Joe, but when I think of Scump, I just think of Optic, right? We've just seen him in that jersey for so long. It's like crazy to see him.
He was playing with me.
Yeah, right. That's right. Teammates back in the day. It's just crazy to see him in a different uniform with a different branding. And this is like a new legacy for him. We've talked a lot about Scump in the past. We're like, when he is dedicated, when he is hungry, he's the best player in the game. But I think we were worried for a little while, once he's won everything, once he won the championship, that maybe it happens with people, that some of that desire goes away because you've won it all, you've seen it all, like what else is there to win? Do you think maybe now, being with this different team and everything with how it went down, he might be more motivated than ever?
Yeah, I think he just has to be, right? And I think Formal sitting next to him helps that a lot. I mean, really the big discussion around Scump at times is that sometimes he just likes to have a little fun, right? We heard it last year with practice when he was playing with TJ and Dashy. Krim would get a little ticked off, Karma as well, because they just like to goof off. And I think sometimes that's good to have a little bit of fun. But, yeah, it can seem that he's a bit unfocused.
Certainly.
yeah, you won everything, right? Like, what else do you have to do? But it's a brand new season. If you want to make a statement, it's right here, right now, throughout this year.
Well, Joe, I do want to shift focus now a little bit to the actual best-of-5 matchup we're going to have. Now, we're going to be starting things off Hardpoint, Azir Cave, between these two teams, Dallas Empire, Chicago Huntsmen. I want to kind of fly through this map and talk about it a little bit. I know it's tough right now for fans and us to sort of talk about strengths and weaknesses because everything we've seen has been online, but is there anything that maybe stands out about this particular map that you like for one of the squads?
I think if you look at the Chicago side, you look at RCD and Gunless, right? Because this is going to be one of the maps throughout the weekend where you're going to have multiple assault rifle players, right, who are going to go up against Crim6 and Clayster. So a bit of a slower matchup, more structured map. We're really going to focus on those rotations. Obviously, you look at the second and the fourth hill inside the cave, Cave East and Cave West. That is where you can rack up a ton of time.
Well, I think it's interesting when we talk about these different maps and modes. Like if you're new to kind of Call of Duty esports, like we're talking a lot about the MP5, we're talking a lot about the M4, the assault rifle versus the SMG, and this is one of those maps where, yes, it'll be a little bit longer range, a little bit slower, but another map that we want to kind of hit on a bit that we might find within this series is we'll see the best of 5 is going to be Arklov Peak. I believe that's what we're going to, I think, for the map 2 Search and Destroy. I think we saw this one in like our hardpoint rotation early on. It got removed. It stuck around for Search. What do you love about this for Search and Destroy?
I mean, when we talk about Dead Silence, the importance of this map, right, it's one of our larger maps in the rotation. Right? When you save that Dead Silence, that is when you make the play, especially on offense. There's one bomb site outside. That's the more popular one. You can push it. You can defend it with a sniper. You can use some smokes to counter that. But if you go towards that B site inside the house that we're looking at right now, that's when you can throw the opponents off guard. That's when you use that Dead Silence because you never know. They can always have it.
And I think Search and Destroy is going to be the biggest question mark here, just because that particular mode, I know they mentioned the desk, but we just haven't seen it, man. We've watched so much scrims. We see all these power rankings, but the power rankings seem to be more around respawn than anything, because most aren't even, they're not streaming their scrims. Like, we haven't seen anything with regards to Search and Destroy. But for Domination, I believe we're going to be heading to Hackney. And Dom, we haven't seen since, what, Ghost, when you talk about Call of Duty Esports. It's been a long time. It's going to play a bit differently within this game. Hackney are one of our smaller maps, just kind of bashing your head into these points and trying to make plays. It's going to be a thrilling one.
Yeah, when we get there, I think we'll sort of show the strengths and weaknesses to both sides, but you can't forget about the update that just came through, right? You can neutral the flags now. We'll get to that, but yeah, a lot of run and gunning on this map, a lot of MP5 submachine gun play that we're going to see throughout. So when you're focusing on players like Envoy and Scump, that is where we're going to focus Hackney Yard.
All right, well, Hackney Yard will be the third map within this best of 5, but to my understanding, they're just still resolving a couple issues on the stage for these two squads before we hop into this prolific matchup between Dallas and Chicago. So for now, Lottie, we'll get it right back down to you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Now, of course, we are waiting for this amazing matchup that's going to be happening very shortly behind us. But before we do, should we go into depth about what we're going to be seeing first up? We've got Hardpoint. It's in Azir Cave. Now, this one is a very interesting map. Of course, it's set in a very Modern Warfare tone. I love the look of this map, but can be super difficult in terms of rotations, especially through the cave. The cave has so many different openings, and you really have to watch those spawn traps. You really need to make sure that you guys have control of the spawns, you know where the rotations are going to be, and be ahead of the game. Nameless, how important is it for these guys to really grab a hold of that?
I mean, yeah, you definitely need to be ahead of the game, but, you know, even if you are getting that bad spawn, you can try to keep the other team off the hill. You're going to see a lot of teams try to do that this weekend in Hardpoint, a little bit different than the last few years. It's if you do have that bad spawn, just try to keep them off the hill and guarantee that next hill. There are some hills on this one, like hill number 3, that you can lock down and get a bunch of time. And if you do get a lead, just try to keep it contested.
Indeed. And TP, what are we going to see from these two teams on this game? Do you think this is going to be pretty close? Do you think Hardpoint is some of their strong points, and we're going to see a bit of a clash?
Yeah, I think Hardpoints is going to be both of these teams' extreme strong suits. The most interesting thing for me for both of these teams is how well they're going to use utility, such as smokes, to try and contest when they do have leads, and describe that situation pretty well. And then on rotation, that's when you're going to see your AR players, your main ARs, your post-up guys. That's going to be where you're racking up kills. You're holding like the middle cut at Cave. On those rotations, if they are able to rack up 2, 3, 4 before dying, that's when the stat lines get so out of whack. You hold the rotation for your team. That's how you can actually expand your lead on the map.
Indeed, and you know, from what I've seen on scrims, I have seen Formal time after time Azir Cave Hardpoint make some seriously GOAT plays in terms of their rotations. He's always ahead of the game. He knows where these spawns are coming. He knows that he has to move a little sooner, and he also knows when to give up the time. That is so important. It's better to give up that little bit of time if you know that you're just going to keep dying over and over again. They've got a great setup. Go and get that next rotation. Go and get that full time and set yourself up for the next hard point. How important is that going to be, bringing this to a game where these two teams are so level-headed?
So in this game so far, on most of the hardpoint maps, it is pretty difficult to break. So it's going to be up to these teams. There's going to be certain times when you're holding hills where you get a certain wave of kills and you're going to see multiple people spawn and just book it to the next hill. Yeah. If teams are able to hit those timings correctly, focus on those waves of kills, spawn the teammate out behind you on rotation, that's going to be the most crucial part. And especially when you're limited to your smoke grenades and your frags, I'm very interested to see which teams stick out throughout the weekend of how well they're using utilities and how many throwable kills they're actually getting.
Yeah, I mean, utility is going to be everything. You know, you spawn pretty close to the hill, so, you know, when a team is locking down a hill, you have to use your smokes correctly. You have to smoke off that cut and get through and contest, because, you know, like we just said, when it comes down to it, if you do have a lead, just try to keep them off it and set up for that new hill.
Well, let's see if they can hit any of this incredible advice from our experts to my left while we throw up to our amazing casters who are going to take the first game of CDL away for us.
All right, I think we're about ready to go. This one, man. Yes, yeah, we can get some clapping going. I know we've been waiting. I know we're ready to rock with this match. And God, I'm excited. This venue, the fans in attendance. We're here in Minnesota. It's cold outside, but man, there is a fire lighting up within this venue to see these two teams go at it. And Joe, I just need you to tell me. I know coming in, Dallas has got to be the favorite.
I mean, Chicago is based on, I mean, Krim said it in one of the pregame interviews, right? So it's sort of, they've been streaming all their scrims. We've been watching. So, I mean, Chicago has gotten a lot better. They're playing teams like Atlanta very tough. These two have not faced each other in a long time. They knew this was that opening match.
We're going to game, baby. It is time. Map 1 loading in. Azir Cave, hardpoint to start things off. Oh boy, Joe. You just feel between these two squads so much desperation, so much passion to destroy the other. But the Call of Duty League, it all starts right now. And you couldn't ask for better faces on the stage to kick this thing off. Right into it we go, and I'm just gonna give you guys a heads up as we go into this. We are gonna have the most features that I've ever seen in a spectator mode, a broadcaster mode in Call of Duty. So for the first couple of series, we're gonna be showing off a lot of features, a lot of static cams, an aerial cam, a lot of things you guys have never seen before. We got the photos of the game finally, Joe. You can see the players at the top. There's a lot of new toys to show off, the jerseys as well.
You just keep going. Go ahead.
There's so many features, Joe.
Yeah, there's a lot that we're going to be getting into, but I mean, just early on in this game, Dallas with a nice start. Obviously, the first hill and hard points usually very contest heavy. No different here towards this town center, and really that focus is going to be on that bottom right side of the map. That's where we're going to rotate to. That's where that second hill is.
So if you're talking about this first hard point, you're trying to obviously contest, get as much time as you can if you're the Huntsman, but another big focus, getting control of that right side of the map.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're going to see on the bottom right all of Chicago going all the way around. I believe that's going to be Scump. He's towards that back cave, going to start to work his way in. He's got Formal. Arcity is looking over him, and this is a nice start right now on this rotation for Chicago. But Dallas, they're right behind him.
And we'll be touching on stats throughout the course of the map, but just starting out strong is Hook. He's already got 7 kills on the board, leading everybody throughout this show. You thought he was going to be a guy that was absolutely going to go off, but now into our second hard point. We'll get right to Envoy's POV as he's trying to lock it down and soak up as much time as he can. And when I watched the Huntsman scrim, I heard them battle for weeks about this particular hard point, how you break, how you set up, how you deal with it, because it is not easy. And smokes, as you see on your map, a big part of how you can try and get in, hold the angle.
Yeah, we're seeing how difficult it is right now from Dallas's point of view to get in there. They're just trying to flood through behind that smoke, through that middle tunnel. But Scump, Gunless, Envoy, they all respond with kills of their own. And well, they're able to respond with 34 seconds of hill time. But now we're going to our next rotation. There's 12 seconds left. The Dallas Empire focus on field. That bottom middle side of your mini map. And this is where they're starting to get set up.
So considering the opening spawns, like the sides you started on for this game, you got to feel pretty good about Huntsman, right? That they're able to take an early lead?
Yeah, absolutely. But you can already see Grim, he's going to get 4 kills in a row. You can see this setup. They're trying to trap Chicago inside of this cave, and that's exactly what they're doing.
C6 now with 5 in a row. We'll stick with his POV and see if he can keep this streak going as he's starting to dominate. The revenge tour starts now, but the caster curse comes into play. As soon as he gets set up, he's going to get dropped as the flood comes on in, but the battle going down at field. Now to Formal's POV to see if he can lock down top. Broken, bit of a drop shot there as he picks up the kill. 4 going to go down for Dallas Empire. At the time, soaked up by the Huntsman.
Yeah, I mean, this is 20 seconds of scrap time. That's going to continue the lead for Chicago. But again, with 20 seconds, Dallas is already thinking 1 step ahead. They're going to focus now on towards that west side of the cave, the top left, and they're already set up. Scup now trying to work towards this well, just going to take his time. There's no need to put too much pressure on, but as 2 go down, here comes the push from Chicago towards the front side of the hill.
Back in the cave we go. Shotzzy now. Doing what he can, teammates looking over him. 4 gonna drop for Huntsman and time to soak up a ton of time. Now for Empire as they look to retake the lead, and just like that, Empire gonna go back out in front. Smokes in as Huntsman try to get through, but you see that kill feed on the left side of the map. It has been lighting up blue. It's been all Empire as they got the early rotation, and you kind of saw that tutorial video for Hardpoint. You heard the devs talk about how big it is to get set up early, but what do you think is like the biggest difference between Hardpoint this year versus previous years? Because I think that's been the biggest skill gap early, is just learning to adapt to the new play style.
It's almost like you have to play 2 hardpoints ahead. I think the Des touched on it briefly, but it is so difficult to break some of these hills, especially on cave. And you saw that. So Chicago, they already know what they have to do. They're giving up this scrap time. Now we're going to go to our final hill of this first rotation. It's going to be towards the bottom right. It's going to be that cliff hill. And, well, Dallas, it's not the worst thing to break it from the front, but you have the advantage right now for Chicago.
Well, the scrims we've watched, what's been maybe like the biggest point of contention for this particular Hardpoint stood out the most to you?
Well, I mean, if you can push through the front and get control of the hill, you can spawn your opponent so deep, wide right, and then after that, you can chain 2 hills together. You go back to town center, and you can gain such a big lead.
And that's maybe a difference, though, between this title and previous Hardpoints. Like the ability to, like, almost like, okay, you have that good spawn in the back. You have the closer spawn to get to the Hardpoint. That's fine. We're going to pin you there and try to fight into the Hardpoint. But so far, it's been Huntsman that have been able to do it. Yet another lead change is Huntsman going to go back out in front. As we'll hop on with Collect.
And that's what we've been talking about. Because it's so difficult to break at times, you have to be able to respond with a hold of your own. And we know how close these 2 teams are. It's going to come down to 1 or 2 plays. Who's going to make that mistake? But that's going to be it for the first rotation. We're going back to Town Center. Just to update you guys, on Dallas, you have Hook and Krim who are really leading the way. On the other side, it's Gunless and Arcitys.
Yeah, Arcitys 15-8 right now, sitting around double positive. Also soaking up 40 seconds inside of the Hardpoint. But our first set of rotations now going to be in the books, and it's a 15-point advantage for Huntsman. We'll get into our second set of rotations, so right back into this town center as everyone vies for control of mid-map. Lining them up is Formal and Scump. They'll take down 3, they'll take down 5. The entire team wipes them out, and look how far out Dallas Empire is now spawning.
Yeah, Chicago just made such a good play. We talked about you have to be able to respond. This is going to be 2 hills in a row for Chicago, potentially 3rd. Hook right now trying to fight his way through that cave, but all of Chicago spawning on the right side of the map for hill number 2.
And they just did one of those things that we haven't seen that often since the switch from 4v4 to 5v5. Like, get a clean 5 down. That's one of the few times we've seen you able to spawn people out deep and really get control.
Yeah, but Shotzzy right now on the Dallas Empire is trying to make the play. He's already inside Cave East, inside that second hill. One player, who is that? That's going to be Arcitys. Well, that player's right behind him. And you can see what happens. Dallas ends up flipping the spawns for hill number 2. A heads-up play out of Shotzzy.
Yeah, he was just outside of the static cam. He was basically laying prone right outside of the outpost. Pops up, gets the kill. Arcitys doesn't suspect him, and Shotzzy able to get in. So right when we thought it might be Huntsman running away with it, it's Empire again that make the run. And this is what we expected between what we expect to be 2 of the top 3 teams in the game. A battle on map 1.
And again, on the Dallas side, it's Krim. He was just on another force free. He's 24-18. Shotzzy doing the objective work with already almost 2 minutes on the hill. But here comes Chicago starting to get pushed up. And if you get pushed up on this hill towards the front side through the hill, you can spawn them towards that back tunnel. And if you can get set up for field, you have them there stuck.
see if they can do it with 10 seconds now remaining on the hard point. It's Empire that'll pick up the remaining time. But if you take a look at the rotation, you kind of see it there on X-Ray. We'll focus out the field. RCD's already going to be set up in the hard point. Trophy out as they'll look to add on to this lead. You thought for a second they were going to pull it away. They got up 20 to 30 points, and things sort of collapsed from there. Now a chance to make another run. It's Formal trying to control mid-map in yellow. Arcides now going to push out and watch the backside push.
Yeah, I love this play from Arcides. He knows that they could go all the way around Cave, and that's exactly what Shotzzy did. And because Shotzzy did that, he spawns Dallas Empire right where they want to be. They're trying to push through this broken side. They have a pinch coming through Illy, but well, it looks like they are going to get on this hill. And then again, the break starts with Shotzzy. That's two big impact plays from him.
I thought Arcides did enough work. We kind of saw him shift that focus towards like a back wall push, and he got 2 kills. But right after he drops, the dominoes go the way of Empire, and they're able to get in.
And this now has to be a great hill for Dallas. You know, Chicago's going to get the final 10 seconds here. You have the rotation. They're going to be close to 200 points, locking up very close to that first map win. So for Dallas here at this 4th Hill Cave West, this has to be one to bring them back.
Well, they'll have their early control. How much success can they find? Placer holding the angle, takes the gunfight, gets some damage into Envoy. But now the smoke comes in. You can see how crucial that is to cut off that line of sight, but it doesn't matter. They already picked up 4. As I say that, though, Huntsman, find a couple of picks. Is that going to be enough to get into the point? So far, they haven't been able to find the opening, and you can see just based on the minimap how tiny these chokes are. These 2 little bits in cave that they're trying to get through. And you saw the POV from Placer, just the angle taking hold with those power ARs. As Empire, they're doing the work. They're making Huntsman pay. And what seems like the 40th lead change may be in the works.
Yeah, but again, the 20 seconds by Arcides. Him and Scump are able to find 3 kills in a row, and now they're set up for the 5th hill towards Cliffside. This is exactly what they wanted to do. So they're able to contest. They take 20 seconds off the clock of Dallas Empire, and now you have this setup which they did so well that first rotation.
This might be the most important part of the match right now if Empire can break, because Huntsmen are going to be close to putting this out of reach. They have the ability to win the game here, but obviously it's going to be very tight. They need to soak up almost every second. Formal, though, stun out. Simtex out, trying to hold the bridge push on the backside. That's going to be 4 that are going to fall for Empire. They're still going to be inside. The spawns now coming in from Empire's towards mid-map as they continue to try and flood. They were able to clear them out of back yellow. Now a chance for a pinch. As Huntsmen are coming off spawn, there's an opening there for Hook to get in. Hook might be the one that can make the play as his teammates follow it up. It's just not quite enough. The close spawn and reinforcements are there from Huntsmen. And with 23 seconds on the clock, they can still win it here, Joe.
Yeah, they're trying to get in. They have to contest. They have to contest a minimum 5 seconds. Nice couple of nades coming through. You see the wall bang comes through. Can they do it? Arcides is on a 5 spree right now, and they did it. So we're going to go back to the 1st hill. This is exactly what Dallas wants. And, well, who is really the key for the Huntsmen throughout that middle of the game to give them the lead? It's Formal, who's now 30 and 23.
They still need 3 more points to close it out. So into the 3rd set of rotations, right back to mid-map we go. It's Shotzzy, Clay, and the crew trying to lock it down towards yellow. Smokes out as they look for the break, but they've got to be perfect. They can't allow any break to come in, Joe.
Yeah, and Scump right now is really making the play. He's going on a big pinch. He's able to find 1. What else can he find? Scump trying to stay alive, able to find 2, and just like that, Chicago win map number 1.
And the crowd lets them know the Huntsmen come in with the big map 1 upset. We know all the talk in the months leading up to this. The 1-2 combo at the top of the power rankings for basically everyone, Dallas and Atlanta. But Chicago instantly come in, show they've come to play, and what a balanced effort it was across the board. I think everybody on Huntsman was right between like 30 and 32 kills. Like, it was incredibly balanced.
Yeah, you had 4 players from Chicago who all stepped up, had over 30 kills, and that's what we thought this team could do. They could just have so much teamwork, such a balanced team effort out of it.
Well, instantly on the back foot, what many consider to be the top team in the game, down 0-1 is Dallas. They'll have to fire back and search and destroy after this quick break.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
That's it, and it's all good.
All right, we'll get right back into it. It's Huntsmen that are able to take the first map. Scump fired up instantly, letting the fans know, and more importantly, letting the other side of the stage know. But are you surprised to see them come and take the map one?
I don't think I'm too surprised, right? I think we know how closely these two teams were matched up, and it just came down to a couple of plays, right? There was a setup where Dallas has to be able to find those last 20 seconds or so, and that's really the difference maker. There was a lot of scrap time early on for Chicago that they were able to find. Dallas just got to be a little bit tighter on those setups, and that's what we talked about, just trading blows back and forth.
So now, though, this gets like I guess a little bit scary for Dallas, because I guess usually when we think of upsets, a lot of times it comes through search and destroy, because especially early in the year, teams are familiar with play styles. You lose that map one. Now search is anyone's to take, in my opinion. Like, who the hell knows who's going to dominate here? I know the favorite. We think the better search team is going to be Empire, just based on some online results, and a lot of the young guys have been grinding. But who knows, man?
Yeah, I think this is the one advantage I gave Dallas was in search and destroy. Just early on, they were really setting the tone. They were dominating online. Hook, Shotzzy, Illy continue to grind online tournaments.
There's a tweet from them like every day, like 3v3 chat.
Yeah, like these guys, they know how important search and destroy is. So if there's one advantage I give them, it is in S&D. Like, we know the talent that Chicago has. So Respawn really didn't worry me that much. But as you said, this has to be a response. And we talked about it pregame. If you're going to lose map number one, a guy like Clay, he's going to get under you. He's going to get you energized for map number two. Don't worry about it. Just shake it off.
And I think this is going to be interesting, though, because just think of the mentality of these two teams coming in. I mean, if you are a Huntsman, for the most part, when you talk about the online practice, they didn't play the last couple of weeks because they knew they were going to be the first match at this, but they were getting smoked for the most part by them in the online scrims leading up to it. And if you're Dallas, you didn't lose much. I mean, here and there to Atlanta, but that's about it. Is it a bit of a shock when you come in and drop map one? Like, they got to respond, like you said, but it's got to be a bit of a punch to the face.
Yeah, it definitely is. But before we get into map number two, we have another CDL explainer for Search and Destroy.
Search and Destroy is a round-based game mode in which players only have one life per round. The first team to win 6 rounds wins the game. Each round puts one team on offense and the other on defense. The offense has a single bomb that they need to plant at one of the 2 bomb sites. Planting the bomb takes a full 5 seconds. Once it's planted, a 45-second countdown starts. If the timer hits 0, the bomb goes off, and the offense wins the round. Aside from detonating the bomb, the offense can also win the round by eliminating every member of the defense, even if the bomb's never planted. On the other side, the defense needs to make sure that the bomb never goes off. If the defense defuses the bomb, they instantly win, even if their opponents are still alive. Defusing the bomb takes 7.5 seconds. That means the defenders must manage their time wisely to give themselves enough time for a safe defuse. The defense also wins if they eliminate every player on the offense, or if time runs out before the bomb is planted. Since everyone only has 1 life per round, expect teams to move across the map slowly and methodically, using utility like smoke grenades to conceal their movements, and weapons like sniper rifles to pick off opponents from afar. Teams switch sides every round. The first team to win 6 rounds wins the game.
It is time for map 2 between Dallas and Chicago. We're going to search and destroy, and I believe Arclaw Peak is going to be our second map. What stands out for you, at least within that particular map for this pool?
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of snipers on this map, at least one on both sides, which everybody loves to watch.
It's terrifying, though. I mean, we played this a lot.
Yeah, this outer bomb site, man,
it's terrifying.
It's terrifying.
You see the light flash of a sniper, like, dear God. We've run into like 3 or 4 snipers here playing in tournaments. Like, I don't want to deal with that.
But one of the new things that we have this year, we saw on map number 1, it's a beautiful thing called a smoke grenade that we have, which is very effective against snipers and working up towards the map. And yeah, when
we missed you.
Yeah, when you're working both of these sites, you absolutely need to have them on offense. So really the question is, you heard Tifa talk about it, how many offensive strategies do both of these teams have?
Those jerseys look clean.
They look good, baby.
On the defensive side to kick things off, it'll be the Chicago Huntsmen. And offense, you see pushing out. We'll see the routes here through the aerial cam. Is Dallas Empire. You can see they're looking to work this A site, smokes out, snipes out. Who can make the play?
Yeah, this is the more popular bomb site on this map, especially without dead silence early on. Those are going to be loaded on up. So Shotzzy with the sniper just trying to see what he can find in this bunker. But you see the smokes that they're just trying to block the point of views of Chicago as they start to work up on the map. On the other side, it's going to be RC's with a sniper of his own.
First blood comes in, and Shotzzy is able to hit the snipe. Can Arcees do it on the other end? Can't quite get the angle, but he does get the pick with the nade. So that'll put us in to a 4v4 early in this one. Another smoke out as they try to work up this side. They're still committed.
It's going to look like Illy's going to try and plant behind this, and if they can get this bomb down, you can see Shotzzy immediately starts to back up. Well, the bomb's going to be planted. You saw in that explainer 7.5 seconds to defuse, but Shotzzy is going to be in such a good position. You have mid-map control as well for Dallas. It's going to be a tough retake here for Chicago.
They're starting to work the retake. They have the 3 versus 2, so they've got the edge in numbers. Well, just for a moment. RC starting to move up. Shotzzy with that power position you talked about. Snipe at the angle, watching the bomb. He gets vision. Sees the snipe angles there. Going to back down for now, but you saw Dead Silence gets popped. RC's going to try to make the play behind it. Silence tries to get the peek, but Shotzzy right between the eyes gets the shot. And Dallas Empire take round 1.
And as soon as that bomb goes down and they don't have strength in numbers, what you would like to see right there from Chicago is, you know they have a sniper in Shotzzy. He's going to back on up. You would love to see a smoke to retake that bomb site. If there's a smoke grenade on the Chicago side, they could smoke that bomb out. That forces the sniper to have to push on up with the pistol. That's exactly what they have to save later on in those retakes.
Well, it's going to be C6 that has the nice opening around 3-0 to kick things off. And
Yeah,
Shotzzy,
like 37 in map 1.
Yeah.
Like he went
Shotzzy
off.
with the other 2, and you saw the big snipe there. He hits 2 snipes in the round. Now, it looks like it's going to be a similar push out of the other side for Huntsman as they start to look for the opening. They've still got one watching mid-map, one towards the top side of the mini-map as well, looking for any kind of play behind Dead Silence, maybe looking for a quick opening flank, but with the first blood, it's Formal that finds the kill.
Yeah, as I say, watch that player in the top right. That's going to be Envoy. We're going to see what he's going to work on. You do have Illy, who's watching that side of the map for Dallas, but you have a lot of time to work with. As we said, you're going to wait for those Dead Silences to load on up, but it looks like Chicago, they're going to regroup as one player does go down to make it a 4 versus 4, and he starts to get pushed up.
Yeah, he uses Dead Silence and he makes the play. Going to catch him off guard. Formal's going to get dropped in the beam there from Hook as he takes 2 down with him. A 3v2 edge now for Dallas Empire as they look to hold it on defense and get the 2-round edge. Back over to Shotzzy's POV with the snipe. Just looking for an angle. Got eyes on Scump for just a moment.
Still some time to work with.
Ooh, he gave a haircut.
Envoy is going to go down. So now it's a 1 versus 3, brought down to a 1v2 for Scump.
You've seen the Twitter videos. You've seen the highlights. He's had his fair share of clutches early in this game. Does he have another one in him? 35 seconds now to work with. Has both players positioned now. So difficult to do.
And I like that from Shotzzy, right? Don't over-challenge, don't peek without your teammate. They're just playing for information, playing for time. He has to plant the bomb with at least 5 seconds left. He's looking for kills.
And it feels like Scump's gonna have the World Star 1 if he's gonna make this happen. Dances with death again is Shotzzy, but he stays up. The two youngsters trying to hold on for the edge within this game too. Scump now 7 seconds to work with. Nothing to do. Not enough time. Last player's not going to peek. They'll get away. And that's a second round to Empire. But I love, I guess, how that was played by the youngsters. I mean, I guess if you think you worry about them maybe on the main stage here for the CDL for the first time, maybe a blunder, some kind of miscommunication, they played it perfectly.
Yeah, I think Chicago, they get that first pick, and you could see they were starting to regroup. But during that process, they left the lane open, and that's when Hook was able to find those.
We'll take a quick glance at the stats. C6 still out to the great start. He's going to be 5-1 through 2 rounds.
Here's a big mid push from Dallas. This is what I was talking about. You know, you start towards A, but into that second round, offensive round, they're starting to go towards B. Nobody is there for Chicago. There's one player towards the mid tank. That's going to be Formal, and they've given up this bomb site. This is a little bit scary. Going to be a tough retake here for Chicago.
You're already down 2-0. And now you might give up an early plant. Here comes the wrap back, though. Formal gets in, Formal gets gone. It's going to be Hook holding the top, and there's the first blood advantage to Dallas early in this round as they continue to try and work the plan.
Yeah, and I like this from Dallas. They know they have the position. And yeah, the bomb's not down, but Chicago, they've given up so much of the map. You still have 3 players of Dallas towards middle, 2 inside this B site, just taking their time. They know Chicago has to come to them. And bombs being planted right now. So now 45 seconds to work with for Chicago. Envoy trying to stay alive, but he's going to get pushed.
And you can see how hard these gunfights are due to the early control from Empire. You have players peeking in from Huntsman trying to find an angle, but already set up is Dallas, and suddenly it's going to be Scump as the last man up yet again. Takes one with him, but only 25 seconds to work on the defuse. The 1v4 now to a 1v3. He'll get gunned and dropped, and it has been clean from Empire so far in Search and Destroy. And well, Joe, that's what you were expecting coming into this.
And again, you're seeing the advantages if you get the bomb down on offense. It's just difficult to do. The first time Dallas goes towards A, they get the plant. It's all set up for Shotzzy. Right there, they're planting it so that Chicago has to be peaked from top middle. Right, they're just taking the map away from Chicago. Great couple of offensive rounds from them.
Now, what can they do on the defensive end? But I think the bigger question is, can Huntsman get something going? Gunless yet to find a kill so far in this map too. Starts out 0-3. They want to go right back to that A push. But Shotzzy's getting aggressive on mid. I believe he's popped his dead silence and he is flying. So Shotzzy might be very quick to the flank or an angle mid-map to get some disruption. It is Arcades that's able to hit a snipe to open things up. Advantage early, at least going to be to Huntsman, but the trade's going back and forth. That mid-pressure from Shotzzy does turn into a kill.
Yeah, there was an early smoke towards this A site that Hoot just runs through. He's able to find one, but was quickly traded. So now it's a 3 versus 3. You have Illy on the other side of the map. All of mid-map is given to Dallas, but Chicago's just going to take the bomb site. Another retake situation. What can Dallas do this time a little bit differently?
They need to time this properly because you're waiting right now for Illy to work up on the flank. Try to find some kind of opening.
He's going to have 2 to deal with as well if we can go to Illy right now. What can Illy find? Absolutely nothing. The King is there locking it down. Now 1 versus 3 for Clay.
And Scump takes 2 down with him. Huntsman finally gives the crowd something to cheer about as they get their first round up. And was there a key moment maybe within that round 4 for you for Huntsman?
I mean, Dallas takes a risk, right? They try to go middle map heavy, and Chicago just responds with a lot of aggression towards A. They're able to take down Hook, who is that early defender, gives up that bomb site. But Illy's just trying to work up the flank very slow. That's nice teamwork from Chicago to realize we can back up towards our base, watch the bomb from afar. And they did just that.
Yeah, it's like he gets there 5 seconds earlier, maybe catches them before they're set up in a power position, but you saw how difficult that looked. You saw from the Huntsman POV, but not easy for Illy. Now Shotzzy, who made some noise with the snipe in the opening round of this Search and Destroy. Maybe potentially do it again here.
And look at the minimap if we can. Look what Chicago has to do because of the last offensive round that we saw out of Dallas. They have 4 players towards the B site, only 1 back A. That's those small adjustments. Gunless tries to get aggressive towards middle, gets taken down by Clay. And guess what? The A bomb site's opened up now from Dallas. And that's exactly what you want. Continue to move those offensive rounds around.
And the woes, unfortunately, for Gunless continue within this map, too. But now with the bomb planted for Empire, they've got the advantage in numbers as they'll look to hold. Illy's just going to play it prone right behind and kind of play bait as they try to push in. And one by one, Huntsman get chopped down. They might not find a kill in this round. Last guy's going to be RCC's trapped inside a hostile, and he will fall. Another dominant and clean round from Empire.
And look at this position from Hook. Once again, he finds the opening in the bunker. He's just waiting at that stone wall. Chicago, you got to come out sooner or later, right? He pushes up, able to find the last 3 kills of the round. Nice execution so far from Dallas.
Has it been kind of the execution, the aggression from
the
Empire
offensive,
map control?
Yeah, the offensive variations that we're seeing from Dallas. Chicago's trying to figure out how they can respond, and they just can't.
And I think on the desk, Teep was talking about the need for Huntsman to have that variation. It's Dallas that we're really seeing it from here, keeping them honest for sure. But we'll go to the aerial cam again just to see the break. And once again, looks to be aggressive out of Empire.
And here's a big mid push from Chicago. You are going to have 1 player. That's going to be Clayster. And look at how aggressive Illy is getting up this bunker. So he's just trying to get all the map control that he can. Scump's working up towards B. They're going to get this bomb down, but there's a lot happening elsewhere on the map. I think Illy ran right by someone. That was actually Arcity. So Arcity should have a free kill here soon.
They'll get set up in this site. We'll take a look at the gunfight for Crim6. Illy is able to get a kill.
Hey,
I thought he was going to get caught for sure. Yeah, we were watching an RPOV from the minimap just as he kind of made this big flank around. Caught in awkward timing, but it gave it an opening. Now only 25 seconds remaining on the bomb. Envoy going to be the man that has to make the play. He's going to pop dead silence. This is his chance to do it, but the defuse is already coming in. Envoy's going to get there. Is it going to be too late?
He thought it was the diffuser. He thought it was the diffuser, I think, and it wasn't. It was a different player inside. Dallas should have finished the defuse.
I thought he got him too, to be honest, for a second. I thought he got the kill on the diffuser, and he dips away, but yeah, that's just...
And we
he's just kind of guessing there, because he knows if he overstays his welcome, he's going to get picked, the round's going to be over.
When you're retaking, you want to smoke, right, to smoke the diffuse off. You see what happens. If Dallas doesn't have this smoke there, he hits the nade kill, probably gets the diffuser, able to get away with his life.
One more round, and Empire can tie us up at 1-1.
Gunless right now at 0-6 for Chicago. On the other side, it's Hook again.
Historically, he's been great in Search, man.
Yeah.
Like, he's been so good, so you got to wonder what's off of him right now within this map, too. First blood, once again, to Empire.
And that was Envoy just trying to get aggressive towards the top side of the map, but Clayster was ready for it. They had a very spread push. Number 1 is Hook. He's working up towards the middle of the map. If we can... Oh,
He was getting aggressive as well. So far, the first 2 to drop. Both players trying to get some kind of aggression. Now Gunless, yes, we can make some noises. Gunless gets his first kill for the Huntsman. But if he can get going, if you're going to come back down 1-5, you got to think it's going to be the back of Gunless getting something going. But those some clean shots from Illy with the M4 over the top of those power boxes at the A site.
And all he's doing is staying alive right now because his 2 teammates are trying to work the flank, and they're doing that wonderfully. Shotzi finds Formal. Now it's just down to 1. Is Gunless the last man up? Can he clutch a 1-on-3? No, he's not able to do so, and Dallas are going to tie the series up at 1-1.
What a performance there by Dallas within the Search and Destroy. It was never really in question. Clean from top to bottom, only drop around. What did you love?
I loved what they were doing on offense. Right away, they set the tone. Chicago were always trying to play catch-up, and when you're trying to play catch-up, that's when you're using dead silence at the wrong times. You're trying to make a play. And that's exactly what you don't want to do.
Well, you heard our thoughts on that map too, but let's get it down to the desk to hear from Teep and Nameless.
Thank you so much, guys. Incredible start to CDL. Let's just talk about what we just saw. It's a lot to take in. I was very, very excited about seeing some gameplay. I mean, starting off as a cave, hardpoint, I felt like it was so difficult for Dallas Empire to set anything up when Chicago were just breaking everything that they were doing. a scrappy time at the beginning from them, but then Chicago, they managed to get that first full hold in the second hill. Namus, talk to me about what you saw there. Any interesting things that were coming from both of these teams?
Yeah, I mean, they really dominated that soccer field hill. They were just racking up so many points, and then when it got to that last hill, on both rotations, they picked up a big chunk of time, and there was one significant time they were able to chain it into the first hill as well. So when you get a lead like that, you can just keep them off the hill. We were kind of talking about that in the last segment. You can just keep it white, keep it contested, keep them off that hill, and then close it out in the very end. And pretty much across the board, they all played fantastic.
Yeah, the biggest thing we need to note is holding that last hill into first is an easy rotation. Empire kept winning that cave hill and rotating over towards the fifth hard point. It's a trek all the way over there, right? The travel distance is just insane. So I think that's where just looking at the time alone on the rotation, Empire was kind of at a disadvantage. But Huntsman did really well to chain that time together. And then the one thing I want to note in terms of hill time too is the hill time was spread pretty evenly for the Huntsman. But in terms of the Dallas Empire, Shotzzy got so much time for them, 165 seconds. Who else is getting in the hill? You want someone like Shotzzy as aggressive as possible on the hill. It's a mistake to have that guy eating up all that time and not running at them over and over again.
And that's scary if that's going to be the case, because online he's been the guy who's been picking up 2 minutes of hill time every single map.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't translate over to land, it can be very scary. But it was an extremely close game, and RC's and Formal both went off. So maybe it'll change up on this game number 3.
I was very impressed with Shotzzy. He was really good in terms of his knowledge and his tactical gameplay there, fitting into his team nicely. His little sneaky play, hiding right by the hill, managing to kill that Huntsman in the hill, was nearly a potential game-saving moment for them. And unfortunately, it couldn't quite perform that way. But we're going to have a look at our US Army tactical play of the game and take a look at what they thought was the most incredible moment that we saw here. Now, here we go. We've got Gunless last alive right now, and we've also got Claysis. It's a 1v1 here, TP. In these moments, how hard is it to clutch up as a whole team?
Well, in that sort of situation, the Dallas Empire had so much map control early on, and that gives you information mostly. Huntsman was so uncomfortable on the map. Dallas Empire was throwing so many different looks on offenses, spreading the map out, sending multiple people at each site and each lane, and you have to give a lot of props for Shotzzy, with picking up the sniper kills. When you open up that lane, whether it be on A or the B side, it just kind of crumbles the setup, because one more extra player from the Huntsman has to rotate back to kind of cover that position, and that gives Empire so much control of whatever area of the map that they want to do. So we saw multiple times they get an early pick, use the smoke to creep up towards the A-bomb, plant that down, even planting over towards the B side as well. Great variation on offense for the Empire, and they just really took control of the entire map.
It was indeed. We're going to have a look at our game highlights right now and see exactly what had in store for the teams on the stage and what they managed to do up there. Some really, really impressive stuff here on S&D. I was very surprised to see RCT sniping over Formal though. Nameless, do you think that was a wrong decision for them?
Yeah, I mean, in this Search and Destroy, it was cool to see, Empire switching up like Teep was just talking about. And when you build an early lead like that, it gives you sort of that privilege to be able to try different things out on the map and go towards B, because, you just dominated them at that A site. They're going to probably start to stack it. So, we saw Illy creep up to that bomb every single round with that smoke, get it down. And then we saw Hoop get more comfortable playing in the trench, and he started to pick up those 2 pieces. And that just allows it to be so much easier when you get that first blood to win those rounds. And Shotzzy off the bat, I believe that they were actually down in numbers, and he had that sniper, and he was able to just pick all of them off before they can defuse it.
Big thing to note, too, moving forward with the Huntsman. I know it's just one map. Maybe it's just that setup on that particular map, but RCT's sniping over Formal? I don't know. It's an interesting note. Formal is one of the most prolific snipers that we have in Call of Duty. I wonder who sort of made that decision, whether maybe it's map specific. It's interesting to note.
I'd have Formal snipe.
I'd have Formal snipe too. But
I know. I mean, I question that myself. It's an interesting one. I don't think he performed really well on the sniper, but we also saw Sim. He also carried a sniper at previous points in CBL, and it was interesting to see how they were all switching up their different roles on their rosters. So we'll see if that continues as we go forward with the tournament. We'll see if there's any switch-ups there. But I want to talk about your personal highlights and who you're going to be looking at. Who was really impressing you here, TP?
So Ant and I sort of agreed talking about this first couple maps that Illy's going to be the guy that needs to step up in the respawns. Just looking at the stat line on map number 1, I think it's a combination of my point from earlier where Shotzzy's sitting in the hill for so long and Illy's being put in these situations where he has to be the aggressor, the intro person over and over and over again. That doesn't really allow someone to get in their comfort zone, and putting up a stat line like a 0.6 KD on a hard point for your first LAN match isn't really what you're going for. So.
Nameless, I've got to ask you your personal highlight. Who did you have your eyes on? Who were you impressed with?
Yeah, I mean, it was Ilya. I wanted to see him, step it up in that game too, and he did. He was playing that role, getting over to the bomb and planning it. But I think Arstees on that game 1 was incredible. He was dominating them. He went like 32 and 19. And it's not easy to outshine the players that he teams with. He teams with some super slayers on this squad, and he just played so good from top to bottom. I'm excited to watch him throughout the rest of the series.
Me too. I think that makes all 3 of us up here. Well, we're going to head over back to our game now. I want to see what's in store for map 3. Heading over to the casters.
Thank you, Lottie. We're all tied up, 1 apiece. Maybe not going as expected, but one that seems like it might go down to the wire. So the top teams coming in.
Respawns we thought were pretty 50-50 between these two teams, and maybe you give a slight advantage. But what I was thinking was that Dallas was going to be that good at search and destroy, and that's exactly what we saw. They were comfortable.
Very, very comfortable. But now Dom, we haven't seen it for a long time. It has been one of our game modes. We've had uplink, we've had CTF, we had control last year. We've had a variation within that map, within that mode. Now we go to Dom. Early on, I guess, what have been your thoughts about what you've seen from teams just in scrims on this particular mode?
On domination, there is obviously we're going to have 2 halves, 6 minutes both sides. There is clearly a preferred side, right? We're going to Hackney Yard. Right away, it's A and B, and we'll get to that. And because you have 2 halves, when you're spawning towards that C side, you're immediately going to want to try and flip. I mean, you're immediately going to want to try to get towards A, get the spawn that you want, and then work your way towards that B flag. All these teams, I'm sure, have been saving a couple of pushes, and I'm excited to see that.
I am too. And thinking back to Ghost, though, has there been anything that's been really different to you kind of about domination, or that you've seen within the scrims for this particular tournament?
Well, I mean, obviously we could talk about online scrims, but obviously some things changed coming into this weekend. Now with the neutral flag, we'll see how teams play.
That's right. That just got changed a couple days ago, so that's going to add some diversity, I would think.
Yeah, so now maybe you have 1 or 2 pushes towards a B flag while it's neutral. You don't have to try to cap the flag as fast as possible. It just comes down to those couple of key pushes, similar to what we see in Hardpoint.
We'll wait for the players to get jumped into the Dom. We're going to be going to Hackney Yard, and it's been, I guess it's been interesting for this particular map because, well, when we saw this title at first, remember when we played like way back in the beta, we're thinking, oh, it's going to be a little bit slower paced, maybe back to more kind of old school like we expected,
Warfare, right?
And then once we actually hopped in and saw them playing Dom and some of the hard points, like it's insane, like the pace at which this game is played, and that's partially due to the fact that they're playing in 5 versus 5 now within the professional side of things. But Hackney Yard's one that's just, it is fast, it is furious, maybe slows down a little bit for Dom, but it's going to be entertaining, that's for sure.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we've heard some rumors on some maps that some teams are running 5 submachine guns or 5 MP5s.
What one you can do it here
on Hackney, right? I think there's a lot of power positions for those M4 or assault rifle players. You have all those brick walls. You have top green. You have top balcony, top tire shop. There's a lot of different angles that you can work and really catch a lot of these MP5 players running around. But we'll see what each team wants to do. I mean, maybe it's something as well where you're switching it up depending on the setup that you have. If you have AB, maybe you switch to multiple assault rifles.
I don't know how I feel for these two squads. Like, who's gonna take this? What's our map 5? Is it Piccadilly?
Piccadilly.
Which, just thinking of the lead up into this, we've seen almost none of, at least with the teams practicing against each other. There's been a handful that have played it, but not many. But I'm being told the game is ready to go. We're going to get right into domination, see who can take the swing game, who can take the 2-1 edge within this best of 5. The first respawn goes the way of Huntsman. We'll see if they can assert their dominance once again in domination. You have any key players to watch within this mapping mode?
I think I look at Envoy for Chicago, right? We talk about some machine gun players, and I think he's just so intelligent. He knows the exact plays to do so many times, and we've watched them online. It's been interesting to watch them because he's been more vocal than what we've thought. And then on the side of Dallas, I do think Illy does need to play at a bit of a higher level. Him, Hook, and Shotzi should be dominant on Hackney.
All right, just looking to get this one started. Dallas, Chicago, domination, Hackney Yard, as they'll fight it out for the 2-1 edge. As we'll take a look through the map, but just, you think it's coming from our club, you just cut the map in half. I mean, just size-wise, this is going to be so much smaller, and with the spawn system, how it works, how quickly you're going to be able to get to these points. But you kind of talked a little bit, now that we're taking a look at the map, you talked about the fact that it's AB preferred for that 2-cap control. Why is that?
Yeah, so one of the big reasons is when you have A side, you have the big window to throw grenades in over towards the B flag, right? It's just so much easier to defend. You spawn a little bit closer. The C side, you can get put into some tough spawn situations, but here we go, map number 3.
As Scup just flying right into top L, looking for any early pressure through the mid steps. Right into B is going to go Empire. They're going to be spawning on that A side, so you think they've got the early edge. So if Chicago is able to get some sort of early break, some sort of early flip, that is massive. But so far, at least on that opening push, it's Dallas that's able to hold on and get B control. Yeah,
but it was Clayster who actually went into a very interesting spot towards that top break, but you do have one player working all the way around. That's going to be Gunless. Does work his way towards A. He's going to have to win a gunfight or two if they want to try to cap this flag. He is going to neutral it. That's a great play. You see him hop off of it as Crim's fighting towards the middle of the map, but Gunless still alive towards A.
And Gunless is going to stay up. He's actually going to take a second with him. And now you see the flip is coming already for Huntsman. We talked about the AB preference. Already there with the flip. Huntsman going to get that locked down. Now try to fight towards B. I mean, even though you have A side, you still have to get B done. So it's like step 1 is done. Now we focus on step 2. The pressure in towards that B side is Gunless and Envoy. Start to fly on through. Set up at the Vandal be Gunless. Support coming in from Formal. 3. Gonna drop from the Dallas Empire, and now the point starting to build. This is great from Huntsman early, considering the side they started on.
Yeah, I mean, you already saw sort of the importance of neutraling flags, because Gunless, if he has to sit there for 5 more seconds without hopping off it and winning a couple of gunfights towards A, he probably goes down, and the setup doesn't flip. So a great play from Gunless, making up for that map 2 performance. Form line your screen, able to find a couple of kills. Now what can Dallas do to try to flip these spawns or at least get some B control?
They're trying to do it, but Huntsman continue to hold on. Watching this half wall side of the map is Arcides, and that's been one thing that's been stellar from him, because we think about his gameplay over the past couple of years. It's AR, AR, AR. We've seen a lot of the MP5 just due to the strength within this game, and Arcides has been absolutely disgusting with it. But like we saw Gunless break towards A for Huntsman this time, it's a chance for Illy and Empire to do it, but they're going to get shut down.
Yeah, I think he gets a neutral off, but that was it. So as you can see in the kill feed, 4 in a row, and they're starting to work towards C. They may hop off this. It looks like he's going to go for the full cap right away. As Envoy, can he finish it? He does. The 3 cap is in for Chicago.
So it's big now if you're at home to kind of watch this mini-map and see where those blue arrows are spawning. Where are they going to prioritize to try and get the break? Because they've got to pick a side. Right now, absolutely punished by this 3 cap from Huntsman. It's an 11-4 start from Formal that is going off for the green side. 5 down yet again. Dallas dropping like flies. Chicago taking over. Formal with the multi-kill as the 3 cap continues. Finally, something in the kill feed for Illy and Dallas as they'll look to get C back, but there's still a presence here from Huntsman.
Yeah, Envoy is still there, just trying to stay alive. Hook's trying to hunt him down. Finally, they should be able to get C, but what a hold from that 3 cap for Chicago. Now a 30-point lead.
Exactly, you can see the swing, and 30 points is massive, because when you talk about like how many points you're able to earn over the course of like a minute, it's what, a full minute of a 3 caps with 36 points. If you have a 2-1 edge, you're closing the gap by like only 12 points. So that is a massive lead for this point within the first half.
Yeah, so if you hold 2 flags, it's 12 points per minute, right? So now already that we're at 34, Dallas has to hold a 2 flag setup for a minimum of 3 minutes to get themselves back into this game.
Well, before we talk about how long they need to hold it, they need to get it. Right now, they have just been throttled trying to get towards B. You can see how back, they're almost playing scared in the sense of they're worried about the aggression from Huntsman to try and bring the 3 cap again. They're waiting for their teammates to come off spawn, and we should kind of mention that too. One of the key differences here, maybe if you're a new viewer, when we talk about time to spawn in, you almost have to value your life a bit more in domination, because what, you've got 5 seconds that you're waiting to respawn in versus something like Hardpoint, which is significantly less. You got to value your life as Formal continues to light it up. Now 6 in a row, out to 19-5. Can Formal keep it going as he locks down B? Will hop out to the static cam as he's going to fly into top L. Look to keep the streak going. Here's footsteps below him as he looks to hunt. Shotzzy within bottom L, I believe, has dead silence pop, so he's going to make this as difficult as he can for Formal.
I mean, you just look at the slaying right now.
Formal wins it.
Yeah, Formal wins another one, but the slaying, Formal is quadruple positive. He is 20-5, 7 in a row. Everybody on the Huntsman close to double positive. Scump is 6-5. He's just been hanging out on the side of Dallas. This is what we were worried about. How are they going to play on land? And right now, all of them struggling in this domination.
Getting torched. I mean,
They're getting dominated.
You mentioned quad positive from Formal. You're all sitting around double to triple negative on the Empire side. They've got nothing going. And this brings us back to the opening of this game. They had that preferred spawn to start. They spawned towards A and had the early 2-cap. But within, what, a minute? Basically, the pressure from Huntsman just too much. The lead now up to over 55, down again for Dallas as Huntsman continue to apply the pressure with 45 seconds remaining and a chance to expand upon this lead.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Dallas, you want to get something here through this
something,
lag.
anything.
You want to get something going, but I mean, just look at the kill feed. It is green after green, 5 down after 5 down.
So you knew that there was a chance for Chicago to come and take it within the hard point, but you couldn't have expected this dominance. Is now Formal is up to 10 in a row. Finally, he's going to fall, but what a stretch it was from Formal, and what an effort from Huntsman as this game, you can't call it over, but they have blown the doors off at Empire, getting embarrassed in map 3.
This is just not what we expected, right? A lot of people, you saw the power rankings from Nameless, had Dallas at #1, but Chicago making a statement there in that first half.
They're up 60 after a half. Joe, so just for those at home, we've got 6 minutes second half. How long would you have to control a 2-cap to come back from
5 minutes.
60? Yeah, so basically the entire goddamn half.
I mean, we did see Chicago. They were able to hold a 3-cap. The problem is, I mean, you see Dallas is spawning towards the C side, and if they get trapped in there once again for a minute or two, it could be all but over.
They have to do exactly what Huntsman did, right? Like, they need to get an early break towards A. They have to lock down B and kind of run away with it. But they basically have to play the exact opposite of how they did the first half. And I don't know how you switch gears that quickly within a map. Maybe Hype Man Clayster gets them playing correctly.
Yeah, Dallas right now, they're really pushing towards the middle of the map. There's 4 of them working towards A. Chicago, they're going to have an early A-B setup with it. Can the kills go the way of Dallas? The answer is no. Envoy, Arseny's gunless. That's 5 down once again. Setting the tempo here is Chicago.
Clayster just trying to hold the sneaky position. Now looking in with the Simtex. They're going to get 4 kills. This is the chance to push through.
They're at A.
Hopping onto A is going to be Illy, who's trying to make the play across the map. They're going to be neutral on both sides of it, but they at least got the flip they want. They're not going to be able to quite get into B, though, as the kills are going to come in for Huntsman.
Yeah, this is great from Chicago. I mean, you really stop this setup. Every second, every point that they get with this 2-cap just puts more pressure on Dallas. It is difficult to hold C and B, but they have so much mid-map control. They have so much control inside of this warehouse. Gunless able to find 2. Woo! Nice little snap from him as he continues to go off. Remember, Gunless was the guy to make the play to make this possible.
Early in that side 1, and I think it's a big rebound from him. He had, what, 1 kill in the search and destroy, and they got smoked.
Was not a lot.
Nice bounce back game from him.
The 3-cap about to come in from Dallas. This is their opportunity. How long can they hold this for? The answer is not very long. Not long at all.
They'll have the 2. But they're going to need to lock down 3 for so long. I think what's been a conversation within the community and on the desk and with us is there's going to be times where it becomes mathematically impossible for teams to come back just due to the nature of how the scoring and the halves work. And we're not far from getting to that point, but maybe Hook with plays like that can give them some life. But every second that ticks by, it's scarier and scarier that you're putting yourself in a position where you can't win the game.
Yeah, Dallas still has A control. And neutral towards B. I mean, Huntsman has nothing right now. This is exactly what Dallas wants, but there's the 3 kills towards A. Chicago. This should be their flag, unless Hook and Illy can make the plays. There comes the neutral. He's able to get in there. And he does. He finds a nice rake. Can he find #2? He does. Here we go, Dallas. A chance for them to respond.
But they're still going to need a 3-cap at some point throughout this, and it's going to need to be for an extended point of time, because even though it seems like they're making the plays, they're clutching up, they're getting the 2-cap, they're still trailing by 50 points. Like, they just haven't been able to chip away at this lead enough. Well, okay, the MP5 is ludicrous.
Yeah, you can do it all with this. Yeah. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, look like a sniper rifle there as he gets the kill at range.
But Dallas is starting to go towards C. Chicago is giving up C. They're going to start to work towards A. There's a 4-man push coming through. One player trying to work his way back from Dallas, not able to do so.
Now this is where sometimes you get punished. You go for that 3 cap, and it ends up turning on you.
Yeah.
It ends up turning on you completely. Like you go for the 3, and you might end up losing your home flag and B. As B will now be neutral, A will now be neutral. What looked good for a moment for Empire now flipped on its head as Huntsman get back in control of A, and you've still got Formal inside of B. Takes 2 down with them, but finally Hook there for the trade. 2.5 minutes to go in the half.
And we got to talk about it. We talked about some of the young guns on the side of Dallas Empire. Shotzzy right now, 6-29.
Now, are you shocked to see that in the sense of, okay, if this was his first time competing at a professional level, I would kind of understand maybe the nerves getting to you a little bit, struggling on this stage, but he has big-time performances on the main stage in world tournaments in console esports. So
I did not expect this. Not a performance like this.
6-30.
I mean, look, you look at the game 1, it was very back and forth. There was a couple of, of differences, especially in the kill category, but not domination this way.
And on the other side of it, it was Formal. I think we talked about all in the early going as he went on that 10 streak. He's still sitting double positive, but gunless. What a map from him as well. 33-14 now from him.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance for Dallas. Here comes a 3 cap in. If they're able to get B, not able to do so. Scump and Gunless know that. They're going to get right towards that B flag. And with a 50-point lead with 90 seconds left, there has to be a full 3 cap for a long time for Dallas to get back in this.
And it doesn't look like that's going to be the case as B goes to Chicago, A goes to Chicago. The hopes and dreams of this map look to be going to Chicago as they will get closer to taking both respawns in this as our cities with the Empire, with the MP5, with the heat as he takes 3 down with him.
And it's impressive for him to do this with an MP5, right? We're just so used to him being one of the best assault rifle players in the world, but he's got Formal on his team. So he's going to be that guy who's running flex. He's going to be running the MP5 when they need a 4th one, and he's doing such a great job here.
Nice position from Clay to try and neutral B, but it's just too little too late. As Huntsman close to eclipsing the 200-point mark with just over a half minute to go. Just like Dallas dominated the search, it's domination in the domination for Huntsman. They just take over in the respawn. This time they don't have to do it in the clutch moments. It doesn't come down to late game big plays. It was done in the opening moments. Gunless set the tempo. Formal backed it up with the 10 spree, and Empire get just destroyed in this map 3. Huntsman looking strong, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, it was similar to map number 1, where when Chicago holds a hill, they have to be able to respond, and right away, Chicago, they put those spawns. You see some extra love coming in.
Yeah, might be shooting bodies. You never knew. You never want to do it on the main stage, but Huntsman.
They don't care.
They're feeling good. I think for Huntsman, like, you just hear it. You hear it all. These past 3-4 months, I was talking to Formal. He's like, I've heard the analysis. I've seen the power rankings.
Yeah.
I hear you guys chirping that we're not in that upper echelon. We're not in that top 2. We're in that list with everybody else. They're proving a point, and they're doing one hell of a job with it within these first 3 maps.
They absolutely are. Great job by Chicago in those respawns. We'll see if Dallas can win one here in map number 4. But before we get into that map, we're headed to a quick break.
Welcome back. Chicago controlling the series thus far. Game 1, Game 3. They take the respawn. Now we'll head back to a respawn this hardpoint Game 4. We're going to Gunrunner, which I think for a lot of the kind of like every map and mode combo seems to be the favorite kind of the community, favorite of the players. So this is one we expect people to be very strong. And when you and I first hopped into some of the Chicago scrims, I think they were playing Atlanta. They looked really poor on some maps in that particular matchup, but when they got to Gunrunner, they looked really, really good for us. So I think that's what might spell disaster here for Empire.
I mean, when you look at the respawns, they've been looking really, really good for us as well. So you have to feel confident if you are Chicago. They're doing so well right now, but Dallas, I mean, it's time to step up or, well, you lose your first match.
Yeah, and obviously there's a very, very long season ahead of us. There's a lot of Call of Duty to be played, but there's a lot of trash talk coming into this. All this stuff about C6, Crim6, and his revenge tour, everything about how strong Dallas was going to be, and they have not been that so far, at least in the respawns. But I do want to take a look at the overall stats. You can see how lopsided it was. You know, we were calling out some of the key stats for you throughout the course of that map, but I want to look at just the leaderboard and how this broke down because it was unbelievable. You have an average KD of nearly 1.5. Like, that's just ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Like, you're not going to lose respawns ever if that's the case. You're plus 40. We don't talk about that 50. Many times a year.
50.
Plus 50. My math is great, Joe. Thank you for that.
I got you. I'll pick it up.
Thank you. Thank you.
50. And yeah, I mean, it was Gunless. It was everyone, right? I mean, it was just like we saw in map number 1. Such a balanced effort from them all.
Well, if you're at home taking notes, maybe learning to be a better player, don't get outslayed by 50. You're not going to win many maps like that. But we're getting ready to hop in now to map 4. Gunrunner will be the map. Why do you think this is one of the kind of fan favorites, player favorites?
I just think that it plays beautifully in so many of the different game modes, right? It looks great. I mean, sort of has like a 3-lane element to it. There's obviously a lot of little ways you can get through the map, but I think it's just such a fun-sized map.
I feel like every year has that one map that kind of fits for all game modes. It's like the strong map that everybody enjoys when you look back over the years, and this one seems to be Gunrunner. Both teams, plenty of preparation within this mode in map. We've seen so much from either side going into it. But now, Empire, they got to get some life. And I mean, I have to be on Shotzzy. Shotzzy got smoked. At one point, he was 6-30. And I don't know if there's something going on with him on the stage. I mean, maybe for all I know, he's having some issues with his personal controller.
Well, when you're getting 3-capped, as long as you are, it is tough to
Well, you're running into people playing from power positions at all times, right?
Yeah, exactly that. But, I mean, if you are Dallas, you have the preferred side to start on this hard point. Really, the 2 hills that we're going to focus on the most are going to be the second hill and the last one, Depot and Warehouse. Those are really the 2 money hills on this map. That's where you can rack up so much time.
A nice break from Huntsman.
And when I said they had the preferred side, it flipped right away.
Yeah, that didn't take long. That didn't take long. You want to lock down that right side of the map, get set up for Depot. You can stack it inside and pick up the time, but the battle at mid-map will still continue. Fast and furious there as Clayster tries to find some semblance of an opening. Not a lot of time really earned by either team. You got 23 seconds off the play clock already because only 7 points have been accrued through the opening half of this first half.
Yeah, one difference that we can see right now, you have 5 SMGs on the side of Dallas Empire. We were just on board with Clayster. He was running a red dot MP5, something we don't see too often. You still have Formal with the assault rifle, that M4 for Chicago. But as we are about to rotate to hill number 2, you have Hook all the way on the opposite side of the map. If we can go to his point of view, the way he's playing this right now, he's just trying to wait for his teammates to get there, and well, he's able to find that kill. Does immediately get traded, but this allows his team to get pushed up when Chicago has hill control.
And this is one of those hard points where you don't necessarily need to push out. You need to play for mid-map control once you get set up. Like, you can really just stack around the hard point. There's so many corners, so many spots, high or low, that you can be pinned up in. And that's exactly what Huntsman are doing. All playing around the hard point, trying to come off spawn and get right back into the mix. Due to the pressure, though, from Dallas Empire, you saw one player spawn all the way out. I think that's Envoy. It's going to spawn out deep on the map for Huntsman and have to try and rally back. As Empire, with 30 seconds remaining, have gotten into the point.
Yeah, Chicago right now, maybe just trying to contest as much as they can. You already see Gunless. He's starting to rotate towards hill number 3. Control that side of the map. So this is a wonderful job by Arcitys as he's able to find 2. Crim starting to work his way through this vent inside of pipes, is able to find 1.
And Arcitys picking up right where he left off. He's out to like 10-5 to kick it off. Double positive start from Arcitys.
Yeah, people forget he's a world champion. Just 6 months ago.
The guy's incredibly talented. I think a lot of players kind of got lost in the headlines and the news for some of these teams because there were so many storylines, so much about the revenge and the fights between the squads that It's insane to think that somebody like Arcees might have been overshadowed, but he is just a freaking beast.
Yeah, but even behind that performance, Dallas does a wonderful job here at Minecart. They have a 25-point lead. But Chicago, they're going to go 4 down. Arcees is going to find another one. Envoy, he starts to get pushed up, and there we go. 30 seconds left. A nice push from Chicago Huntsmen.
All the pressure on Dallas, though. Dallas have got to bring it back. They've got to tie up the series if we're going to get to a map 5. And I want to go to an Astro Gaming listen-in with Dallas.
Another one, ramp, pinch, behind the boxes. Boxes trim. Play for this all time. Get this on. Oh my god, I'm going force. Yo, green. Green, not peeking.
I don't see him hitting it.
Green, top green.
They're dating stun.
Green mobile attack. Another one got me you. Right side rock. Two middle, water. Yeah, rock. Water to you. Alright, we're gonna make sure they don't push the forest. They're gonna try to push the forest.
They're listening to Chicago.
Alright.
That's interesting. All right, we're going to come right back out of the listen-in. Is still a 20-point advantage now for Dallas. Desperately trying to push it to the map 5. They're set up, controlling the cargo boxes right now. Big wins from Shotzzy and Illy inside and around the hard point. The youngster's starting to get it going. And Shotzzy, I want to take a look where he's at. So he's at 10-9 right now, 10-10, sitting around even much better. He could find no flow within that last map. Can he take over here? He's going to need to. But the lead continues to grow, now up close to 50 points.
Yeah, this is a bit of a unique hill, though, that we have here towards the crate side. You obviously want as much time as possible, but it almost plays like a first hill where teams are just so focused on the next hill spawns. As we rotate towards this warehouse, you're going to see all of Chicago already set up. And as I said, this is one of those money hills. And what do we mean by that? You can rack up a lot of time. There's just, as similar to hill number 2, there's so many different positions when you're trying to go on a big play to see what he's able to find. But it's Arcees once again with a huge one-on-one to give them control.
It's a big trade, right? He drops there, things might get out of hand, but he's able to do just enough. Illy, it looks insane from his POV as there's just smokes everywhere, bullets everywhere, trying to find any kind of opening. 30 seconds remaining on the hard point. Chance for a lead change for Huntsman if they can hold on. You see the kill feed. 5 are going to go down for Dallas. Empire time soaked up in dividends for the Huntsmen. Right back into it. What looked like a chance maybe for Dallas to run away with it, open up a massive lead, kind of like we saw Chicago do in the Dom. They weren't quite able to do there.
But a nice first rotation as we go back to that center platform. And yeah, this is very similar to map number 1. Really, there's no side that's outslaying the other. You have Arcees going big for Chicago. Dallas much more balanced. Prim leading the way at 19 and 15. As we go back to this first hill again, you're going to want to try to control that right side of the mini-map. Dallas right now just trying to get all the scrap time they can.
Gunless's POV, just playing in around vent room, looking for a timing, looking for an opening to get in. I thought he'd have an angle on one for a second, but as soon as he turns, timing could not be worse. He gets caught as he tries to cut back. Well, this is a lot different than we saw the first time through this hard point. Remember, it was like 30 seconds in, no point turn. This has been dominated now by Dallas. Huntsman finally, though, get through. 5 down once again. We've seen these clean wipes in the respawn so many times that Dallas just gets smoked off the map, and that's one of those things you can't afford. It just gives up so much map control to the opposition.
And when you all 5 go down with 15 seconds left in the hill, it makes it so hard to rotate towards that next hill. And you can already see all the green arrows on the right side of your map. That new hard point pops as we head towards Depot. This is exactly what they want. You want Formal pushed out with that assault rifle. He is cleaned up, but you can get in all these positions. You can lock this hill down.
How much time could they turn it into? Last time, this is where Dallas had the big break. Remember, it was the early rotation from Huntsman, and Dallas got in with, I think it was like 30, 35 seconds left. They were able to get a bunch of time. This time, not finding the same success. The second wave of push coming in, collapsing through the front and the side door. Scump, unfortunately, as he's trying to take a peek, he's going to catch a Syntax to the toe. Fighting around forklift, hot and heavy action inside. 4 kills now for Dallas. There's the break once again, but this time, not with around 30 seconds. They'll get the final, what, 15 to 20?
But it's very similar, right? Chicago, as we go towards this minecart hill, they had the early setup, but Dallas did a wonderful job controlling vent room. That's where you have Hook right now. That's where you have a couple of his teammates. We're going to go to this next hill. That's 4 down. Is exactly when you want it if you are Dallas. Arcitys Formal trying to lock things up. Well, it looks like they're able to do so as Arcitys almost wins the final gunfight. But that time it was Krim who's able to take him down.
And Arcitys is just crushing again. 29 and 16 from Arcitys. There's nothing too major to spot really on the other side. Everyone kind of sitting within a couple kills of even positive or negative, but Arcitys is just dominating. Plus 13, taking over the map, doing it with the MP5 yet again. And once again, a clean sweep there from Huntsman. Gives him a little bit of breathing room. And Dallas Empire going to spawn out.
Yeah, you can see they're starting to get a little bit pushed up, but a nice couple of kills. Clay's able to find one of them, but you still have to deal with Formal. Formal able to find 2. Does get taken down, but these final 15 or so seconds going to go the way of Chicago. Now you have a 40-point lead for Chicago as we go to our next crate tip.
And maintain that lead. Just taking a look at the minimap. It's going to be Illy and Shotzzy, the youngsters, set up towards those cargo containers, where their teammates are kind of spawning out towards back depot. They have a long way to transition over, so the numbers are going to be here for Huntsman for just a moment. But right as they push through for the break, the reinforcements come on in from Dallas Empire, and for now, able to hold on. It's really all you're seeing in the kill feed for the most part. Just MP5, as it's just so fast playing around this particular hard point. As all the submachine gun battles come down.
And you saw what Arcitys, he's able to find that player just trying to push through. Dallas is trying to get as much time as they can, but they would love to flip the spawns if possible, but 3 go down. This is great time for Chicago. They have next hill control as well. You do have Shotzzy trying to work middle of the map, but Formal's locking it down.
It feels like this is that big moment. This is that moment where Empire are going to have to make a play, or Huntsman are going to run away with it and close out the game. We're going to head over to Warehouse. All the green arrows set up on the minimap on the left side, all around Warehouse. We'll take a look at the static cam inside. You can see Arcitys with the cheeky position up top. It's Ingboy, though, that shuts down 3 with the triple, but up over the top with the haymaker, it's Arcitys and the MP5 that locate the hills. Kills, there's a contest, and just for a moment, that Shotzzy that's able to get inside, but it's Arcitys, once again, just finessing around these boxes and forklift. Keeps them up with the trophy.
They have to get in. I mean, there's 30 seconds for Chicago to take this series. A contest comes in for a second or 2, but they have to get in. And well behind those kills, Chicago's going to get some breathing room. Here comes the final push for Dallas. We'll see if they're able to get inside and at least extend this to another center hill.
Arcitys now 38 and 22, 2 minutes in the hard point, but it's Scump, Formal, Ingboy.
I think it's done.
Lighten it up. 8 more seconds needed. Can Empire get in? Can they get a touch, or will it end here? Nobody's going to get close enough. It's Chicago! Come in and dominate the respawns, and they are letting them know across the stage.
Woo, those are some heated words right there, baby.
Anyone that thinks maybe there wasn't a little bit something extra in that match, take a look. Scump is so passionate and fired up right now. He about takes a nosedive on stage. But it's victory. Huntsman, what a performance. And I know there was a well-rounded effort all over the place, but Arcitys was just incredible, Joe. What a performance from him.
I mean, across the board, though, like Arcitys had a couple of big plays throughout that game 4, but gunless in game 3, the entire team in map number 1, respawn dominance from Chicago.
Well, I do want to get it down to the stage for the instant reaction presented by the PS4. Christopher Puckett, take it away, pal.
Thank you so much, Maven. Minneapolis, make some noise for the Chicago Huntsmen. What a performance. We've got the world champion with us right now, wearing a nice, fresh shade of green. Arcitys, tell me about this new lineup, because this is arguably the biggest match of the entire weekend, and you just walked away with the 3-1.
Yeah, that was going to be a lot harder, but these guys are all disgusting, so that shit was easy.
Oh! What was the easiest part?
Domination. We, online, we're okay at Dom, but those guys were obviously better, but it's LAN now, so.
It's LAN now. All right, Arcitys, I want to talk to you a little bit, because you are now broken up from your twin brother. He'll be on the stage later for the Florida Mutineers, but you're now playing with this lineup. What went into that decision, and how do you feel about it now playing along amongst these 4?
with me and Preston, we just want to be known as our own people. Like we're not the twins. He's Preston, I'm Alec, and that's how it is.
There we have it. Arcees, anything you want to say to your fans? You're going to be on the stage one more time on Sunday.
We're going to keep winning all year.
That was Arcees. That is your PlayStation instant reaction. Excellent stuff. Let's keep this party rolling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, first match is done, but we got plenty more. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless. Scuff Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live here with the king of Chicago Huntsmen right now, Scump. Lovely to have you on the desk. Congratulations on the first win of CDL. You guys had a really hype moment there where you're popping off on stage. It looked like this meant the world to you to start things off with a bang. Talk to me about the atmosphere up there with your team right now.
Oh, I mean, it was amazing. It just felt a lot better because a lot of people really counted us out against that team. But in our hearts and minds, we knew that we could beat them and that we were better than them. But everyone holds online COD to such a high standard. So for us to come out and 3-1 them like that, especially beating them in 3 respawns because our search will get there, is just a really good sign and a really good start to the season for us.
Talk to me about the S&D, because we do know that Nameless said to you, on your keys to victory,
S&D could be your Achilles heel. It could be the one that really does let you down amongst the rest. Your respawns are looking solid right now. What do you guys need to do to step up your S&D game?
I mean, we just don't have as many reps as them. They've been playing S&D tournaments since the very beginning of the game, and we've had 5 scrims in it, I mean, which is partly our fault, but it's kind of hard to, A, find S&D scrims, and then B, take them as seriously as you possibly can. So, I mean, again, I'm just really excited that we got good reps against a good team on LAN, and hopefully we can just build off our S&D.
And you transitioned very well from online to LAN. You showed everyone what you're made of here, being live in the competition. Now we're going to take a look at some highlights from Chicago Huntsmen. TP, what are some of your highlights from this team?
I think the biggest thing is the Huntsmen were able to come out and bully them in response. The stat line doesn't lie. It was that Hackney. And when you're able to dominate a map like that, going into the map 4, as a player, I can sort of speak to that in the past. It's like you kind of know going into that map 4, you just have that mental edge over your
Just
opponent.
to cut you off, after that first map even, we were like, they're not messing with us in gunfights. And then the S&D, we kind of expected it to go that way in a sense. I mean, obviously we thought we had a chance.
I feel you.
But then after third map, we put them in a 3-cap right off their good side, and we were like, oh my God, they're not shooting back. So
amazing.
And right there, we see those stats right there. I mean, you played well. Everybody on the team played incredible throughout. Like, Arsti's had a huge performance. Were you expecting him to just go off like that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Alex, one of those players where, you know, he shines online, but whenever you get to the important, like, hype matches on LAN, he's been that guy that just, he gets infinitely better. So to have him on the team, he's good vibes, he's an amazing AR, and he's using a sub on some of these maps and frying, so it's like, the guy does it all. Love him.
Scum, talk to me about our cities. Now we notice S&D, you put him with a snipe, not formal. Was that a big choice for you guys going to that? Have you been practicing with our cities with the sniper rifle, you know, in comparison to formal? We know that he's kind of a veteran when it comes to that kind of play.
Yeah, we actually have another little wrinkle that I don't think that we showed, but I mean, they just had a conversation and were like, who wants to do it? And Matt said that he felt a lot more comfortable with an AR on that map. So, I mean, it was just easy. He was like, all right, I'll take it. I feel comfortable doing this. I feel comfortable doing that. And then that's how it went.
And on Hackney Yard, you guys actually didn't have that preferable side to spawn on, but yet you still managed to absolutely dominate on that map. Talk to me about difficult positions that you may find yourself in live on the game that you can't do anything about, but how do you guys overcome that?
Well, that Hackney or Dom, like I said, we started on bad side. So it's really easy to get put in that green spawn trap like super early if you don't play it right off the start. So thankfully we got the right kills, and then we were actually able to flip them over to the pit spawn, and then we just held them in green for pretty much the whole side. We 3-capped them for like 2 minutes right off the start. So it couldn't have went any better, that Dom. That's like the perfect scenario.
To cut you off a little bit, Gunless was sort of like that playmaker when he was going on that flank, either at middle map or on green side to get over towards the A side. He was picking up pieces every single time. When you have someone on the map terrorizing them, winning those sub battles at close range, getting the neutral on A flag, staying alive. It's plays like that that allow everyone else on respawn to walk up and take whatever area of the map that you want.
Those are the important fights as
Exactly.
well. Like those spawn flipping fights, like you can get easy kills all day if you're a COD professional, but to win those fights where they're expecting you to be coming and there's so many angles that they can be at, like those are the fights that change like the course of the map. And I think he went double positive, so he's winning a lot of them.
And Scum, of course, we are here right now. First event for CDL. What do you think of it all? We're in Minneapolis, first game on the main stage. Are you proud to be here?
Oh, it's amazing so far. Honestly, I didn't expect this many people to show up on Friday because a lot of people, I'm assuming, are in school and doing other things. So for everyone to show out like this and make this first CDL LAN experience what it is, it's awesome. It's awesome to see the support.
It is quite incredible. And you guys did an amazing job up there to start off our day. I want to thank you for an incredible performance with you and the guys. I'm so excited to see you go from strength to strength as the tournament goes on. And a really nice 10 points on the board as well, because of course we have that new point system with us. How are you feeling about this point system and how it's working for CDL?
I mean, I'm still not completely familiar with the system, but I was saying on stage, I was like, let's get these 10 points, boys. Like, it means a lot, especially this is just such a momentum swing for us. Like, we didn't really doubt ourselves at all, but again, to come in and win this match against a team that was favored, I mean, it just means the world. We're not really too worried about the points right now.
Absolutely, I'm sure you're not. And TP Nameless, any questions for our king before he goes?
Well, to hell with my power rankings, right? Like, I had you guys at like number 3. I think you just shot up right there. Maybe number 2. Maybe number 2.
I guess my question is, how was comms? First time on LAN with the team, were they kept under check? Were you feel like the comms were balanced?
Oh, yeah, they were perfect. We were saying going into the series, we were like, whenever we get frantic, especially against a team like them and FaZe, for instance, their subs are just so fast, it makes it seem like there's 6 of them on the map. So we were really focusing on the important call-outs and not so much of the one-shot, he's there, more of like formulating a plan mid-hard point per hill on how we're going to set this up and how we're going to break it. So our comms were phenomenal. Like,
that's great.
Better than I've ever seen, really. And for that to be in the first match, it's, again, a good sign.
I'd love to hear that. And then last question from me, how does it feel to play with Matt again?
Oh, it's great. My guy tried to let it loose on second map. I think Krim was on the heady and mid-broken, and I was like, yo, Matt, if you didn't chow that, we probably win that round. And he was like, it was a heat check. And I was like, all right. But, yeah, it's really great to have him back on the squad. We're rooming together. We're watching movies. We're getting chocolates and stuff.
Look at you guys.
The vibes are there, so it's awesome.
Nice. Well, you guys have started off that new legacy together with absolute incredibility. And you know, obviously we've been watching very closely. If you guys have been watching the campaign, you'll know what I'm talking about. Scum, you've been followed around by TV crews. I'm sure it's nothing new to you. But talk to me about what it was like. It was like Jersey Shore, wasn't it? Talk to me what it's like, you know, to get followed around and your everyday shenanigans that goes on. Of course, you're a pro player. This is your career. This is what you do. And you're at the height of your game right now.
I mean, it was really easy for us. We're used to having cameras on us a lot of the time. We've done it years and years and years. So it was kind of cool. There was one moment when we went out to dinner and I walked in. I thought it was like a team dinner. It was one of our first ones, and I see like 6 huge cameras in every corner. I'm like, I feel bad for these people trying to come to this place and eat their dinner, and we're just like, again, the Jersey Shores. But it's a super cool series, and I'm really excited to see how it turned out.
Me too. And you know, I'm really excited for our next matchups as well, because coming up next, we have Seattle Surge that's going to be on the stage. Number 7 on Nameless's power rankings, and we're going to see if those switch around a bit as well.
Is that accurately placed, Seth, number 7, having the Surge there?
What'd you say?
Is that accurately placed, having the Surge at number 7? I think so.
I mean, again, it's like, based offline, it's kind of hard to throw stock into these like standings and stuff, but I'd say they're like a middle of the pack team. You could, I mean, a lot of these like mid-tier teams, you could throw them in any direction. Like, they could be 5th on one day, they could be 4th on a day, they could, you know, they have amazing players on their team, they could hit their stride and they're the best team tomorrow. It's like Call of Duty is ever changing, and it's really just about how well you're communicating and working on your flaws. So
I think we'll see by London, we'll have a good idea at who's going to be consistently performing throughout the season.
We will indeed. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The king of Chicago, Huntsman, reigning supreme already. The first game of CDL. We will be back right after the break.
Yo, Crim6, you got to take that poster down, man. We're living rent-free, brother. Golly.
Thank you so much, Scum, and we'll see you guys after the break.
Oh, no.
I had to.
in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked! Maybe the Madman can do it! Oh, what is this? Oh, you
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames and messieurs, welcome back to the COD League. Miles and Momo now, we will be taking you through the next matchup of the day, our penultimate match before we finish up today here in lovely Minnesota. Again, it's cold outside, the snow's been real. I'm not sure how you feel about the snow, brother, but that has been something else. It's been fantastic in Minneapolis, a lovely city. How are you, mate?
Certainly a little chilly here in Minnesota, but it's starting to heat up here. And my goodness, I'm excited to jump into this. It feels good to say that, Miles and Momo,
We're back
here. The CDL, we're kicking things off right. And my goodness, I mean, the first game already. We see Chicago go up against Dallas. We see an upset for what people may think. You know, the power rankings are going here, there, and everywhere. I mean, that's going to be changing already, just off one game.
I think it'll be changing after this one as well. Up next, we do have Seattle versus Florida. The Mutineers going up against the Surge. Mate, have you got any quick predictions on this one? You get anything early? What does your gut tell you? You got any tingles?
Honestly, I mean, listening to Scump on the desk then, he kind of said it, you know, everyone's got these power rankings. And I think most definitely the Surge are above the Mutineers right now. But then you start to look at this Seattle roster, you know, and who's on that. Do those rankings mean anything? Does online mean as much as you guys or we think? I think we just sit back, relax, enjoy the show. But if you're pushing me, I'm leaning towards the Surge.
I was going to push you, yeah. I'm glad you
I know you were anyway. That's what you do.
Surge, Seattle's interesting squad. I mean, what do you call them? You call them the dad team. You know, there's a lot of older players.
They're just, you know, a bit older, experienced, more mature.
There's a lot of wins on the belt, but also Apathy is on his way to becoming an actual father. So a huge congratulations to him. Seattle, though, a very, very strong team nonetheless. They've got a lot of players on there with World Championship rings from a former COD life. And it's not necessarily the case for Florida.
It's not. It's a little different. I mean, you look over to the Mutineers, and I think your eyes are drawn to Prestini straight away. Current world champion, didn't get the limelight on a United. Now he's kind of almost spearheading this team, and he's the one that everyone's looking at and thinking, you know, what role is he going to do? Because previously it was like he would pick up that dirty job, that dirty work. Now it's like, is he becoming the leader? You know, is he the vocal kind of captain of this squad? It's going to be interesting to see for sure. But again, judging by online, you start to lean one way. I'm just so excited to see these guys in action. Who gets off to that hot start? I think that's a really important thing here, kicking off the CDL.
We'll see how we go. We got the quick scope now presented to us by the US Air Force. A quick comparison of the teams. Again, we don't have too many stats to work with thus far, but we've got some creative ones. And there it is, the Dad Squad coming in at a bold 24.2 years of age on average across the board.
I mean, that makes me feel old, right? Average age 24. Oh, I'm not even going to go there. But you said there's not many stats to work with, Miles. I think there's a couple there that I'm looking at, and it's major tournaments. There's 3 for the Mutineers, and honestly, I think Prestini, I mean, he won 2 at the end of last year. Seattle Surge, though, 54, my goodness. You got the 3 times on there. And I mean, says it all. You've got rings, you've got championships, you've got MVPs. these guys, they bring the accolades to the stage.
That's a huge amount of experience going up against what? Tenacity, Will, and we saw in the previous Call of Duty Black Ops 4 during the Call of Duty World League season, we saw Gen G, which is the predominant, the bulk of that Florida Mutineers squad. They're the guys who are making up Florida. So now, are they going to have that continued hunger? They came second, twice throughout that regular season. They came very, very close to managing to get that win, but they never quite got there. Do you think they have what it takes now?
I think they have that hunger. They have that tenacity, like you said. But for me, again, it's whether they have that capability, that ceiling in a team to kind of push for that. Right now, nobody knows. We come into this, and yes, we have the big names, your Scumps, your Formals, and everything, beyond that. But I just think Mutineers aren't that team. They're not the team with a huge social following. However, does that take the pressure off them? I don't think it really does. They've got a huge organization behind them, many people. And I think this is where they can shine. This is where they step up to the plate. And much like we just saw the Huntsmen do, maybe this is their time to shock. The Seattle Surge, if you like. Are they going to be on top?
Who knows? Well, you did touch on big names a moment ago. One of the big names there on Seattle is, of course, going to be Karma. We call him the GOAT. We call him the 3-time. He's the only player in the world to win 3 CWL championships. That's 3 rings. The man's running out of fingers. He does have incredible accolades to his name. Some call him the greatest of all time, but he is certainly one of the standout players there on Seattle.
Yeah, most certainly. And again, we talk about experience when it comes to the Surge. And this is a man that's done it all, literally. He's teamed with the best of the best. He's, been the MVP of those tournaments previously. But if you look at that top stat there, 2013, it dates back to when he was obviously a world champion. We're talking years and years ago. And this guy's been doing it from the very beginning. We can throw team names and stats out that you won't even be able to remember. But this guy has just been one force to be reckoned with for a very long time. And that's when you go back to kind of things like, this online debate, how good can they be? It just comes down to now. How they perform in the next hour and a half is all that matters.
I mean, the expectations were so high for Dallas. I mean, we saw how that one fell in his shots. He had a rid of a stinker, I'm sure. You saw the feed. I'm sure you've been on Twitter recently, friends. It wasn't great. But hey, they'll bounce back. That's what the Empire does. Still, when it comes to Seattle, another thing for me, again, it's Octane as one of the greatest players to ever touch the sticks. He had a very, very hot Black Ops 4. I'm hearing nothing but fantastic things about him coming into Modern Warfare. And honestly, since getting to LAN, I mean, it's the first time anyone's been able to compete against each other in the same building. I think it was Karma put a tweet out just saying he's a freak of nature. He's just another beast. It's like things he's never seen. You imagine players being able to do to each other. So I'm keen to see Octane. I think he's going to be one of the absolute keys to victory there for the entire Seattle lineup. I wonder, is there somebody on the side of the Mutineers who has the firepower to contend with him?
I mean, we'll see whether that is capable. Just want to touch on Octane. When I first picked this game up and played it for myself, one of the first things I thought was, this game's going to suit Octane. And the reason is his play style. We'll get into that a little bit. But to answer your question, obviously, the Mutineers, it's can they have that aggressive, that fast play? But they've got slow players on their team themselves. They've got the likes of Morks, but I want to see that fast, aggressive Havoc. I want to see Prestini getting in the face. Can they? I don't know. Am I leaning towards Surge? Yes, but can I be shocked in the next 20, 30 minutes after we see just one map? Absolutely, and that's what I'm excited for. My eyes are drawn to those fast players of the Mutineers, though.
We'll see if those fast players can do something special. We're going to have a quick break, friends. We're going to have a 3-minute break while we get things ready up on stage. Coming up next, Seattle versus Florida.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
The
from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live. This is the Call of Duty League launch weekend, and it's Friday night. We've got 3 matches for you, and right now, we're about to kick off the second one. Minneapolis, are you guys ready? Make some noise if you're ready to meet our teams, because we are starting with one of my favorites, hailing from Seattle. Here is The Surge.
This is huge. This is huge.
Are you serious?
Apathy finds the triple.
Enable!
Karma starting to heat things up. It's the Octane Clinic.
Introducing first, the man with 14 titles in 2 different games. Let's hear it for Enable! Our next player has been a pro since the age of 14. Ladies and gentlemen, show some love for Slacked. You can run, but you can never outgun. Let's hear it for Octane! There are greats, and then there's the greatest of all time, Mr. 3 Rigs. Let's hear it for Karma! He's gonna be a dad, and he's got the old man hands. Let's hear it for the 2-time world champion, Apathy! That is your Seattle Surge, but now it's time to meet the team on the other side of the stage. Here is your Florida Mutineers.
Thousands and thousands of hours of hard work lead to this moment.
Are you kidding me?
Now they're on your point.
Look how close it is, Joe! A millimeter!
What a round! What a round!
The 2-time Halo World Champ now making his way through Call of Duty. Let's hear it for Frosty! the 2019 World Champion. This is Pristini. He sneaks, he tweaks. Let's hear it for Havoc! And the voice leading the squad, this is Mox. The fifth man making big waves in Florida. The new one, hear it for Skies. Two juggernaut lineups, one epic match. It's about to go down right now. Lottie in the desk, take it away.
Thank you so much, Chris. Two incredible teams on the stage behind us right now, setting up. And what incredible walkouts we're having as well today. This is really cool. This is proper like WWE style walkouts with music.
Bucket's killing it right
real.
now.
He is. He is killing it. But we have Seattle, we have Florida going head to head. These two teams, for me, will be so interesting to see how they compete against one another. I'm really excited to see how Seattle Surge are going to be performing. I want to see if they're going to change their mind with that number 7 placing there, Nameless, as well. And of course, Mutineers, they are filled with some serious talent as well. TP, I want to know from you, with these two teams going head-to-head, who do you think is going to be coming out slightly more on top? Because I know that they are quite equal.
I think with this matchup, I give the initial advantage to the Seattle Surge. Ant and I have a couple points we wanted to talk about, with the Surge, of them having a traditionally weak S&D roster on paper. That might be something that might plague them, or it might be a sort of situation where they've learned from the years of not doing so well in the game mode. We'll see how they're able to improve in this one, though.
And Nameless, obviously, the keys to victory here for the Florida Mutineers. What do you have in store for them in order to try and keep that one up and keep it going?
Well, for me, it's going to be, they're going to have to keep up in the slaying department. They're playing the Surge right now. These are 5 formidable opponents. In the last few years of Call of Duty, Octane has been like the best respawn AR. He's terrifying to play against. When I was playing against him, I was actually shook going into those matches. And then to guarantee search and destroy, right? If they can keep up in the slaying department, steal a respawn, and win their search and destroys, they can take out the Surge. So, this is a team of players, just watching them walk out, the contrast, outside of Pristini, and just accomplishments between them, it's crazy to see. But, we're looking at a team in the Mutineers that have Havoc, Frosty, Mox, and Skies, who are coming off their best season, right? Like last year, they really all came into their own, and now they have that experience, and maybe we'll see it here versus the Surge.
Indeed, and we're going to go on to our maps and modes presented by US Air Force. Let's take a look at what our players are going to be playing on and what is in store for them on that main stage and what action they're going to be seeing. Maps and modes are quite important here. When it gets to that main stage, you want to make sure that you are on point when it comes to your respawns. The search and destroy can be super important too. Talk to me about what you're seeing right now, TP, on these maps and modes.
Looks like we got St. Petro hardpoint to lead up map number 1, Gunrunner for map 2 and 3 for your search, destroy, and domination, Cave hardpoint for map number 4, and Ramaza S&D for game number 5 if we end up going there. So a little bit of a switch up from the last series, which I like to see. It's very interesting to me that we finally are going to see a St. Petro hardpoint. I figured that was a map that teams might try and stay away from a little bit.
When I look at it, it looks like the Surge probably picked that Petrograd hardpoint just because it's sort of an MP5 dominant map, and they have, they're going up against Mutineers and players like Skies and Mox, who are traditionally those AR players a little bit slow, so Surge might be able to bully them on that a little bit. But going into game number 4, it is that Cave map, so it's really going to be a story of Octane trying to shut down those ARs when it gets to that game number 4.
It is indeed. Now I need to ask predictions from both of you, I'm afraid. I know it's not fun. Okay, so TP, who are we going with?
I'm picking Surge 3-1. I think they might struggle a little bit on the S&D, but I think it's going to be a similar series to the one we just saw.
Amazing. Nameless, what about you?
We're going to go game 5. Surge are going to take it in 5.
Oh, okay. Maybe the leaderboard's changing a little bit for Nameless. I want to know what our casters think. Miles, Momo, how about you guys?
I think it's a fantastic idea to go to a game 5. I think we haven't seen one yet, and I think the crowd's ready. I think the chat's ready. I think we're ready. I speak on behalf of myself, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not going to ask me if I'm ready?
No.
Okay.
In fact, Phil, shush. Let's just start the game, Phil. That's enough of that, my friend. Let's just get straight into this one. Petrograd will be our first map here with Seattle versus Florida. No, I'm only kidding, mate. What do you think?
I'm not going to tell you now. St. Petro, though, is going to be an interesting one. One thing I want to bring up was the deaths. They've started to talk about Octane shutting down ARs, and honestly, he probably laughs in the face of that, because this is a challenge he will love to take on board. However, one player we haven't talked about, or should I say player, coach, Joey Nubsy, obviously leading the Surge, previously coaching players like Mox, players like Pristini. He knows these inside and out. We actually had a bit of a chat with him this morning, and he's excited to play against Mox. Specifically, I think he called him a slug on the map.
He did. He called Morks a slug. Let's see if that slug's got teeth, because he's going to need them going up against the Surge. And here we have it. Early break going the way of the boys of Seattle. They're going to get that hard point early on. Havoc taking this top stairs route. The apartments now as they try to take top control. This is a great position to have to be able to lay down fire from above the hard point. Enable a couple of shots. Not going to quite get that kill, as we will see this opening break looking a little strong now. Seattle will hold the line for the time being and keep the hard point in their hands.
Yeah, and it's interesting there. You saw the Surge obviously get control. Mutineers initially playing for, that top ground, inside the house as well. Doesn't work out for them. The spawns are going to flip here, and they're going to be spawning over by the pool side. But a very locked down Surge hard point right now, currently contested. It is going to be Havoc who goes in, and he's going to get that all-important kill. Octane, as you see in the kill feed, picking up a nice double. Right now, though, still contested. Can they find him?
The contest is still there. Havoc trying to keep this one alive, and he does. He finds Frosty. Great kill. Quick reload. Now the hard point in the hands of the Mutineers. Points going their way, but again, 14 seconds now remaining on this hard point. We will be flipping over towards that top right-hand side of the minimap. Top shots from Morks, though, as he finds that power position there above the pool hall. A strong position to be in, but not quite strong enough, as Octane finds the kill.
And those are the type of positions you're going to see your Morks, your Octanes in, trying to get that high ground, those long lines of sights for that assault rifles. However, on the flip side of things, you're going to see players like Skies, the SMG getting up close and personal and using those power positions to his advantage as well. Will find one, snaps onto Slacked, and good night, Skies. Taken out by Pristini's Semtex there. And as you can see by the minimap, it looks like it's going to retain for Mutineers. They are going to have this, but just one player in and behind. Sneaky, sneaky, it's enabled.
We still have Havoc in that hard point. Early start from Octane's been great. I believe he's at 7 and 4 right now. That's lovely work from him. Big shots coming through again from Slack. A nice kill onto the break. Now we will have one member left of the Florida Mutineers on the defense before those reinforcements arrive in to the front. Is it going to be enough? Pristini, he stays alive for the time being. His teammates now rock up to help. The cavalry arrives, and the hard point remains in Florida's hands.
And at this point, 15 seconds left on the hard point. You want to just be giving this up, and that is what the Surge are doing. You see that rotation from Apathy, from Karma, and again, like you pointed out, Octane, 8 kills to his name already, but I want to point out the so-called slug. Morks already dropping digits, 10 kills to his name. He's on a 3-kill streak as we speak, but Apathy on your screens there. He's going to find himself a position, but as you see there, outline hard point. Karma goes down via a grenade of his teammate. That's the second one we've seen already, Miles.
Now we're in the next hard point. This is going to be the Hazmat building. Very, very close quarters. Some players call it yellow. You'll hear that in the player comms. Lots of small windows to jump through, very, very close quarters engagement. It's going to be the players like Karma right now, trying to prevent those reinforcements making their way through mid-street, making their way past that lion statue. Octane, all he has to do is just watch these back doors, and the kill feed is all Seattle's. When it rains, it really pours, as they manage to take the lead momentarily away. Now it's 52 to 59. This is looking brilliant now for Seattle.
Yeah, it's really been back and forth, and as we take a deep breath here and just see what's going on, Surge obviously starts so strong. The rotation goes to the Mutineers, but once again, it's back and forth, and Surge, they're back in control, they're back in the lead, and again, they have those positive spawns here. There is only 10 seconds, so you're going to start to see the Mutineers maybe back off. Think about that next hard point, that rotation, as the last 5 will go to Surge here, and we are going to see 75 points gathered. A little lead, but not too much. We can see the Mutineers get back into this at any time, but we're over to the pool, and 3 players from Mutineers are already in control.
Pool hall up next. Skies locking down that front door, put the MP5 to work at range. That is not used as intended, but he really made that work. Trophy system out now, will intercept anything thrown his way. How long can he hold? In comes Slack from the front door. He says, nobody, your name's not on the list. Octane watching the top spot. He will be taken down as well. And Florida, man, they've just wiped that entire board clean. Control going their way as well. And now the kills keep going for Florida. Slacked. Can you make a play through the rear? Can he find a hole in the armor of Florida right now?
Right now, going double positive, it is going to be Morks. Finally goes down there as he was holding that top spot, which we outlined where assault rifle players will do, but a couple of kills go in the kill feed. Octane and Slacked, what they've actually done here is just spawn out the Florida Mutineers, and we could see this go for the hands of Surge, but is it too late? Is it worth it? 10 seconds left on the clock. It looks like we're going to be starting once more, but left in the hill, it is going to be Slacked, finally goes down. And we are going to see a killing spree from Skies. 5 kills in a row. Not only that, but Mr. OBJ, 55 seconds of hill time too.
Getting the objective work done now. The next hard point, the restaurant. That long line down. You can see the camera angle here where Apathy's at the far end of the room. We've got Karma now on your screen holding that bar side. There's one door in and there's that corridor on the left-hand side. He's got 2 angles he needs to watch. His teammates will now spread out and do the best they can to hold the line. Quick contest coming through as Seattle now have to bar the gates and not let Florida make their way in. Good stuff again from Enable and Apathy. Octane finding the 3rd kill, and this is looking like great time for the Surge.
Yeah, and do you know what was so important about that whole defense? Was the trophy system. We saw all the kills go in favor of the Surge, but one reason was the smokes were denied. The Semtex was denied. Everything was shut down. You could see it there, just spinning around a little red beacon on your screen. Maybe the MVP of the hardpoint itself so far, but 108 plays 103, so close. A nail-biting hardpoint here as only 10 seconds remain. We do see that just edge towards Surge. However, it's going to be re-challenged actually by the Mutineers, surprisingly, as we do see that rotation once more go down. But Miles, we start to see how this game is panning out, and I'm starting to really fall in love because this is so damn close.
Yeah, it's very, very close indeed. Slight lead now to Flores to go back to the first hard point, the shipping area. All the way back to the start, where Seattle had the opening break in their favor. They managed to pick up as much time as they possibly could. Nice top-down view you have of the hard point there. Again, those 2 vans for cover. There's a nice area on the left-hand side of the map there where you can climb up on top of that ledge. There's a nice awning where players can get shots in from above. Can Octane find the kills? No. The defense too strong. Havoc gets his 8th kill of the game there. Looks slow start from him. He's lowering the kills department for the squad overall, but it's working out in the time department. A 40-point lead now for Florida.
An interesting setup as well. I know you guys can see the difference, obviously the MP5, the M4, but right now we have a 4-1 setup for both teams. Morgs and Octane are the 2 players which are holding down at Assault Rifle. Every other player in this lobby are rocking those MP5s. Havoc, one of those players, currently on a 5-kill streak right now. You see that pop up. However, only going neutral at 10 and 10, so maybe looking to make a comeback and take the lead. And this is probably the biggest lead that we've seen here from the Mutineers.
Now, at this point in time, the minimap is looking all in the favor of Seattle as they are going to get the next hard point as we go over towards the cafe, that top right-hand side of the minimap. Havoc though slips in from behind. He's not going to go down as Octane, he watches the rear brilliantly. Apathy finds the kill on the front. Solid defensive work now from Seattle. Enable, he's actually leading his team in the kills department. 22 and 14 for him with the most kill time for his team at 44 seconds, and it's only getting bigger. And I think what she said, that's exactly what Enable's doing. Great defensive work from Seattle. Again, the kills there on your screen. Brilliant work from Seattle Surge early on.
Right now it's getting bigger and better. 3 minutes and 23 on the clock, but it's stopped as we do see the boys from Surge inside the hard point. 24 and 14, a plus 10 for Enable. I mean, you go back over the, what, a year, 2 years, that's not something you see, but as well, nearly a minute of hill time, like you said, and they're right back in it. Going into this hard point, we saw the biggest lead of the game, and right now it is about to be tied up at 154 to 154. Surge take the lead once more in this game, and they're going to be going into that rotation at a disadvantage. They are going to have to break from the front, and it's interesting here how they do that. Once again, we see that trophy system going down in a position where it can be shot, you know, a couple of bullets to that and it's gone.
It might pose a slight distraction. Still, Hazmat building now in the hands of the Mutineers. Trying to lock down that middle street again, prevent those players making their way forward. The stun's going to get it done. Karma finds his first kill of the play. Slack now trying to make his way in the back. Can he find it? He does. Just the top of Morks is now gone. The clock's still ticking in favor of the Mutineers. Can Slack keep this play alive? Havoc will hold the line. And now we've managed to see Apathy. He slipped the net. He's managed to break in, and he's inside the house now. But is he home alone?
The problem is, though, as they kill and take them down, their Mutineers, they're just spawning right at the back here, more favorable. But at the time is going to the Surge, and we're going to see a contest come in. We're going to see number 8 is going to be Havoc there, try breach. Try and clear, but he's going to be unsuccessful as Karma holds on. Karma finds one. He finds the second and third. And right now, the Surge out of nowhere, not only have they led this, but they've done this from the front, and Karma's on a 5 spree. Another 3-piece for Karma.
They just take him down, and in the nick of time. Next hard point, straight away into the hands of Seattle. They've got the game by the reins, they've got it by the scruff of the neck, and they're running with this one. We're about to crack that 200-point mark. That's when we really start to get into the business end of a hard point map. Karma We screamed praise a moment ago, but Havoc was having none of it. Now he's down. Enable a quick bit of revenge. Can he find these players from behind? There's the first. He's in a great position now to cut off these reinforcements again. The clock's still ticking in Seattle's favor. Octane, though, on the hard point. The doors are covered. The back door is covered as well. Pistols at the ready. He's going to go for the sidearm. Will he get any more kills with this one? 2-11 right now. Seattle have just got this absolutely within grasp, but they're not going to let this one happen just yet. Florida nipping at the heels. 20 seconds left on the hard point, and this is a great contest.
At one moment there were 6 people in that pool area. Only 3 remain, and all 3 from the Surge. Karma on a multi-kill. Another 3-kill streak for him, but 220 is broken, and now we go to potentially the last hard point as Octane finds himself the 5th and the 6th as well. Locking down the lanes here. Octane doing what he does best, but we are going to have to see whether they can hold this once more. Right now, it is in control of the Mutineers. You've got Karma up top, above them, upstairs, creeping around, maybe tippy-toeing in, and here he is. Can Karma do it? He finds himself the 1st. He finds himself the 2nd. Frosty goes down, and just like that, Karma turns around, finds number 3, and he's the game changer right now, Damon Barlow. Wow, back at it again in the CDL 30 and 21. 238 plays 192, but the Mutineers not out of it just yet. They're back in the restaurant.
It's not over yet. They've just managed to hold on. There's another push now from Seattle through the back door. They're going to smash right on through, and they can win it at this hard point. They still have the time to do it. They only need 10 to win. Frosty's going to make a contest happen right now. These are the dying moments of the game. 5 seconds for the win. Is anyone in position to get it done? No. Enable's freaking his teammates out. Once more. Can they go Florida to get the contest? Is it going to be enough? The bodies are on the restaurant, and Karma, he finds 4 in a row. Seattle, welcome to the COD League.
A guy's a 3-time world champion for a reason. It's a brand new game, and already making his mark. He was the one to hype up Octane on social media, saying this guy is a glitch, and we saw it. Octane was positive 10 with 2 minutes of hill time. But Karma himself, I mean, just looking through it, the guy drops 34 kills, 21 deaths with a positive 13. 9 defends and over a minute of kill time. Damon Barlow, what can he not do, Miles?
I don't know. It's probably something really simple like, you know, screwing a light bulb in. He just can't do it. I don't know. Everyone has their Achilles heel. Right, friends, that's an exciting start to the series, but alas, we're going to take a very, very quick commercial break. When we come back, Search and Destroy.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless. Scuf Gaming, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the COD League. We're one map down in this series, Seattle versus Florida. And oh boy, it's a banger already. What a performance from the Seattle Surge. It was neck and neck to begin with, and then just before the end of that one, they certainly drowned them out. Hashtag, etc., etc. Don't forget to use the actual hashtags, because they come with those lovely little, I think they call them hash flags, which is a great thing to have.
Yeah, Battle of the Seas going right up here. And I tell you what, one thing that excites me is the gameplay we've seen in just map 1 there. You see kind of the acceptance that Enable was showing at the end of that game. I think he's very happy with his teammates right now. However, himself performing fantastic. The first half of that game, he was on fire, and then it was just Karma, Octane taking over. Incredible stuff from the Surge. Obviously, Mutineers, they need to bite back, and they need to do so now. Obviously, in our first series, that's how it went. It was tied up 1-1 in the Search and Destroy. Excited to see what we see next.
Speaking of stats, I hope a few out there love the numbers. We've got a lovely bit of stats information there from Octane in that first series. We bigged him up big time coming into this one. He managed to get 29 for 19. His kill death ratio was a 1.53. Check the damage, 4,125 on the damage and 2 minutes on hard point. Let's face it, dude. He did a little bit of everything very, very well. I mean, we weren't even necessarily singing his praise too well, but I mean, quiet, calm, collected. That's the Octane we know and love. Again, on the 100 Thieves roster in Black Ops 4, 2 big championships to his name, but honestly, a stellar year. Looking to repeat the success he had last year here in the COD League, and I would not be surprised to see him very much so the tip of that trident for the Surge.
Yeah, most certainly. And again, going into this one, obviously going franchise, this is something that when everyone got asked the question, like, if you were to make your dream team, if you were to kind of take your pick, who would you pick? I think Octane was on the tip of everyone's tongue, you know, to get that player on that roster. Obviously, I'm sure Seattle are very, very, very welcoming to a player like Octane. But Karma, again, you know, a player which, you know, he's not the most vocal in person, but he lets the gameplay do the talking a lot of the time. And Seattle, they must be looking at each other very, very happy with that first map. You know, the chemistry seems to be flowing. You see the walkouts going, very happy, very jolly, and it just shows in that gameplay.
And now the biggest question for me is a team like Seattle, they don't necessarily have the chops when it comes to Search and Destroy. That was one of the keys to victory. They really needed to find the win there. No massive surprise they got the hard point. Now that we go into an entirely different game mode, we slow that one right down.
Right.
Where is this going to go now for the Surge? Florida have a, let's say, a little bit more of a pedigree when it comes to Search and Destroy in that squad, the Mutineers. You know, when you think of Havoc, he was one of the most impressive Search and Destroy submachine gun players we saw in Black Ops 4.
Right.
A little slow start in the hard point, but this is a player you cannot count out. Going in a gun runner now, how do you think we're going to go?
Again, we're going to have to see round by round. I think you are going to have to look at the Mutineers and look at those key players. Havoc is one of those players, obviously. Interested to see how Skies really comes out of this, because, yes, we were kind of hyping up the Surge, obviously, towards the game, and rightfully so. But like you said, some Search and Destroy stars on the other side of things. Frosty as well. Last year, we saw a lot of snipe gameplay. Not sure if we're going to see the same, obviously, on Gunrunner, but potentially. We'll have to wait and see.
I love what you're seeing there on screen. Again, the CDL Stage Lounge, just above the Seattle Surge. Stage Lounge, can you hear me? If you can hear me, I want you to point at which team you think's going to win this one. Is it going to be the Surge? That guy knows what's going on. What about the Mutineers? Any Mutineers fans up there on the stage? Wow, you'd love to. Oh, there's a few there. We hope you're enjoying yourselves here in the Armory in Minneapolis. We know we are. And there we go. So, without further ado, friends, Search and Destroy coming up soon. Again, the pedigree does certainly lie in the hands of the Florida Mutineers, but look, man, way to take the series by storm, 2-0 for the Surge. I mean, can you see them do it, Phil? I mean, Octane has been famously called one of the worst Search and Destroy players in the league. I think Joey Nubsy said that one as well.
It was Joey's words himself.
It was a very, very interesting breakfast. However, his information on Morks wasn't exactly great, so maybe it was dirty intel.
Well, that's the thing. Again, you look at Enable, his Search and Destroy history hasn't always been there. You know, you look at across the squad, and again, maybe this is just something that they needed, maybe to partner up. You can't always be the worst on the roster. However, Joey was very, very critical after speaking to him this morning, maybe of their Search and Destroy. But again, if they can nail Search and Destroy, it really shows how much of a dominant force that they can be, because their Respawn, of course, when you look at that roster, is a star-studded one, to say the least. They can certainly impress. However, Mutineers, they're not out of it. It's just one map. They've got to put it behind them, get up, get ready to rock and roll once more. Search and Destroy coming up very, very shortly. Crowd getting excited for this one. I am too. And of course, we're going into Gunrunner. This is something that, again, might favor those close quarter combat players. We look at the likes of Havoc. We look at the likes of Prestini. Those are the two that I'm keeping my eyes on for sure.
Let's have a quick look at our maps this series presented to us by the US Air Force. Again, we've seen that first map, that Petrograd hardpoint is done and dusted. Now we're going to be going into a search and destroy on Gunrunner. Our third map of the series, the Domination, will also be played on Gunrunner, but again, that search, it is going to be a very, very important topic for the Mutineers fans. Expectations there for them to take it. If the Surge do, a tremendous upset. Now, we didn't see a clear-cut advantage to either team really until the end of the map in that first hardpoint. So the Respawn game mode for me is still kind of up in the air. Let's be real. I think the Florida Mutineers, they're only a few steps behind, only towards the very end of the game. There's a good chance that that Domination could go very, very differently.
Yeah, I mean, you could put it down to a few clutch plays by the likes of Karma. You know, this was 150 to 100 at one point to the Mutineers, and yes, they let it slip, maybe a few poor rotations, and they didn't necessarily hold some of the hard points as well as I'm sure they wished. However, going into Search and Destroy, it is a brand new game type, or not brand new, but certainly for these guys on this game on LAN. That's the important thing. These guys, they're right next to each other. There's no excuses. You're not talking online anymore, even though some of them play together in facilities. Lucky them. But these guys, they're on the main stage. The lights are on, and everyone is watching.
Well, friends, you know what that means. The time is now. Let's get ourselves into the second map of this series. It is going to be Gunrunner, Search and Destroy, Florida versus Seattle. What will the brains now of the Search players have? If we do want to see some magic, we are going to be seeing it, I reckon, out of Skies. Morks, Frosty now from the Florida Mutineers. That's something I'm looking forward to seeing. Havoc, Prestini, I think they can sort of sit back. Havoc to hold those lanes. Prestini as well, a player that has been relatively inconsistent throughout the Black Ops 4 season. See how he goes now. Into the search we go, friends. 2 bomb sites, 1 bomb, 6 rounds to win.
Well, one just ran the wrong way. Only kidding. Just taking a bit of a detour here as we go on forward. 2 minutes on the clock, and straight away you see those projectiles push forward. And again, the Surge they have their setup here, it is kind of leaning towards being, guess what, they've left just one. Little sneaky beaver back. It is going to be a Enable handling A, but the bomb going towards B now. As you can see on your screens, it could be a quick plant. That time will change. The bomb is down. 45 seconds are on the clock, and this is where we start to see the Surge. No pun intended here. Slack takes down 1. Apathy makes it 2, but bitten back is going to be Frosty here. And on your screens is Karma trying to shoot through the smoke. Doesn't get it. Lock on. But he is going to find himself a bit of damage. Can he be held up by Apathy? Yes, he can. And now Havoc and Frosty going up against just 2, but 23 seconds. No one's on the bomb.
It's a 2 versus 2. Frosty now on his own. 1v2. Enable's going to clean it up. Plenty of time for the defuse. 15 seconds. It's going to go the way of Surge. Now, they are going to take their time in this one just a little bit. What they're trying to do right now is they're trying to allow that, you know, the field upgrades they have, whether that is a trophy system or whether that is dead silence, they're going to let that small bar build up. So they're going to buy as much time as they possibly can, defuse the bomb at the last possible second. Heads up play there from Surge. It's an old trick, but it's a good one, sir.
And it was really interesting there how, you know, the bomb got planted. It was still 5v5, you know, but the retake came through. Apathy found himself a triple. You can see that there on the scoreboard. 3 kills to his name. So we're certainly starting things off in round number 1 very, very strong. Now, as the bomb will be picked up, it looks like it's going to be handled by Enable this time. No surprise there. Over by the crates, though, controlled by the Mutineers, and we're seeing something different already.
Yeah, it's actually a 4-man push towards A for Surge. Bomb now being armed. Prestini in a prime position to possibly hit the flank here. Again, if he times this well, this could be exceptional. Bomb down. 40 seconds now for the retake. Keep an eye on that Prestini. Still trying to creep in through the rear. Apathy now making his way in through the front door. Timing could be absolutely brilliant. Find a kill or 2. That'd help out a lot. It's now going to be a 3v4. Brilliant timing there again. Apathy finding that kill from behind. In the back, though, it is going to be Octane finding the kills, trying to level the playing field. It's now a 3-on-3. Any more in the tank? The Skies finds a second. Prestini makes the flank from the rear at them just in the nick of time in a 1v1. Slacked versus Prestini now. 15 seconds on the clock.
Smoke goes down. The defuse must be coming in, and it looks like Slacked might have just played this perfectly as he comes on through. He might go down.
Wait.
The time is all that matters. Can the defuse come in as 2 seconds takes just 1, and it will go through. Whew. I say you played it perfectly. Wasn't pitch perfect, that's for sure. It was maybe 0.1 of a second off.
0.1, wow.
Look at the snap here on Prestini. That's a shot you want to keep your eyes out for here. Prestini there clutching up for the Mutineers.
By the absolute skin of his teeth, that defuse came through. I don't think it can get any closer than that.
I thought he'd done it. I thought that he challenged at the perfect time. The smoke obviously came down, but what was so special about that smoke was put down at 15 seconds. Again, exactly half. So as soon as that smoke went down, the nerves started to kick in. You're like, is that bomb being defused? Well, let's jump into round number 3 with another 2 minutes on the clock. Apathy already 4 kills to his name. Slap finds 1 though, as he pushes on forward, 3-2 currently. Look at the pressure, look at the speed that we are seeing here from Apathy.
Yeah, nice kills there. He will go down. That was his 4th kill of the match. Sky's on the flank, trying to stay alive. What a nade from Octane. Just banks it off the ground there, straight into the mouth of Skies, and that's going to be that. 3 versus 4. Mutineers at the disadvantage.
Octane took a lot of damage there, but he's back up and running here. We do see Skies fall, Havoc as well. This is a bit of a slower push. The bomb was not able to be put down, but it's kind of the same here from the Mutineers, heading over towards B. Very well set up Octane in a power position, and Octane with an assault rifle up top. That's not what you want to face as he finds one. The pre-aim come through, it won't go down, and it's all up to Enable here. As he does find one, it's a 1v1 against Frosty. He challenges with the M4, and it's Frosty who comes out on top.
Did you feel that second? Did you feel that moment? You can see it here. Enable just manages to turn on the hop, and there was a chance. And Frosty did not let that get away from him. He managed to get that kill. A nice round to Florida. A little messy, a little ugly, but hey, man, we'll take it.
I thought Octane had it. You know, he was up top. He made a really important kill, but his location was revealed, and he was shortly taken down after. The Mutineers bite back here with 2 rounds and now lead in the search and destroy. Everyone's picked up some kills. No one's dropping a donut just yet here. As Enable grabs the bomb, we kick it off once more. Round number 4 here. Mork's already though. First blood. Apathy has been dropped.
Cheeky angle there. Lovely nade from Skies as well. Just managed to get that sort of the bullet through the slither of the side of those containers. Any advantage really helps. Apathy will take a nice nap. We'll see him in the next round. The bomb is slowly but surely sort of teetering towards that B-bomb site. Is going to be in the hands of Enable right now. 1 minute 30 on the clock. A little slower now for the Surge, trying to count their chips. See what kind of play they can make. Octane finds nothing with that stun. Throws it for information. Throws it to garner some form of intel. Not going to happen. Now Skies repositioning back up top. Again, great position to be in. There are players beneath him though, so this is now going to get dangerous very quickly. Very, very quickly. And if Skies isn't looking the right way, he does have a teammate watching his back, however, as those 3 members of Surge, 2 lying down, 1 on the top of the crates, tries to make a play happen.
Yeah, Mork's is a really important player here. He's just hanging back there by the forklift, waiting for anyone to push forward. He's already made first blood this one. However, that bomb is behind the crates, and he's going to find himself an interesting one for sure. That's going to be Skies already. Finds himself 2 this round. Enable finds 1, but Skies 3 already. Finally hits the deck, and we are going to see a slight advantage towards the Mutineers. The 3v2 make it a 3v1, all up to Damon Barlow. Mr. Karma himself, as he finds himself just 1 there. Will be taken down shortly after, and the Pristini himself will be coming through with a clean, concise defuse. A little bit of a dance as he does it, up and down with teammate Havoc. But another round on the board for the Mutineers here. And again, I kind of flash back to our first series as we saw Chicago lose that search and destroy after taking that hard point. Are we seeing something similar here?
Very, very possible. Again, even closer in contest when it comes to those respawn game modes, but 3-1 is starting to look like a convincing lead for the Mutineers. Again, Surge just on the back foot the entire time that round. They lost Apathy very, very early on, and then they were playing catch-up from absolute the get-go. They didn't have a whole lot to work with, and again, they were pinned in, trapped on that push in towards B. They could not make anything happen. Will they adapt now and try to make a change? There's the change, though. Octane with the snipe, trying to catch these players out, moving through wood, and there's the first. Skies. Good night. Almost finds the second. There it is, Octane doing what Octane does, and this is absolutely disgusting. Wonderful way to change the game, wonderful way to mix this one up. Now though, Pristini, he managed to get through a quick stab through the ribs there. He's going to find the kill on Akama, and he gets out while the get is good. He's alive, he's absolutely fine. It was a hit and run, and it's looking a little bit worse though as Surge. 2 snipes, a counter-attack from Pristini, but not quite enough. What a round.
Yeah, and again, you've got to just talk about Octane there, pulling that snipe out. It's a ballsy play, and the reason being is sometimes, you know, when you're, up 2 or 3 rounds, you take that risk. You think, why not? Right now, they were down 2 rounds, and that sniper came out, and teammates trusted him to do so, and Octane once again pulling the cat out the bag, 4-4 for himself. A much-needed round, 3-2 right now. Interesting, though, just kind of talking about Mutineers, they seem to be very, very be heavy on the aggression. And we've seen a bit of difference from Surge. They've gone to A once, they've gone to B. Maybe a little bit unexpected, but we see the sniper still in the hands of Octane, trying to connect with another. He feels one player's been sneaky, but it looks like he's going to be caught from behind. It's going to be Havoc here, as he's going to toss out that smoke, open the door, break on through. Oh, unfortunately for the Surge, he's going to be taken down.
Apathy will go down as well, again, back and forth. These trades certainly working out in the favor of the Mutineers right now. 4 versus 3. Havoc with a great play to open this one up, take care of that sniper. But now the presence still being felt towards that B site. Bomb now making his way forward in the hands of Enable. The Surge in a very, very familiar territory now. Working again at a disadvantage, trying to retake, but they don't have the numbers, they don't have the angles to watch that bomb site, and they're just walking into the guns of the Mutineers.
Yeah, and what's so special about this is the first round that we've seen actually a team, and that being the Mutineers, push forward past that bomb site. Usually, you know, it's almost giving up that bomb site, but right now, they've walked on in, and they've taken it, and they've stole it away from the Surge here. They were dominant, and they just came in, claimed that ground, just past the forest, just where we see this final kill cam right now. They were pushing them back, and I think obviously they were like, right, Octane sniping, let's put that pressure on. Havoc got aggressive. They got aggressive. Morgs and Havoc again, changing that round, 4-2. As it is 1st-6. Quick flash of the scoreboard there. Everyone kind of playing their part. Lowest being Havoc, 2 kills. Highest, of course, just 7. And that's his teammate Skies. But we get into round number 7. 2 minutes once again put on that clock. And Mutineers, they're sticking to what they know, and right now it's working. It's going to be.
Yeah, the defensive rounds are so much stronger than it comes to the Surge. But still, Apathy's first blood. Karma actually finds a nade kill as well, so this is lovely work. 5v3. Nobody now on Surge, down and out. Strong numbers to work with. Can they hold on to this advantage they have? Pristini with the bomb again, making his way towards B. A is not getting any love whatsoever since that first opening round. And now, Octane in the high position. Slow and steady approach now from the members of Mutineers. Down low, it's going to be Skies. He can find the timing here. This would be fantastic. He slips through. Did he get noticed? No. He did not. Octane was taken out from atop his perch. Now there's nobody up top. He managed to blind the scout there. Pristini with the bomb going down. Smoke's now covering the advance. What have we got from the Mutineers?
This guy's needed to go big there, and he's going to find himself one. Havoc joining the club as well, but Apathy shuts it down. And right now we're looking at a 2v1. It's all on Havoc, and he is going to be shut down. Apathy finding those last 2. It is a clutch, to say the least there. However, as the players will just run on by, take their time, let those field upgrades go through. Apathy will be coming in with a defuse shortly. But again, just kind of talking about that round, Sky's pushing up. He found his 8th kill of the game just by that little box. It was a very important one, but just overwhelmed by the Surge, who just took control and really showed them how to do it here. Defuse will come in, and we are going to see this get a little bit closer. Round 8 is going to be an important one. This is where Surge, they really don't want to let this game get out of hand. Yes, you're down by a couple of rounds and you're back in it here, but going down 5-3, mentally, it is a struggle. Are they going to tie it up? Let's check it out here as the clock ticks down. The players are ready.
And it's going to be tough for the Surge to win an offensive round. I don't think they've managed to find one yet.
I mean, they should have won the first one onto A, but
what do you know, though?
Away from Pristini.
It's back to B.
Back to B.
Back to B. It's a 3v2 on the attack. We've actually only got one member of the bomb carrying team moving forward. It's going to be Slacked as he just teeters forward. 2 members towards the back end, trying to find somebody from the Mutineers who's overextending. A slight exchange of gunfire there at the beginning, just a salvo, just, you know, feeling each other up, playing a bit of footsies under the table before we get into something more serious. And that seriousness may be wrung out by that smoke being thrown. Pristini on the poke. He pokes, and he will go down. Nice bit of work there. Karma getting the kill. Octane with the assist.
That was actually a team shot coming through as well, taken down so fast. And it was almost like the smoke was a little bit of bait, but someone who may have not took that bait is Skies, in and out as quick as that, and is looking for a double-double here as he finds himself. Semtex in hand, trying to find one before he falls, but might just go even better. He's found that second, he's dipped and dived, and he's found himself still alive. Only Octane to go, and Mutineers come out with the win. And again, it's because of that aggression on that bomb site. Last round, it was Morks himself kind of pushing forward along with Skies. Again, it's those same 2 players pushing forward, controlling those crates, and again, it's so difficult. You don't want to peek, you don't want to be blooded. But this time they come out on top. Potentially the final round here, if Mutineers can clutch up. Skies, though, hits double digits.
Surge, once again, just hesitating on the offensive, and they pay dearly for it. I mean, it's a solid effort from everyone. 10 kills for Skies for the Mutineers. On the Surge side of things, Apathy's managed to get 9. Is it going to be enough? Map point right now for Florida. And it's an offensive round. And back to B we go. 2 on the defense. Karma goes down. That's a great kill there as Morks manages to tie it up. It's a 4v4. Now an adaptation. One player remains. Octane goes as well. What a brilliant nade that was. Slacked and Apathy are all that's left now for the Surge.
Yeah, you see both players fall at B. However, number 7 is going to be the all-important one. It's going to be Slacked here, but on your screens it's going to be Skies just locking things down.
Slacked's alone. It's alone. He's going to make the push around the corner. He's just got no awareness, and he's gone. He's done. It's over. Florida tie the series up here in the Surge, 6-3. There were times there, Phil, where, admittedly, Seattle just looked like they had no idea what to do.
Yeah, it was an impressive showing from the Mutineers, and again, really, you go back and you think, why? They controlled that bomb site. On the aggression, on the defense, they made it their own, and it was Chance and Havoc for me, sorry, Morks and Havoc, who really were that kind of duo, if you like. And we talked about Havoc going into this. The Search and Destroy was something he needed to kind of show, and I'm already impressed by it. But does this just mean that Seattle, they go back to their respawn and they do what the Huntsmen did? We'll obviously have to wait and see for that one. But impressive stuff so far from the Mutineers and S&D.
Yeah, tied up 1-1. I think Phil and I need to take a little break. So why don't we throw it over the desk. Lottie, what did you guys think of that one?
Thank you so much, gents. Incredible stuff overall from both of our teams that we're seeing so far. I mean, I've got to give it to the Mutineers, though. That was really, really impressive. S&D is a seriously hard game type to really get into and perfect. I still haven't seen a team so far quite perfect the game of S&D. It's so back and forth, but I've got to hand it to them. Mutineers really had that dominance performance on Gunrunner, and I felt like Surge, no matter what they could do, it just wasn't happening for them. It wasn't working. That B, storming B for Mutineers just seemed to be working over and over again.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The Mutineers, they were able to get so aggressive and hit those timings at the B side crates over and over again. And they're always the aggressors, whether they're on defense or offense. They're always the ones like sliding, trying to hit that timing. And usually in Call of Duty, when you're the aggressor, when you're the one making the other team make decisions, you're going to be more successful. So I think that's like the perfect example right there. And it was interesting to see that the Surge, they had that one round that was pretty successful on the A side, but Pristini was able to clutch up and get that last second defuse. And then Surge never really went back over to that side of the map very strongly. So I don't know, maybe that round just got in their heads a little bit and they went away from it and it didn't go their way. So.
Yeah, for me, it was the mid-round adjustments for the Surge. You could see throughout the map they tried different things. There was a lot of rounds early on where Apathy would try to push up and get inside of their base, and he had some good stats, but there were a couple times where he did get first blooded, and it was very difficult for the Surge to adapt after that. So if you're going to try to make a play, you need to follow it up with some other teammates doing some other things on the other side of the map, because you have to distract. If you have a player being that aggressive in their base and he's going to get first blooded, you have to try to make plays on the other side of the map, and they weren't doing that, and we saw them slow it down later in the rounds, but then the Mutineers were just picking them apart, and it was just a little bit easy for them to clutch up and win that.
And of course, Octane really was getting heated up there as well, and he was performing super, super well. And then Havoc, the next round, just sneaks up and just totally shuts him down. How frustrating is that, TP, to try and deal with? When you're really going off on it, and suddenly your Thunder's just stolen.
Yeah, I mean, a player like Havoc has been doing that for years now. It's S&D is definitely his strong suit when it comes to competitive Call of Duty, and it's players like that that are able to hit those timings with SMGs, get to super close range where you're not really expecting it. That can just be so frustrating for a player like Octane to deal with over and over again every single round. You're at a disadvantage with the M4. MP5 is kind of the do-it-all weapon right now. I mean, both guns really are, but the MP5 is something special.
Especially on a map like Gunrunner, the MP5 is going to be extremely dominant. Especially when those smokes come in, you get over towards crates, you can just wreak havoc inside of green and crates.
Amazing stuff. We'll speak of the devil with Octane. We're going to go to our US Army tactical play of the game and talk about this incredible man with the sniper. He was going off. Talk to me about his gameplay, TP. Why is he so good with this sniper, and why is this crucial to try and influence the way that this game with S&D is played, picking off these players early on?
When you have an influential sniper on the map, it's basically the other team has to show him respect at certain sides of the map. So when he's getting aggressive like this, taking those early peaks on top of those crates right there, every single round after that, the enemy team is going to have to think twice about what they're doing. They can't take those wide angles when they're pushing up towards the trees over there. You're worried about nades, you're worried about a sniper, you're worried about so many different things on the map. So just an influential sniper like that just makes the other team very, very uncomfortable.
It does indeed. And we had, nameless many highlights in this game. We're going to take a look at them now as well. But for you, what was really standing out there, between these two rosters? I did feel it was very close. We had a bit of a scrappy start to this S&D. But talk to me about what we're seeing.
I mean, I really like that 1v1 that you're going to see right here that Pristini ended up winning. That smoke was there for like 6-7 seconds, and I really did not think that he was going to get that defuse, and he ends up getting it with like a millisecond left in the round. So So, you know, throughout this game, though, I just thought that the Mutineers were able to adapt and change up their strategies in multiple different rounds. We saw them go over towards the middle side of the map and try to get inside their water or inside their green, vice versa, and they just did a great job at getting that positioning and picking apart the Surge.
Let's just talk about now a player who statistically was really winning our hearts here in Skies. I mean, we need to talk about this Mutineer roster. This was insane from them. 11 kills, 7 deaths here. That is mad. The stats coming off here on S&D, this is something that you need to have in a roster. This is a powerhouse. And if he can continue this, S&D might become one of their strengths.
It's a big point. We talked a lot about it leading into today, which teams are going to be strong. And Skies was one of the best S&D players from Black Ops 4 last year. So the fact that he's able to carry in a lot of that leadership is going to come in as well. I'm sure they were more than well prepared for this S&D. They look really good.
And Nameless, you mentioned him. Pristini is another one to watch out for. That 0.1 second guy clutching up there. This means a lot in an S&D game. If you can bring it right down to the wire, but you have a player who won't give up right at the last second, like Pristini, this is what you want to see on your team.
Yeah, they have a good mixture of players. You know, Sky's got a couple first bloods on that map, and then you have players like Havoc and Pristini who can, sneak through the cracks and kill a player like Octane to make it that much more easier for Mox or Skies to get those picks with the ARs.
Indeed. And, something that I want to talk about as well is, of course, our Astro listenings. This is really interesting stuff. It's really exciting for us to be able to bring this technology to you. We want to know what the players are thinking, right? We want to know how they communicate in game. That is really, really important. TP, obviously, being a previous coach of Optic Gaming, how important is it to have clear, concise communication?
To be honest, from coaching experience, you can kind of listen to your team, the kind of moods that they're in, and the mindset going into a match, and you can tell sometimes when you don't have the right mindset. So being a coach, when those guys are up there talking to their teams, that's a perfect example of maybe they can turn the tide, get the comms going, and you really need to keep the communication fluid. You can't have 1 or 2 or 3 players on the team getting quiet. It really, kills the vibe in a sense going into the next map, especially if you just lost the last one pretty bad. So Astro listening is very, very important to see, sort of look into the team's vibes a little bit.
Absolutely. I'm sure we'll be having plenty more as we go on. Now, of course, you may notice our players are really kitted out. They're kitted out to the nines, and I'm sure you guys want to be joining them too. If you want to support your hometown, what would you guys rock on the big stage if you were up there? Hoodie or a jersey? The choice is yours. Merchandise for all 12 teams is available at shop.callofdutyleague.com. I mean, the kit is pretty insane. What's your favorite kit so far on the stage, TP?
Oh, I think I'm going to go with the Surge.
Oh, the Surge. That is a clean kit.
I like the colors a lot.
Nameless, your fashion is always on point. You're always well dressed. Talk to me about what you'd be rocking up there.
Chicago, come on. Hometown. That green is beautiful. I got it on right now. Come on.
You are dripping today too. You both are, but it is facts.
We all are.
It's facts. And talking about dripping, are you guys sweating up there in the casting box? I need to hear from you guys. How incredible is this game so far? What do we make of it?
Are we sweating, Lottie? God, no, we're not sweating at all, because there's actually a tiny little fan just at my feet that's going right into my sort of face and stomach. It's absolutely incredible. Shout out to the lovely crew for providing that one to us. Phil, are you heating up in here? Are you ready to rumble?
I'm good. I'm ready to rock and roll. It's not too hot here. However, Nameless, again, how good does he look?
Thank you. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I'm told you're Nameless. I'm loving this so much. It's so wonderful.
It looks good.
It's wonderful to be back with our colleagues. Such characters. Everyone's fantastic.
It's been a while.
Hey, and shout out to Lottie. You're doing an incredible job. We love you on the desk. Right, friends. It's time for domination. Sorry, headphone users, or am I? Third map of the series. We're back on Gunrunner. Now, Phil, let's talk predictions, mate. The first sort of respawn game, the hard point was a little tight, was a little close right until the very end. Search and destroy, an absolute bloodbath. Will it be close? Will it be far? Will it be near? What's the deal, mate?
I feel for me it's going to be another close game. The first 5-6 minutes of that hard point was very, very close. We can kind of only judge it off of that being that respawn game mode, but I am starting to look at those players that maybe kind of just, hid away in the search and destroy. We didn't really talk about the likes of Karma too much, but as we get into domination here, we're going to leave a player either side there, just getting that home flag, and it's all eyes on B here. Who will take it first? Who will be that offensive team? And we see the Mutineers go forward and take down 3. Apathy, Octane, and Slacked. They're going to have to hit that respawn and get going once more. But the flag heading in the way of the Mutineers. You see there, top middle of your screen, keep track of everything. B will be captured as it is highlighted in those beautiful blue Mutineer colors here. Seattle, of course, rocking white right now.
Here we go. Apathy trying to make the play in through the backside of B. Right through the door, into the front line. Teammates going to try and back him up. Karma watching the front as well. Lovely trades as they are going to keep going down. But Frosty, the last man standing left from the point. And he finds another one, the third for Frosty. As he brings the cold indoors. What a multi-kill that was. And he's going to manage to regen his full health. 3 kills in a row, and B remains Florida's.
Again, that's just kind of such an important play, and right now he is snapping. And not only this, but he's finding himself with so much knowledge. You see by the way he's moving around, he knows that his home flag is under pressure. What? My goodness, Frosty! Woohoo! This guy is ready to rock and roll. This guy at the moment, he's 8-0. Make it 9. Frosty, you can see the twitch, the snap, and his MP5. This guy's at home.
He's just running around mid-map, just taking scalps right now. There's a few more players, and it took 2 men and a stun to bring him down. Woohoo, Frosty! We like that. The points still accumulating for the Florida Mutineers, slowly but surely, but now we're seeing that A point taken now by the Surge.
Yeah, just kind of talking about the importance of some of these things in-game as well. Smokes, trophy system. Smokes you can obviously, you know, muster up over that flag and just jump on with real no pressure, as we do see going back and forth here. Seattle Surge are going to take B. For the trophy systems, of course, they can prevent any type of projectile. Your smokes, your Semtex, your stuns, grenades, anything. You name it right now. Pushing forward, Slacked with 3 kills. 1 with the Semtex, 1 with an MP5, and the 3rd with an M4. Mr. Do-It-All right now as he's on the defense.
And that's huge. He manages to find the kills. He pushes space around B, and he allows his teammates to come in and complete the cap. Lovely work there from Slack. Now the Surge just have to set up now and hold on. High above the smoke he goes as Enable now clears that right-hand side flank. A looking to capture it. They're pushing the members of the Mutineers right to the very, very back, to the furthest extremity of the map, while they potentially go for that triple cap. Now, Phil, what's a triple cap?
A triple cap, obviously, when you hold 3 flags at once, that's when you're going to be getting the most points. However, pushing for that triple cap, sometimes it comes back to bite you in the butt as you'll see your home flag disappear. Not for the Surge, though. They were under pressure over by C, but they're going to be saved by Apathy here. Now, once that's done, they need to get back over to B because the pressure is on. Pressure, Octane laughs in the face of pressure. 2 kills through the wall, Pristini Morks, and Pristini once again, though, will shut down 4, and you'd expect that flag to be challenged once more. And it is going to actually be the home flag. It's interesting here. You talk about a triple cap. One thing I will say, sometimes you can get this split cap, and that's when you hold A and C. And right now, that's exactly what the Mutineers are doing. But at this point, this can be a little bit hard to manage because they are far apart, and we're going to see Surge take back A.
11 kills to Frosty. It's Karma on your screen, just sort of patrols around the showers, the janitors, if you will. He just cleans things up in and around this locker room. Octane not to be bested in that position. The cart-to-cart gunfight is so, so difficult to maintain, as now B is the Surge's. Havoc just on the right-hand side of the screen there, just trying to find the kill. If he can find a kill and make his way forward, that's great. Morks covering the line there with the assault rifle. Lovely work. He will be taken down from behind. However, now Morks, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. There are 2 members of the Surge surrounding him. With their help from his friends will get him by, but Karma's going to put him down. Enable, Slack, their kills going the way of the Surge, and now the lead is theirs.
Yeah, it's a small lead though, however, points are points. And again, when you're holding a 2 cap, you obviously have that extra, that flag. Per flag, you're going to get 12 points per minute. Of course, a triple cap, that's when you're getting 36. That's when you really can get a lead, but it's getting that triple cap and holding it that is so, so hard. And right now you can see the Mutineers, they're easily going to take back B. And we're going to see Surge maybe try and go for that home flag. We see Enable try and sneak through. He's going to be shut down. We're going to see another drop. That's going to be Karma here. And we might see the Mutineers take back that lead now as they find themselves with C and B. They're actually challenging A as well.
That player on A, I think he's just got taken care of in the nick of time, and now we see the members of Surge spawning on that far left-hand side of the map, will be the area you're looking at now, as they now make their way forward, trying to retake B. Only 1 member now of the Mutineers, defending that in their B site. As Enable makes his way forward, Octane slow and steady, checks his corners, his teammates finding those kills. Karma's going to lead the charge. Now the shots are there, lovely bit of hip fire, and the second from Octane. And look at that, every point on the map now has got a little bit of Surge all over it. B has been made neutral, C has got a little bit of danger there as well. This could be a huge turnaround for the Surge.
And this is when you've got all 3 flags, this is where you've got to really split your team up, and that can be a little bit of a weakness, but they'll take that 3 cap there for, you know, the 5 seconds that they have it. They put themselves back in the lead, and again, very, very important now to set up and hold these home and middle flag as well. B and C in the control of Surge. C is actually changing hands as it looks like Havoc there. Currently 7 and 10, but he is going to find himself just neutralizing C. And we're going to see if the Surge can take it back with a kill feed like that. Most likely they will. It's Octane who's going to find himself jumping on it. Octane again, respawn. He seems so comfortable with that M4. He's currently 14 and 9. And a little fun fact for you on the hard point. No Mutineer player went positive. That's going to be difficult to win, of course. And right now, it's Morkz only positive there at 10 and 9, making 11 and 9. So they really need to step up their slaying side of things, I feel.
Yeah, we need to see more players down for the Surge if the Mutineers are going to find anything here. 3 members now alive. They're going to be pushing through C. Octane finds another 3 kills and he locks down B. Once again, he's king of the tracks. You're on the wrong side of them, Havoc, as he's going to get taken down from behind by Karma. Lovely work now. Octane, he's picking up anything he can find. He's been alive for so long, and he helps his team absolutely net that round, 102 to 90. It's not a huge advantage going into the next, but it's good enough for me.
Oh, it most certainly is. And again, when you've got that lead there, 12-point lead, that is a minute of 2 capping. That is, in 60 seconds, it's a long time when it comes to domination here. Seattle, of course, now showing how good they really can be. But as we switch on sides, we get that countdown once more. These guys are going to jump back into the action. Like I said, I just want to see more slaying. Morkz is that assault rifle player. Yes, he's 12 and 10. But you go over, you look at Enable, you look at Octane, Karma. All positive here, all putting up big numbers. Can they keep it up?
Opening Gambit now, as you see the push forward. Pristine hoping to find A. He will be captured now. Great defensive work there from Octane. Did not fall for that one. The trophy system was there to intercept the nade, and brilliant stuff. Now B will be going the way of Seattle as well. So a strong start here in the second round.
We're going to see Morkz there, shot right in the back, and that's an easy kill coming in for Apathy. A 3-kill streak for him. As one thing that you've really got to keep your eye on is that middle map. You've got to keep that middle ground. And again, if you can rotate very easily. If your flags are being taken, you can just rotate simply. Try and keep yourself quite close. And Apathy, Pistol Pete over here. Bang, bang.
Will be taken down. You see Seattle Surge with a slight lead now. Let's have a quick Astro listen in with the Surge.
Lockers, one shot. There's 2 of you.
I got one to spawn.
Havoc and Press. 2 going out.
I like this. Very good.
It's a little part of me that's like, I feel like we can fade out the right hand.
Oh, dude. P3 still Havoc. He's on.
We're good. They have a setup.
I can smoke the ramp in a second. Havoc, yeah. Nice one.
I need to close, careful.
Setting close. I don't cover guys. And he's stuck behind the box, I think.
I got the guy. One's green, though. One's green. In green. He's good box. He pushed out.
You always push out box.
Nice. That's 2.
P3. Gotta kill him.
Nice.
He's gonna be mid, probably.
Oh, he's in goal. Go on C. We should go C.
Got him. Nice. That's 4.
On B.
One on B.
In the corner B. And one's lockers.
Guys might be able to get the neutral.
And lockers.
One off USC. Just get neutral and get off. Just baiting you in. We're winning.
I got one. Yeah, you guys should be able to help get B.
Yo, one's in the warehouse.
I
got one. He's going boxes, Tay. One's behind me. He's at B. On B flag. One's on A. He's in boxes.
And there you hear it from the mouths themselves. The Seattle Surge, they've started to really take this map very much into their hands at 133 to 116, and we saw that push towards, the seaside as well. I mean, just looking absolutely brilliant. We love it. I mean, what do you do now for the Mutineers? It's just a dire situation. Do they have to start winning gunfights, people slaying? What will it be?
I mean, it's going to be very difficult for me. The first thing they need to start, they're slaying, and they're just being shut down. When you're going up against the likes of Octane, it's so difficult. This man just sets himself up, not only in the perfect position, but with a pretty much perfect aim. It's very hard to take down the turret himself. However, a couple kills go in favor of the Mutineers. Right now, they currently hold B. They've just taken over A. For me, they just need to kind of settle themselves. They need to hold this for a second before they go for that triple cap. Sometimes it just seems a little rush from the Mutineers themselves.
There we go, Mutineers trying to get a little bit of seed. It's going to be that player number 9 who's going to be making his way forward onto it. We are seeing now cleared, made safe. A and B still in the hands of the Mutineers. Frosty, he's had a stunning game so far. He has slowed down tremendously now at 15 to 16, but that opening first round, we need to find some of that sweet Frosty magic. It's B about halfway towards the way for the Mutineers to be made neutral first. This has been a good hold for Florida, but not quite enough. Morkz, though, trying to keep the dreams alive in from behind as we go back towards B. Slacked again on the defense, waiting for his teammates to push up. Oh, what a kill that was from Havoc. Skins him alive, and now he's going to go straight towards the point.
Yeah, you'll see such the important position over by Cole and over by the train tracks. You can really get those power positions. However, we see Slack go down. Octane finds himself 2 before falling. Apathy and Karma joins the party, but Skies answers back at a 5-killing spree here. We talked about, of course, the importance of slaying. Skies looking to step that up. B is going to change hands here for a second. The neutralization does come in. Can they actually take it for themselves? That's the question. Looking to stop that is Morkz. Trophy system denies there and shows the importance once more. B so close, yet so far away it feels to change in hands. 2 minutes on the clock. Trophies in abundance here. And I tell you what, kills 2. Morkz finds himself a double 4-kill streak for him.
Nice double, just about in time to get his teammates there now. Make B neutral again and then go for the full cap. Enable those, great nade in on the top. There's no trophies to save him. Morx finds his 5th kill in a row, and this is a good hold. That's the trophy they need. That's solid defense. Surge may get C, but B is just about finished though. They haven't managed to quite complete it though, and he gets this. Oh, it's the people on B. Get it, finish it, close it out, but Karma in the nick of time. There was about 10% left on that capture point. B does not go the way of the Mutineers. B will stay neutral.
Yeah,
no wait, Hadis, I take it back. Now we're all good. They got it, guys. Don't worry, B's theirs now.
Octane sadly finds himself a Karma there lying on that flag. However, look at the top middle, 162 to 160. So close here. Mutineers not out of it and really showing what they can bring to the party. Frosty, of course, started so strong at 9-0. Right now he finds himself 19-20. What a turnaround, not for the good here, but Surge, they, for the first time in a long time, are down. They have 1 flag. And Mutineers, they just need to hold here. They need to dig those heels in. However, one player's going to fall. That's going to be Morx over by B. Now pushing forward. It's going to be Octane. Finds himself 2. Does go down. Are we going to see this change hands again? It doesn't look likely as Mutineers have thrown everything in the kitchen sink, but Enable and Karma make it 5. As now B must change hands. This is going to be a close one here. 170 to 175. 45 seconds left.
We have to see B go. We have to see Florida take B. We have to see something. Maybe they go towards C instead, but now they're in a tough spot. Frosty trying to find these kills. Push up the map. Havoc, get on your horse, son. Start riding away. You need to make your way across mid-map as quickly as you can. Karma, though, in from behind at A, trying to find some players on spawns. If he can cut the legs out of this push, he buys his team so much time. The lead is about to change. There's the shots. Karma finds 1. Octane with 2 on the back. 180 to 180 is about to flip over. Once again, in the absolute dying seconds of the match now. 12 seconds to go. It may as well be done. B and C, they're in Surge's hands. They've not been able to do anything. Florida have just fallen out of the boat, and that's going to be it. It's all done. And what do you know, friends? Seattle, they will take Dom from the absolute clutches of defeat there.
4 points separate the 2 teams. We saw it go back and forth. Both teams, of course, leading at some point in the game. We saw moments of brilliance from, so many players at that point. How to start a game, Frosty. How to get back into it. Honestly, just the slaying power for me was so important. Quick replay, though, as Octane there. The dying seconds with just 60 seconds on the clock here. This is where, realistically, there's only 12 points up for grabs here. Incredible stuff.
Seattle Surge now take the lead in the series 2-1.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Welcome back to the COD League. Miles and Momo here as we bring you our 4th map in this series. Seattle versus Florida. You can see us up there. Hi guys, how you doing? You're enjoying yourselves immensely here in Minneapolis. As we said, it's cold outside. The snow is quite something, but boy, it's very, very fun in here. The Armory has been a fantastic venue, and we thank you for watching online, and we thank you for watching here in the venue. Any Seattle fans here? Is there a couple of you come down to enjoy the show? That guy in the yellow, thanks man. Thank you very much. Any Florida fans?
I'll tell you what, it would be quite a drive, quite a distance to just drive on down to Minnesota.
It's quite literally coast to coast as well from
it
Seattle
really
to
is.
Florida. I must say, having come to the US and starting to work with the
You new here, it's okay.
Yeah, but for you as well, our American geography is just better than it's ever been, right?
We're getting better. We're getting better.
All 50
I mean, I drove across the country. I kind of figured it out as I went along. However, we're enjoying our time. I think it's our first time, both of us, in Minnesota. Obviously, a very warm welcome from Rocket themselves, and what a show they're putting on. So big shout out to you guys. However, right now, the game that we are watching, the battle of the seasides, if you like. They're going head to head, and Seattle, obviously, they're showing how good they can be at points. But that domination, that was super close. You know, that wasn't a walk in the park. No game really has been. And it makes me excited to jump into Cave Harbor.
Oh, Azir Cave, or Azir. I don't know, I'm not really sure how we say that one just yet. But
one
hey,
of your favorite maps, this one, Mal?
It is one of my favorite maps. I do enjoy the cave.
You like to camp down that well, don't you? I've seen
Don't do that.
Cheeky Claymore.
Name and shame me. Not on broadcast, you scumbag. Here we go in a hard point. As we saw in the first one, it's first to 250. That hard point will move every minute. There's a little bit of a mix-up on this map. Again, we've got lots of the interior of the cave. There are 2 hard points inside there and the other 3 on the outside. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, that first hard point right in the center of the small town. Florida versus Seattle. Map 4, here we go.
So again, judging on the only hard point that we've seen from these 2 teams right now, Octane, Karma, 2 players to watch from Surge, but really Enable with the one to kind of start things hot off on map number 1. So as the hard point is going to be unlocked in just 1 second, here we go. The teams have set themselves up. Now, this obviously pretty hard to kind of keep yourself hidden as it's right in the middle of the map as we see players jump on board. Prestini finds himself in the house, and Yellow, as the guys call it here, pushing forward, is going to be finally taken down there after finding a couple of kills. Havoc, though, hidden a flank, and this is interesting here. Number 3, that, of course, is. See what he can do in just a couple seconds, as we are going to see Surge spawn on in that cave, and that's a tough one. Sometimes you can really get pinned back there.
It's very, very difficult to break this hard point. You can see that position that Morks is in. He's in that right-hand side corner. You have to push right into the hard point to get that damage done, or you have to find a perfect 2-nade situation, and it is not working out, as Florida have got an absolute iron grip on this hard point.
Yeah,
18 seconds left, and I mean, they could honestly get the rest of it.
Just kind of talking about this first hard point, sometimes it is pretty difficult. You don't have that trophy system straight away, but you certainly have that smoke grenade, and it gets a little bit crazy. But judging by that top middle, we see the Mutineers take 30 points from the potential 60. Right now, rotation will be setting in. You start to see Surge pick up those kills, and they're a bit static, and the reason is they're already there, and they're pushing forward too. Enable trying to find one, will do that. Can he find a second? It looks like he might do, but he's going to be taken down. Right now, Octane, though, in a favorable position. This is just his... This is where he thrives. Put himself in a power position, a long line of sight, and an assault rifle in hand, and this is where he lives.
I mean, what's the one thing that could really slow him down, and that's a well-placed smoke grenade. Completely cut off the shot. And there we go. It's a perfect 5 kills for the Florida Mutineers. They have just come in and they're going to snatch that good old booty. There it is. Hardpoint's going to be going the way if they can get one more wave of kills. Lovely work from Skies. Top shots, though, from Slack from above as he comes in off spawn. And they manage to make safe the hardpoint as Seattle bounce right on back.
Yeah, and Surge are going to be rewarded with those spawns. Obviously, they rotated quicker. I will say it was a top shelf kind of break from Mutineers, but they couldn't make that second wave of kills. And that was the important one, really, as we see the last 5 seconds go to Surge. And we are going to see them take the lead here, but again, this is much like map number 1, where it went very much back and forward. As we head over to the next hardpoint, Prestini patrolling the area, trying to find exactly where they're going to be pushing forward, but right now they have the field itself. Breaking on through, though, Prestini looking for another kill.
Now, the soccer field is a very, very difficult hardpoint to actually maintain control of. It's such an open space, and Prestini has poked us out of the window at possibly the wrong time. And here we go, the push. Frosty keeping the positions down low. Morks is up tall in that broken building, but Slack has managed to infiltrate. So now he's in that top building position. This is looking fantastic for Seattle, as they're now going to break the hardpoint, push these players back, and have full control for themselves. Seemingly effortless, not a single bit of sweat fell from the brow, and there you go. Apathy, not able to get the second, but wonderful work nonetheless.
Yeah, managed to put enough damage to make it easy for Enable, though, as now Enable starts to wiggle his way around that house, finds himself another, and you see by the static count there, Enable just in and about and just taking names, shutting them down. That MP5 ambitious to say the least, as he does deal a little bit more damage, but not enough right now. 5 seconds left, and it is going to go to the Surge, it looks like, but over by the cave, we're going to get 3 players down. Karma's already rotated, but he might be outnumbered here, Miles.
Solid time from Surge on that last hard point. Now we go back into the west side of the cave, the more open side of the cave, and it's an absolute nade fest inside there. Havoc managed to find a teammate. Apathy and Slack, though, their guns are up and they're ready to roll as they make their way on. Frosty, though, watch that left-hand side as he pushes forward to the table, will be taken down. Powerful cover fire from Seattle. Wonderful job watching those angles. Again, the position they're now in the cave, they only have to watch 2 angles, the short door and the larger one to the far left-hand side of the screen now. So as long as they can funnel the members of the Mutineers into their guns, this is going to be an easy hard point for them to hold.
Yeah, Octane set up on that truck as well. He was just kind of posted up with that M4 in hand. You're not going to be able to break that easily at all. And Surge are just sticking those heels in and not letting anyone past here. They are going to find themselves with the final 10 seconds. It looks like here Mutineers are going for that rotation. But actually, Skies is being chased down, hunted like the prey that he was. And we're going to see him finally fall, respawn on up, but probably not in the most favorable position here. The Surge, again, not only have they really dominated that last hard point in the west side of the cave, but they've set themselves up really nicely for this next hard point. And what I like from what I'm seeing from Surge is they're not being too aggressive. They're not being a little sporadic in what they do. They're taking their time, and we see a 5-kill streak for Apathy, a 3-kill streak for Enable himself. Karma's found himself a double as well. All shut down, though.
I mean, ridiculous stats right now. Enable 15-9, Apathy 18-6 right now. I mean, they really are the shining stars of Seattle at this point in time. Enable once again finding those multi-kills. Havoc now trying to make his way in from behind the hard point. The smoke will cover his approach. The nade goes over the top to try to soften up the defenders. But look at this. He's just getting absolutely blasted there on point. The fact that he's in there is good enough right now, but Apathy is going to make his way forward. Slack is going to assassinate him from behind, and that is an absolutely devastating counterattack from Seattle. Now you've got trophies up. There's 12 seconds left. Give him to him. They're going to be going to the next hard point as well.
This is where things start to get a little out of control. This is probably the biggest lead we've seen in hardpoint all day long. And again, you take your hat off for Apathy. 19-7 right now. He really is going dad mode and put him in the backpack here. We talked about Florida, you know, what was their problem in map number 1 as well as map number 3. And you know what? It was their slaying power right now. Again, no one being able to put positive numbers up. Sky's trying to change the game here, trying to do something special. And he will do for 15 seconds, already going in their hands. Can they do any more?
Hard point now. 40 seconds remaining on this second set of the hard points. Karma finds himself his 5th in a row. That's wonderful stuff. Now, don't forget, friends, this is match point for Seattle. All they need is this hard point, and they can hang those controllers up and enjoy the rest of the night in Minneapolis. 25 seconds left as Florida managed to make a little bit more of a dent in that scoreboard. 141 has been stuck for a while from Seattle.
Yep.
Let's see if they can't make a change here.
And right now we see Seattle outslain by 20 kills. And there's a reason for that. It is their position. It is their movement. And we're seeing them just take them down one by one. Now, rotation has been a problem for the Mutineers. They have struggled in breaking hard points. They've struggled in holding one. But this might be the chance for them to do it. They obviously will get there first, and they're going to get those initial points, but how are they going to hold this? We're going to see 2 breaking in from the back here, but Karma on your screens there, just trying to get a line of sight, and jumping on board with Karma, actually finds the head of Havoc there. Good night.
He does manage to take care of the player in the hard point, but Morks fills that role immediately. Lovely defense again. Skies goes down. Still on the hard point is going to be the Florida Mutineers. Here comes the counterattack now from Surge, right into Morks and Frosty, and they cut them to absolute ribbons. 100 points have now been passed, and Florida, they're not out of this yet. Enable, he tries to stop the bleeding for the time being, but it's not going to be enough. Delightful work from Florida. They're keeping this one going. I'm loving the resolve. I'm loving the grit.
And it is really kind of that money hill. A lot of people have talked about this really on previous games, and this is the one where if you rotate early, you can get this first couple of points. You're rewarded with those favorable spawns, and rightly so. Last 15 seconds looks like it's going to the Mutineers as well, and this gets them right back in the game, Miles. We were talking just a few moments ago about the biggest lead in hardpoint. Now you look at it, and there's 20 points separating the 2 squads.
This is really bad looking situation for Seattle. They may have control of the soccer field for now. I say soccer field, and I'm sorry, British viewers.
Interesting goalpost, look at it.
I know. I mean, look, man, you make do with what you've got. I don't know what that gun's doing in the middle of the pitch, but hey, we'll call it the football field, shall we? Let's be true to ourselves. Lovely work from Frosty. Through the smoke goes Slack, and he's toast. Lovely nades as well as Skies manages to keep them off it, and this is it. They're on point. 156 is Seattle's score, but this is still a good hold from Florida. Look at the kills. Are they going to be able to get the time? This is solid work again. 35 remaining on point, and the presence is certainly being felt. Can Florida take the lead?
Morks rotating around that gun right in the middle, using it to his advantage here. He's going to throw himself out a bit of equipment, still soak up the points here. Mutineers like a sponge right now, taking in everything. Plenty of time still to go. And with this, they are going to take the lead. And again, we saw how much points you can get from the west side of the cave. It was Surge who took all of them, but they were actually breaking from the opposite side previously. This time they've got in there early and they're getting set up. They've got trophy systems. They've got their main assault rifle in there. They might be down, but they're certainly not out here. Can Surge fight back?
This is not what you want to be seeing as a Mutineers fan. Octane absolutely posted up in and from behind it. Skies, he finds one, he finds two. He's managed to break the line wide open. He came in through the doggy door. He just crept in. He will be taken down, but that's it. They've managed to hold out for now. Surge, it was a bit of a blip in the roadmap, but they've managed to hold on, and now they've managed to stop that. Brilliant work from Surge. That could have been absolutely disastrous, but Slack now pushing that front line forward, holding on. The cave is looking very, very much like Seattle's, and this is a solid bit of work. About to retake that lead, unless a big push now happens from Florida, and they will be able to do that, but they're also getting ready for that next hard point in 30 seconds time.
Yeah, and again, interestingly enough, there were 2-star players on map number 1, and that was Karma and Octane. This time it's Enable and Apathy. Apathy with a plus 10, 27 and 17. Enable 25 and 18, both with a lot of hill time as well. So really doing everything that they can to get themselves back in it, and they've done just that. They've taken the lead. They've got a 10-point lead. They're going to make it 20 here, but they are going to have to rotate. Mutineers, they're going to be weighted. They're going to be ready. They're setting up, and they're going to try and take that lead back. I feel like we could be in for a nail-biter here, Miles.
I think you're absolutely right. We've got a position now set for Florida. Now ready to get a lot of time. Morks lying in the grass. Frosty there in the box on point. And you can see the kills coming through for the entirety of the Florida Mutineers lineup now. Got to get a couple more of this one. Morks, lovely positioning, lovely shots. And that's what you like to see from Morks. Brilliant work. He can't get the nade out, but 2 kills will get it done. Where is his reinforcements? As Octane now and Co. surge forward, quite literally. Lovely work again from Apathy as he managed to keep the kills going. Octane with his 3rd, but the hard point is still Florida's. Smoke's out now as the engagement continues, and the 3 members of Seattle surge forward. They're charging right in on point. Frosty goes down. Havoc now from the rear. What's he got?
Octane was aggressive enough there to get 3 kills, get that multi-kill. He actually flipped those spawns as well, and that was the important thing. We saw Seattle spawning right at the back, but just like that, Morks is going to break in. 3 kills to his name in a row, and we are going to the back end here. We're going for a 3rd rotation. 203, place 203. The Mutineers will go in with a small lead. The Mutineers will have the advantage, and the Mutineers have the chance to tie this game up. Right now, they are down 2-1 in the series if you just joined us here, but the new hardpoint is up and running. Morks on a 4-kill streak, and again, I said how in map number 1, nobody on the Mutineers went positive. Right now, it is only Morks, 19 and 14. He's got a minute and a half of hill time. He really is being that X factor for the Mutineers.
Oh, brilliant work from Skies. He gets 3, and he's going to hold it. 20 seconds now for the win. 20 seconds to prove the haters wrong and doubt that they had set upon them in the power rankings and in the forums, on Twitter, everything. We're looking to see Florida now turn this around. 10 points for the win. Pristini finds 5 kills in a row, and oh my, Florida, they're not out of this yet. There's a quick contest. Is it going to be enough to make anything happen here? Is no. 5 seconds for the win. Florida, you've only gone and done it. You've only got an almost push to game 5. It's not done yet.
Wait a second here. It looks like this hard point might be neutral for a second, but it's the race to the rotation here. The Surge are pushing through the cave, and we've seen the Money Hill and what it can do. Frosty's got to go down, and right now, it's all up to just 2 players. Octane needs to hold the line. We're going to see Apathy up there as well. The rotation has gone down. No one's on the point, but Surge have control. 2 players spawning out, and the Mutineers, they need one simple break. Just a couple kills separate them right now.
1 kill's going to get done. Havoc in from behind through the smoke. He's managed to infiltrate enemy lines. Havoc! He's got a burst! He's only gone and done it! What a play from behind! Florida forced the game 5.
Sneaky from Havoc there, getting in and behind enemy lines. Beautifully done. And the game 5 is gonna go down. And believe me, they were not outslaying in that hard point by any means, but they got themselves back into it. We saw Skies on a 5 streak. We saw Morks really kicking things up there with 22 kills, but it was really Pristini to light up right at the end there. He dropped 32. He was negative pretty much 97% of that game. Yeah, that's a made-up stat. But he goes in the lead at the very, very end. Pristini really stepping up. And a player for the first time ever on the main stage in the CDL without his brother. He's doing it alone, and he's doing it with the Mutineers.
He's doing just fine on his own. What a hard point. Game 5 now coming up next. Lottie in the desk. How are you guys doing?
I am sweating up here watching this. This is unbelievable stuff that we are seeing so far. And it's the first day right now of CDL. I can't quite believe it. Gentlemen, what a game that we have on our hands. We're going to game 5. I am so excited about this. Let's just quickly talk about what we just saw on our screens a moment ago. Hardpoint, Azir Cave. There was so much going on. We were seeing so many spawn flips. And I really do feel like Florida were kind of a bit disheartened after that Game 3 loss. And it took them such a long time to keep coming back. And eventually they did. They started to really come into their own, flip those spawns. Surge was spawning so far away, they couldn't do anything about it. We saw the trophy systems in. They really started to pick up the momentum there. TP, what were you bringing from that one?
Man, that map 3 and 4, that was a mess. Scrappy gameplay. That is not what Call of Duty at the competitive level is supposed to look like. But you have to give the Mutineers a lot of credit. I think Seattle Surge kind of didn't really throw the map there on that hard point, but even on the domination too. It seems like Seattle Surge has more initial control on these maps, but Mutineers is scrappy enough, using those smokes well enough on the crosses, and they're just making it just really, really a tough experience for the Surge, for sure.
It just seemed a bit unorganized on that Azure Cave. You know, they built like an 80-point lead where they were essentially dominating, you know, going from P4 to P5, which is 4th and 5th hardpoint. They pretty much dominated them on that first rotation. The second rotation was all Mutineers. They were able to string together way too many points, and we were talking about it earlier. When we were watching the Huntsmen play, when they had a lead, they were able to rotate and contest that point and ensure the next one, and that's something that we did not see the Surge do. When you build a 70 to 80-point lead in this game, especially on a map like that, you should be able to lock it down and win. They weren't able to do that, and you know, it's just due to unorganization.
You said it right. There's too many times where we saw the Surge take a full rotation. They give up like 20, 30 seconds of scrap time, and when you go rotate to the new hill, you cannot be losing on that first push. Yeah. The Mutineers would walk up, get a clean wipe, and that's, you know, when you do the math on the time, you're giving up 30 on the old, you're giving up the basically intro time 20 or 30 on the new. It's big swings like that that are just unacceptable at this level, especially on a map like Cave. You have a lot of time to like get a good setup going, and Surge, their setups weren't strong enough.
It was not indeed, and they were breakable, and that is the problem here. But let's go back to that very close game with domination on Gun Runner. Let's talk about those highlights and what we saw there from these guys, because Seattle really did seem to have it going here. Trophy systems, again, were used so much, and I just want to explain to people at home what trophy systems do. They're a piece of equipment that blocks, nades, stuns, and smokes. This is so important on respawn maps like Domination and Hardpoint. TP, why is it so important for these guys to use trophy systems at the right time?
So basically, it's supposed to going to be on this B flag, this area that you see right now over at the minecarts. It is really, really difficult to gun these players off of the minecarts. So you have to use your nades, you have to use your smokes to get a line of sight onto those players. If you use trophies effectively on that B lane right there, your guys that posted up in the headies are in a really good spot. We saw Octane have a lot of success on the map because he got pushed up to that minecart. All you can see is his head, and when someone like that with such a nasty shot is able to post up, wow, look at those stats. He's watching across on these players using these SMGs from 50 feet away. They have no shot. Sure enough, 1.6 KD.
I mean, it was insane. I mean, Nameless, looking at those stats, how can you argue with that?
Yeah, no, he played fantastic, and what I thought Surge did a good job, at least in that domination. You know, it wasn't organized at times, but when they did build that 12-point lead going into the second side, they were deciding to neutral the flag rather than try to cap their home flag. So every time the Mutineers tried to get towards B or C when they had that 2-cap, they got over to their home flag and they would neutral it just to distract them a little bit and hold on to that lead. And in the end, it got very close, but I think those plays neutraling earlier in that side allowed them to win the game at the end.
Absolutely, and I feel also like, you know, the trip cap is also super important to talk about too, because it's one of those things where you need to understand as a team when is the right time to go for that triple cap. We actually heard in our Astro listening that Surge were like, no, wait, we have the lead, yeah. Don't go for it, it's fine. Like, that risk is something that you need to decide as a team right on the spot whether or not you're going to take that, and it's very important to get that one right. I mean, for me, I think Surge really had that down, and the patience and being able to hold back like that and not go for it and potentially break what they've already got set up is super great for them.
Yeah, it's scary because if you decide to go for that trip cap, you know, you put yourself out there to die. If you just stay over there on their side of the map and be a nuisance, you're going to just waste like 2 minutes on the clock. So if you have the lead, you know, might as well just be in their base, be a nuisance, and try to waste time and run that clock out because you are winning.
Absolutely. Well, we have something really excited to look forward to here as well. Sunday, you may have already heard, but if you haven't, don't worry. We have an amazing spectacle for you guys. The first time ever at CDL, it's a hype battle happening on this very stage we're sat on right now. In these chairs, we've got Michael B. Jordan, Andrew Wiggins versus Carl Anthony Towns and Vince Staples. This is the hype battle, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 2v2 gunfight that is going to be happening before your very eyes with these celebrities. This kind of celebrity on this stage playing the game we all love here. I'm pretty mind blown. TP, did you ever imagine this caliber of human playing this game?
I can't wait to watch it. You know, gunfight especially, it is like sort of a challenge. So we're going to see which of the celebrities, which of the athletes are able to come out and be on top in this hype battle. I'm pretty stoked about it.
Nameless, did you know any of these guys play COD?
I did know Karl Anthony Towns played COD.
Okay.
But the other ones, I did not know. Michael B. Jordan, I think he streams on Twitch at times, so I didn't know he played Call of Duty, though. So that's going to be exciting watching him play this. But I'm expecting him to dominate. He's pretty much dominant in everything that he does. Every movie he makes is absolute fire, so I can't wait to watch Michael B. Jordan go toe-to-toe with these guys.
I'm so excited. We need to hook you guys backstage with some of them.
I got to
give them a few tips as well. If you give them a few tips, I reckon he'll give you the Insta.
I got to.
I think so. I think we better go back up to the casters now because I want to know exactly how this story is going to end. We're going Game 5, people. Game 5, Seattle Surge, Florida Mutineers. So over to you guys.
I mean, more than anything, I just want to know how long it took Michael B. Jordan to put all those like scars on his chest for Black Panther.
I think they're real. I think it's just how he is, right?
No, they're not real. It's a movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry, man. Makeup.
It was a good movie, though.
It was a really good movie. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
However, that caliber of human, my goodness.
I'm ready for Game 5. That caliber of human. I'm ready for Game 5. We asked for it. We got it. You know who didn't want it? Seattle. Wow. Because the search ain't good. And Game 5's a search and destroy. Is this going to hurt Phil?
I mean, it could do very much. I mean, you want to start off your CDL kind of season on a positive. We obviously know that the point system, you get 10 points for a win. This is going to be something you're looking back on in months' time and just thinking, if we won that series, we would have been there. If we didn't lose that one, who knows? However, it's going to be an exciting time for both. But we saw, of course, how good the Mutineers were on Search and Destroy Gunrunner. This time, we're going to be on Rammaza. So it's a different map. Who knows? Obviously, we've not seen too much. There's very little stats to go off from these guys so far. But again, just kind of talking about the previous map there, that hardpoint. Very intense, very much down to the last second. A huge clutch from the Mutineers. My goodness.
Really did snatch that one away. They unleashed the Kraken, if you will. Yes, friends, this is what the entire year is going to be like. Get on board now. Search and Destroy up next. And again, when it comes to the Mutineers, we are going to be giving them the obvious favor going into this one. But it has been interesting just to see the slow and steady evolution of our thoughts, as we will do over the weekend, of how these power rankings have gone. Everyone had Seattle, and also, Florida at that point, in a kind of mid-table position. We were also seeing Seattle, with a slight advantage, I think, generally from most people's power rankings, and I think a lot of the online power rankings as well. And just everyone's expectations seem to be slowly but surely changing. Again, Chicago with a huge victory over Dallas. I mean, that really was a statement play. Will we see something a little special here from Florida, again, to doubt the haters, to turn all those frowns upside down? I'd love to see it, personally, as much as I'd love to see Michael B. Jordan's next film. I'm very much looking forward to that as well. I'm a little starstruck, mate. I'm not going to lie. He's brilliant.
He's not here yet. He's not here. Okay,
can a man be excited?
Yeah, they certainly can. But right now we've got the Mutineers going up against Surge, and this is what I'm excited about. Who's going to take this Game 5? Ben and Chance. They're not here yet. The Game 5 duo, of course.
Game 5 masters.
But we take the title of most Game 5s ever played online on Modern Warfare for now. I'm sure it'll be even by the end of the day probably. However, this Search and Destroy, obviously going into Rammaza as well. We've not seen this. We've not seen this yet. No. We've already seen one upset, as a lot of people favoured Dallas going into obviously the game versus the Huntsman. Are we going to see a second? I've got to judge it off map number 2, and I think so. I think the Mutineers take this now.
They very well could. Well, for those of you who have just joined us who maybe don't know what the hell's going on, we're going into another Search and Destroy matchup next. You're wondering what Search and Destroy is? Well, you're in the right place. Check out this video.
Search and Destroy is a round-based game mode in which players only have 1 life per round. The first team to win 6 rounds wins the game. Each round puts one team on offense and the other on defense. The offense has a single bomb that they need to plant at one of the 2 bomb sites. Planting the bomb takes a full 5 seconds. Once it's planted, a 45-second countdown starts. If the timer hits 0, the bomb goes off and the offense wins the round. Aside from detonating the bomb, the offense can also win the round by eliminating every member of the defense, even if the bomb's never planted. On the other side, the defense needs to make sure that the bomb never goes off. If the defense defuses the bomb, they instantly win, even if their opponents are still alive. Defusing the bomb takes 7.5 seconds. That means the defenders must manage their time wisely to give themselves enough time for a safe defuse. The defense also wins if they eliminate every player on the offense, or if time runs out before the bomb is planted. Since everyone only has 1 life per round, expect teams to move across the map slowly and methodically, using utility like smoke grenades to conceal their movements, and weapons like sniper rifles to pick off opponents from afar. Teams switch sides every round. The first team to win 6 rounds wins the game.
It is quite incredible how much Benson knows about everything. Hardpoint, domination, search and destroy. We salute you, Ben. Thank you for sharing the love. Rammaza will be the chosen map for Game 5. Florida versus Seattle. Rammaza again, a nice mixed map. Lots of small and close spaces, nice long lines of sight. 2 bombs, 2 teams, 6 rounds for the win. Let's get it.
All right, trying to take Ben's job. He's already explained all that, but I love it, Miles. Quick recap never hurts anyone. Rammaza, obviously very interesting. A lot of, I mean, the construction site alone, there's so many floors, different angles. You've got to watch absolutely everything. And with 5 people, you simply just don't have enough eyes. But the Surge, the Mutineers, they'll get into it one last time here. As the clock strikes 0, S&D, round number 1, will start to kick off. And quickly looking at that mini-map, what are we seeing and where is the bomb going right now? It's being held back and we're already seeing snipers in action. Frosty will miss the first shot, and I'm telling you right now, don't give him another chance. Don't do it.
Well, they obviously didn't pick up on your memo there because that guy got right by. As Frosty just perched atop the crane there. He can actually go a little higher if he wishes, but again, prime position. The defense now resting far more towards B than the A site. Still, the bomb is very creepily making his way in towards B. Morks will be that bomb carrier. Slack's in an interesting position to try and find something. Karma, first blood. So he will find that first kill. Skies quickly looking for revenge. There it is. An absolute execution that was. In and out, no questions asked. The smoke grenades there. Lovely teamwork. Skies finds a second. Brilliant stuff. 5 on 3. 4, sorry.
3 kills, 3 headshots coming in there. Skies and Karma dealing the damage so far here, but as the clock hits just 1 minute. Oh my goodness, can find a lucky kill, but no, Havoc finds himself just one better, and just like that is all up to Karma. He might have found the first blood, but he's got to find 4 more. Only 1 is going to fall into his top pocket. The Mutineers start strong once again.
Almost bad luck from Octane not to have got the first kill on the player here, bottom cafe, and then the other guy ran straight in front of his gun. Very, very unfortunate, but still Florida managed to keep the nerve, not let that get to them, and just keep pushing on through. Nice kills in the end towards Karma. Again, in a 1v4 situation, all you have to do is push as a team, push together, make sure that Karma doesn't manage to find, these individual fights. Because if he does, I mean, let's face it, a player of that caliber can go all the way. Nonetheless, into the second round we go. Let's see if there's more snipe at play. I believe Frosty's still carrying that one as we see the opening break. It's a heavy stack towards B on the defense for the Mutineers.
It's also a heavy attack onto B. The aggressive style here. Surge going head to head. It looks like 9 of the 10 players there are going to find themselves in amongst the action. A kill goes either way. Pistol comes through. Havoc there through the smoke. And again, utilizing that equipment is so important. The tactical grenades, as we see Slack nicely perched up on his box here. Is he going to try and push on forward? Trying to get in a little nook and cranny here. But as the time ticks away, 2v4. Again, favoring the Mutineers, but Slack trying to change the game all to this man, Josiah Berry. Can he do it?
Tough spot to be in. They call that the bottom of the gunshot. And again, he's got players all around him. Morks, though, trying to cover his back. Slack now the last player left alive. They've got him pretty much surrounded right now. Skies, as you can see, 3 players on the outside of that building. He's on the interior, and that's good. He wants to stay there. He wants them to push towards him. That's great news. Finds one, makes it a 1v2. But look at that. Home invasion. They jump in through the top window, and Florida find themselves a second.
Didn't set the trap by the window. Missed the memo. And M4 in the hands of Morks again. He kind of just was on that, but again, Morks, he kind of didn't hesitate there. Didn't kind of play scared. As he saw his teammate go down, he put himself in a better position and finalized the round there. 4 kills already for Skies, a player who really stepped it up in the later parts of that last hard point, and now looking to do the same in Search and Destroy. Now, this is a round where you're going into it. Surge, a couple players haven't picked up a kill. This is where the nerves may start to kick in. It's game 5, and you're already 2-0 down. Aggressive play style coming in from one player, and that is going to be Enable. Up top, looking for his first kill. Oh, door open, door close.
Great nade, great stun. Oh, Enable, you're in trouble, mate. Oh, he's not in anything other than good luck. Skies had every advantage possible working out from him there, and Enable just said, nah, brah, and cut him down. Karma finds a kill as well. That's wonderful stuff from the Surge. This is the sort of turnaround they needed. Again, no kills for Frosty, no kills for Apathy. There's the man Apathy, just running around trying to find something. What have you got, App? Nothing down bottom mid as the clock slowly ticks away, but that's a good thing for the Surge right now.
Doors being opened very aggressively here. Boom! I'm here. Nothing happens, but Slacked will fall. Of course, you can open those doors. You can peek through those doors. Many ways, but I tell you what, there's one very aggressive way.
No.
Oh! The curtain can only save you so much from a Semtex, but Enable's going to survive the Semtex, not survive the MP5 of Prestini here, who finds himself kill number 3, 2 in a row for him.
Oh, unlucky from Karma there. Really unlucky to not get that kill.
But a lot of information.
Yeah. To pass that information on again is really important. Now Octane can reposition. This is great. Oh, wow. Prestini just fast enough to get around to the corner of the door and line up the gun. Powerful stuff. That's huge. 3v2 right now as Karma and Apathy now have to reposition themselves towards this B-bomb site. And look at that. Prestini and Morks find the final 2 kills. They never even had to get the bomb down. They managed to tease those players in towards that B site and just cut them to pieces. Absolutely stellar stuff, even with an early advantage. The Surge, the Surge is just not very good for Seattle right now.
Yeah, and for me, the mystical movement of Prestini the Genie there going in and out, just diving around and just kind of baiting for players to, you know, almost reveal that location.
I'm just laughing at magical movement from Prestini
Mystical.
the Genie.
If you got to quote me, quote it right, Miles.
Sorry, mate. I just love that there's rugs everywhere. I'm getting this like Aladdin vibe now, and he's floating around on a magic carpet with his champs ring. Oh, Havoc! Oh, wow. Octane thought he had it, but Havoc's the new kid in town. Smoked him.
It's a whole new world when you pull out a sniper rifle and already take down one. And not only that, it's Octane, so he's going to be a little frustrated maybe at that, as we saw what he could do in map number 2, but there's 90 seconds on the clock here. Already at a disadvantage is the Surge. Not only 3-0 down, but now in a 5v4 and on the attack. They've not got control of A. They've not got control of B. In fact, they're pretty much pinned back in their own spawn at this point, but it's going to be interesting how they play this. It looks like they are favoring over by the B bomb site, but Skies currently locking down the line of sight here. We've got 5 kills each for Havoc and Prestini. You might be 3-0 up, but Frosty's not found a kill right now. It won't be worrying him just yet, but we see Apathy just kind of taking his time. Right now, you can't lose anyone at this point.
I was going to say, this is typical Seattle. They'd like to just sort of slow this right down almost to a snail's pace, and it's just not enough. Frosty now just lying in wait. Not enough to get it done. Frosty finds 2 right off the rip there. He won't find any more, will he? Slacked. You and Enable now are in a tough spot. It's a 2 versus 4. The bomb carrier is now Slacked. What was that? Prestini manages to get it, and that's his 5th kill in a row. Enable, you got the bomb. You're the last player left alive. Don't let it go 4-0. Try to make something work out.
It's a 3v1. It's more than likely looking like a 4-0 right now, but as he crouches around, stays as quiet as possible, he's going to find himself climbing that ladder and heading over toward the bomb. Now, the one good thing, if you can see on the minimap here, he is alone, and A bomb site is completely open. Even if he gets this bomb down, though, it's just a huge red target on his back.
He's running out of time. He's running out of time.
He should be able to get this down. But this is going to extend that clock now from just 5 seconds to 45 seconds. And a lot of time now goes into the hand of Mutineers. If they can push together, stick as a team, and find Enable creeping around, and he's going to be taken down with the first point of contact. It's none other than Prestini. 7th kill of the game.
Wow.
And he's going to get the defuse.
Shiver me timbers. The Mutineers just slowly walked across mid-map. Enable just kind of quivered a little bit there as he was just destroyed. Absolutely ripped to pieces. Prestini's going to get the defuse. That is going to be the 4th round in a row for Florida. This was looking so good for Seattle. All they had to do was win that last hard point, and they could just happily call the series done. Now they're taking a hiding in Game 5. But hey, it's not over yet.
Is it going to be a wipeout, though? Is it going to be a 6-0? That's the question right now. Do they finish in style? Do the Mutineers stamp their CDL debut with a 6-0 finish, or a Surge got what it takes to bring it all the way back here? Apathy still yet to find his first kill. We talked about, you know, Surge just in general and their search and destroy, of how it could be possibly a weak game mode for them, and really showing to me.
Yep. Well, it's a defensive round now for Surge. They seem to fare somewhat better on them, but is it going to be enough? Karma in a great position. So much damage to the Prestini, but he just seems to be unkillable. They're going to have to hunt him right down. There's a player chasing him, like he came behind him. Prestini's just absolutely run past them all. Now he's going to just lie prone, let them run around. Will he get caught out by Octane right now? Oh my god, Prestini's just slipped right on through again. Havoc finds another kill. This is just a pure annoyance play. He's a nuisance. He's still in behind. Karma's now got to look both ways just to watch out for the player behind him. Difficult situation to be in right now for Surge. This is very much looking like match point after this round. Slack, though, A nice kill just to try to level this out a little bit. He and Karma now try to do the impossible.
It is a 3v2. They are at a disadvantage, but they've been at a disadvantage pretty much this whole game. Pristini's still alive.
And look at his positioning.
I'm telling you, it's that mystical movement. I already told you this, Miles.
He's right at the back. It's very mystical. Slack gets traded out quickly, but again, numbers are not working out in the favor of the Mutineers. Oh, sorry, in the Surge. It's 2v1. It's Havoc and Pristini. Now just have to hunt down Karma. No easy task. Havoc with the bomb now. The ability to get the plant, but Karma is playing this very, very slowly.
If you want anyone in a 1v2, the 3 times is that guy. 28 seconds left here. Time ticking away. Karma might have actually seen him or heard him here, as he does seem to have some information, but he's going slow. And look at this rotation. If you just glance to the minimap here, you see that bomb head straight over to A, and suddenly this becomes very, very difficult. Not only as the bomb goes down, but number 4, Pristini, he's tucked himself in a corner. He might be able to catch out Karma.
This is perfect positioning for Pristini, but Karma...
Okay,
he's been heard. The jig's up, Karma lines him up. Oh, and he takes the long way around. Now, the other teammate is going to be lining the shots down. Havoc's got to find the kill on the Karma, and there it is. Slow and steady won the race right there, as the Mutineers did not let that get the better of them. Not even Karma could infiltrate that stronghold and get the bomb done. Match point for Florida.
5-0, man. This is a statement, to say the least. And again, really what it tells everyone, all the teams watching, is the Mutineers can play Search and Destroy. We know it's probably the least scrimmed game mode. Apathy, though, yet to pick up a kill.
Look, this is the thing.
We're going to get our first donut.
We're day one.
Come on, man.
The day one donut. I'm sure there's a special word for that. Or we have to make that one up now. It's the COD League. Here we go. Potentially the final round. There's the break. 3 going right through Ruins. Oh dear, Morks has already done it. Octane's out. See you later, Sam. The bomb in the hands of Enable. As they can make their way forward. Havoc, Morks. Oh my god, it's a massacre.
Karma finds one, but it's all up to Karma, and it's not going to be enough. The Mutineers find themselves dominated. Game number 5, 6-0. Not a round, not a kill for App. It'll be a frustrating one to watch back for sure. The Surge will be kicking themselves the way they started that series. But Frosty, Morks, and the boys come out on top with a 3-2 victory.
Florida absolutely decimate them there in the Search. You love to see it. Brilliant stuff. And yes, a donut for Apathy, sadly, here on day 1, 0-6. But hey,
it happens.
It does happen.
To the best.
Does it? Certainly. But hey, he's got a long season ahead of him to turn that one around. Bradley and staff from the Mutineers. Florida can be very, very happy with that result. Seattle, again, have to go back to the drawing board and take a look at that Search and Destroy. But Phil, any big takeaways from you from the series?
You've got to look at the S&D from the Mutineers, and again, any team that they go up against, they might be going up against the best of what these power rankings can hold. But if S&D is in that series twice, which we all know it is, that, you know, take a respawn. Steal it from them. Push them to a game 5. It's going to be interesting to see how Surge get better at S&D and how the Mutineers go on from here.
There we go. Well, if you're watching, Dad, happy birthday. But now we're done up here, so let's throw it over to Puckett. He's got our PlayStation Instant Reaction, presented by PlayStation.
Thank you so much, fellas. That's right. It's time for the Instant Reaction presented by PlayStation. We've got Pristini, and the first question is, how many kills did you finish with in that 6-0 game 5?
I wasn't even on the top of the scoreboard. I think it was Colt. He went 10-1. I ended up 9-2. I mean, it was just, I don't know. It felt good playing S&D for once for myself.
Which was really surprising, because if you look at the Surge, this is one of 2 teams that has an S&D specialist on their coaching staff. You guys blanked them in both of the searches. You took this 2-0 when it came to Search and Destroy. Why are you guys so strong at that game mode, and how did you disrupt a team that's clearly been practiced?
I think before we came, we really focused on S&D. We played like almost every single night against whoever we could, just kind of drawing up strats and doing whatever we could. And we kind of preached to ourselves, if you're going to do something, just do it with a teammate, and that's really all it takes. So.
I love watching your sneaky play. You got some big frags, and of course you set up your team for the success, but let's talk about the Mutineers' big picture, because you closed out 2019 as the world champion on E-United, and then you split away from your twin brother for the first time. You landed with this new squad. How did the team come together, and how do you feel that you guys are performing so far?
It was kind of just kind of a team that we kind of put together with like players that didn't really, they're always underestimated. And I think we kind of knew like the potential we had as soon as we formed it, and how underestimated we all are, and we knew like we had potential to be something great, and we're working on that right now. But so far, I think we're performing all right. I think we could be much better. We're kind of behind on practice, but we'll get there.
All right, they're going to get there. Final question for you. Up next, we're going to see the LA Gorillas. That's the team you played tomorrow. What are you going to be scouting for during that match?
I think we're just going to be looking for their S&D. You know, whatever, you know, if they're good at certain maps, what maps they're not good at. That's what we're going to be looking at. We're not going to be looking for anything too deep. We're just kind of looking for, sorry.
Keep the secrets, bro. Keep the secrets. Ladies and gentlemen, can you make some noise? Minneapolis, the Mutineers winning their second match here of the Call of Duty League. Congrats, brother. We're heading to a break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, plenty more live from Minnesota.
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Turn up the bass.
You'll hear a lot about how coming out of the military means you're somehow damaged goods. I would reject that. I believe that people coming home from combat can actually have gone through post-traumatic growth. And probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
We trying to get hype. We trying to get hype.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
Hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live from Minnesota. It's beautiful and snowy, and of course we're here with the Minneapolis fans in the arena right now. We just had a marching band, people, right at the front of the stage. What more could you want right now in your evening? This is insane stuff. I'm loving the crowd as well. The crowd are hype. We've seen some incredible games so far, and the Florida Mutineers have ended their first day of CDL with a W. My name is Lottie Van Praag, and I'm your host here for CDL. And joining me on my stage, I actually have two new faces. I have Gary V, and I also have Brett Diamond. Gary V, you of course are the CEO of VaynerMedia and co-owner of the Minnesota ROKKR. And we also have Brett Diamond, who is the COO of Wise Ventures Esports and of course the Minnesota ROKKR too. So I just want to quickly get this out of the bag, right? We had a little bit of a debate in the talent room, back in the green room. Is it ROKKR or is it ROKKR?
It's ROKKR.
Hey, okay.
There we go.
There we go. Benson, you've heard it here.
They were all saying it was
You've heard it here.
with like a roll in the R. I'm like, no, it's ROKKR.
There we go.
Gotta
So
be.
we're calling it ROKKR because we're ready to rock here on the stage. I have to ask you guys, right now, you're sitting in your venue. It is the first event of CDL. Is it pretty surreal to be looking back here and seeing that Minnesota is the first place that we are going here for the league?
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, the fans here have been wonderful. It's such an incredible opportunity for us as a new organization in a city that has never had a major esports event before to have the chance to launch this league, this team here at this venue. We just couldn't be more excited about it.
Yeah, and it's obviously a tall order to be first on the schedule, and all the planning, all the expectations, but what made you guys so keen on hosting the inaugural event of the CDL?
You know, I think the reality of the situation is there's pros and cons to all of that, and I think to be the opener, I mean, this is in the Wikipedia in perpetuity. This is the spot this league launched, and so the legacy of that and being up for the challenge to host it, knowing that we had this incredible venue, and very honestly, we just felt we were up for the task.
Yeah, I mean, I think you guys are knocking it out of the park right now. This venue is absolutely incredible, and it's just an amazing atmosphere.
It is indeed. I've got to ask you, Brett, what is it like, of course, with the big shift over to franchising here in the league? What is it like to build one of these teams from the ground up organically?
Yeah. You know, it's been interesting for us because we're truly the newest team and the newest group in this league. 12 of the 12 teams in the league, 10 are in OWL. The other one, the London team, has a long history in esports. So, you know, as a group, working together with the ownership group, the Wilfs and Gary, we really wanted to bring the right group together, bring in people from the esports scene, people like Ashley Glassell, Midnight, who helped us build the first roster. We brought in people that have a traditional sports background, an esports background, and people from outside of both to really bring different perspectives together. Everybody checks the egos at the door, just like our players do, and we want to work together to create something special.
It really is the colliding of worlds coming together. It's quite incredible to see. Now, Gary, I've got to ask you, of course, if you guys follow Gary on social media, then you should, if you don't. But, of course, you are quite bullish on social media when it comes to esports.
Yes.
Looking back here in this venue right now, seeing the amount of people who are in this room supporting Minnesota and what you guys have built, does that confirm your passion for esports?
Yeah, I mean, look, anybody who's confused that this is literally the future of sports in the world, let alone the US, it's very clear that the fan base is really passionate. The reality is that when you look at the upside of this in comparison to anything else that is happening in sport, there's just nothing remotely close. And so, yes, it feels great, and it also feels like very much the beginning, right? You know, this is early day stuff, and so we're patient. We think of this, you know, one of the things to team up with the Wilfs is this is 20, 30, 40 years from now thinking, not what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the fans. Of course, it's snowy here. It's cold, but people have put their hats on, their jackets, their gloves, their scarves, whatever, you name it, and they've trekked out here, and they're sat in this arena right now. Is there anything you want to say to your fans?
Yeah, I mean, we unbelievably love the support. We deeply dislike the fans of all the other teams besides Minnesota that are here, especially Chicago.
Whoa.
This is Minnesota.
Shout out Chi-Town.
I know Hector is getting a little confident off his win earlier today. I just want to make sure if Hector's still here, which he probably is not because he's probably sleeping because he's old. But if he's here, we're ready for you shortly.
Absolutely, and of course, Gary, I know that you guys have something special planned up your sleeves for us as well. So do you want to tell us a little bit something about this potential secret that'll be coming out right now, maybe on the desk?
Yeah, you know, listen, Hector and I have been chirping for 2 or 3 years, and so obviously on Sunday we've got a little bit of up our sleeves. Obviously the star power that we're bringing to this weekend matters. I mean, one of the things I most enjoy about this entire league is a lot of people, when they're asking me questions about this, like, it's so new, it's so new. I'm like, this is not as new as you think. Call of Duty's been around for a long time. It's in the culture. When you look at the biggest stars in the other sports, they geek out. Nick Senzel, one of the best baseball players in the world, he's here. He's like begging to get here. So for me, I'm excited about the Sunday matchup, and that's all I have to say, because I've been plotting. Tyler and I are plotting.
He's been plotting. He's been plotting. We will find out on Sunday, because it's going to be very exciting. Brett, one more question. Obviously, you guys are about to play your first ever CDL match on that main stage. What can we expect from your team?
You know, our guys, they just work so incredibly hard, and just every day I spend with them, I'm just more and more impressed at the dedication that they have, the time the coaches put into preparing them. And it's going to be, our staff, we talk about it all the time. We've been looking forward to this moment that's coming up when our team is announced to this crowd and these fans for the first time. I'm getting chills just thinking about it. I can't wait.
Me too. You and me both, Brett. I'm very excited. But do you know what? Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, for your entertainment, please give it up on the main stage for the Shredders.
You guys all right? Everybody's all right. I know you're good.
Hey.
Yeah?
We're called Shredders. We're from here.
We're from here.
Change moves like molasses. Sometimes feels like moving backwards. Something like a phrase like money matters.
Yeah.
Gas like the masses. But this machine right here kills fascists.
This machine right here kills fascists.
This machine right here kills fascists.
Yeah.
Get you off your...
Whoa.
Settled in with the fact that a You double down with the purpose that I began with. Make art, and I'm cool with that. Feel something, where the humans at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? If it ain't moving us, then it need to fall back. Hot style, plus hearts, plus heart. What you call that? Pinpoint aim, when I flame, you get all that. What it is, what it ain't. Y'all hate, blow hard, but it don't inflate. All right, going down in flames. Cause y'all apes play space, and it's getting way late for y'all.
Eyes in the back of my head, I catch C's in the front, rather be caught dead. I used to doomsday prepping, now I'm like a doomsday, trying to catch me in the front.
I wouldn't even be that Mad Max.
A vice tax with my lab rats. Too many, but chilling with the transplant. Too many thrills, we do the most can regularly. And on a schedule, maybe even. I mean, I'm every night. Yeah, hit it with a twist. Whoa, just like this. Nah, keep waiting. Nothing to see here. I stare like a brake funk, bright wheel drifting. Here for the night if the right breeze hit me. Yeah, I'm so alive, so tempted. We taking in the dirt, so tempted. And holla, is it that water? Get it how I live is put it with my partners. Double something, these are these level bosses. This machine kills, squeeze and kills.
Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? If it ain't moving us, then it need to fall back. Hot style, plus heart, what you call that? Pinpoint aim, when I flame, you get all that. Where you at? What it is, what it ain't. Y'all hate, blow hard, but it don't inflate. All right, going down in flames, cause y'all apes play space.
Can't relate for y'all.
I got P-E-O-P-L-E, nothing else matters to me. Come on, connect, collect, reflect, cook it the way I architect best. Voice to my left, tell me get like the rest. Voice to my head, tell me in at the left. With the dump in my chest, tell me boy go ahead. Gives a dump in my chest, tell me I'm not. No. I made a song called How to Feel Good when it's all wrong. How to be on when it's all off. Popping like a start off. Ay. You rag, bad things. Mix me with that trash. Shake those glasses, that ashes. This machine kills fascists. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? If it ain't moving us, then it need to fall back. Got style, plus heart, what you call that? Pinpoint aim, when I flame, you get all that. What it is, what it ain't. Y'all hate, blow hard, but it don't inflate. All right, going down in flames. Cause y'all apes play space, and it's getting relate for y'all. Hey, you guys. It's okay if you want to. No one's gonna steal your seats. Come up here, just right here. We'll do a private show for you guys. Hey, Armory, how y'all doing?
Yeah.
Let's have 5% more fun in here right now, all collectively. 5% more fun.
Yeah.
Stepping like a concrete mixer, all these odd thoughts flicker, all these soft parts flutter. Churning all that glitter ain't gold. By the digits, so they got him in the gutter. You find me where the road needs to rubber stamp. O to the underbelly, roll with the upper hand, please. Tell myself, breathe, take a part of my reach. Baby needle to the heart of the dream and see what part of it bleeds.
Yeah, doing donuts in the accurate in slow motion. Cause life is cooler than you thought it was. Doors open, both hands up, eyes closed, taking out a stoplight. That's my real life. Push buttons and write words and say it for work and make nerves. Feel something is what daily. Guaranteed stressed out with a big heart and a beat your vibe. Really, I'm throwing TV at you crazy. Ladies
They
say
say
P, you're crazy. I don't know why they say that to me.
Crazy.
And then I explained I was quoting this rap guy, and that's how my rap dies. I laugh and I laugh, bro.
I was digging for a five, but you were gone, fishing, dealing. I was kicking the ignition, peeling. Listen to the tire squealing, feeling inspired. In spite of all these flashing red lights, I was masking my pain, but I was feeling alright. You were passing that blame, I was passing that light.
And I was taking that light and trying to live a little better. I was taking that light and making something insane.
I would make it galvanize, push the metal to the flame.
Eyes, heavy 90s, metal bass player vibe, slowly cocking his head to one side. Creep City like I'm Cedar Falls, Iowa, and it's fine.
I get a heck yeah out of a maybe. Make it wavy like whoa. Surf's up something crazy.
Do's what I feels like. That's my real life. Hey.
That's good. I see a few little personal dances out there. That's good. That's my real life.
Do's what I feels like. That's my real life. Do's what I feels like. That's my real life. Do's what I feel like. Do what I feel like.
That's my real life.
Do's what I feel like. Do's what I feels like. Do's what I feel like. Hey, we're shredders. We're from here. If you're here, you gotta come see us more, you guys. We do this like all the time for our jobs for like years. Oh, okay. Make some noise, you 12, come on. Gangster ass home rat killer. Oh, because I identify cat pillar, trap filler, ways mine. Chill really though, spill a little wine. Blood of Jesus, got him feeling probably wild gluten though. Spiller into a night, burger into a bitter night. Yeah, your faith is not a thing I do. Space is kinda all I need. Probably bring a finger to
That's too good for the work, that's a tip of the bird. Then he bunny hot curb and he flipping the bird. Put the money where the words from, called it stone. But he keeps getting checks like keys, wallet, phone. Forgot I'm on it more than ever. The kid a heavy shredder. By any measure, couldn't feel any better. Get out smoked and turn an ouch to an ouch joke.
House to a house.
If it feels good to you.
If it feels good to you. If it feels good to you. Hey, do what you like, do what you like. If it's good to you. If it feels good to you. If it feels good to you. Do what you like, do what you like. I'm sure it's fine.
Are you sure?
Living whatever forever till I flatline. Catch a ton of breeze, catch a ton of heck, catch a ton of Z's, and it ain't hard either. It's not. Back at something sweet, catch them, kill them, cook them, and it ain't hard either. Graveyard feeder since a little bitty, itty weedy, tiny little baby.
Hey, the pace car a beater,
Yeah.
a base lost leader, lost some way lost geezers, so we pave our kilometers. Bing. It's the ace card keeper, king, 8-bar eater, stick game like Jeter, bada boom. Ain't gotta say a thing. I mean, the dude paid his dues, but he never paid the fee. Playing looking like the bigger piece. All I did was play the gig. Did it big from A to Z. Zig zig along, no big sing along. No uchi wali wali, just Fugazi and some ollies in a Johnny Roger. Hey, we live in concert, but we no big sponsor. Hey, we gotta make it like an anamana. Peter, I'm on another. Eon beyond a number. You see, I'm not the one, but if I'm being honest, I see the rock you wonder. You should rock with us. Do what you gotta.
If it feels good to you. If it feels good to you. If it feels good to you. Do what you like, do what you like. If it's good to you. If it feels good to you. If it feels good to you. Do what you like, do what you like. If it's good to you. If it feels 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 good to you. Do what you like, do what you like.
Do what you like, right, do what you like. Twin Cities, how y'all doing? All right, you guys in front, let's do the hands in the air thing, come on.
You guys feeling good?
Out of mind, out of matter. Out of time, out of standard. Caught it on the sine wave, on the 12 scanner. A lot of signs as they never each
never reach. Out of mind, out of control. Out of time, out of control. Out of control, out of control.
A lot of signs as they never each.
Dodge the Okies up, roll your hopes up, eyes be overflow. It's so bloodshot, burning up a moon rock, hotter than a sunspot. Yeah, Totally for the drop, totally for the buckshot. Mood ring black, new mood jack, new mood, new gear cruising in the back. New codes hat, new lows, new flows, new nothing but the dope. Thug store, drug lord, truck score, chug my lord, overboard. Ew. Get the board, get the hammer, get the door. Yeah, get ignored, get absorbed, get ignored. Ideal, the hive mind, highs mind. Feel so wild, high here till my mind chills and y'all keep real with y'all think. Still in our straight walk. Dummies, I'm a real ass, grown ass Manitoba phobic like a SEAL Team 6 ass strike, son. These beatings, quit preaching when you're stillborn. Brain stops trying to talk about it.
Hey, out of mind, out of matter. Out of time, out of standard. Caught it on the sine wave, on the 12 scanner. A lot of signs as it never each.
Out of control, 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 out of control.
Pretense longer than 10 prehistoric centipedes. All stems feeding off an enemy. All ants, enemies can't explain the energy. Arrested the development. Take them back to Tennessee. Henny in his water bottle doing the electric. 2 pennies in his pocket if he need to see the other side. Come for the carry-on, come for the pay-away. Came a little drunk for the trunk for the 808s. And are you okay? Eyes big as been the place. Pac-Man, he can eat the whole interstate. Chase his own goals, hope the Fed keep the interest rate. Low for the kid, plan to stage that his hat rate. Papers in the backpack, papers come in abstract. Ever since been completely shattered. Destruction eater, back to the 2-seater. Found a few meters and a few cute meters. Never sent the Kool-Aid or the cough syrup. Cool hand Andrew, lost in Europe on a fool's errand. Really, don't take more than I should, but have a few misgivings. Boo hiss, flip some L's, Andrew W's.
Don't let the lampoon trouble you. New kicks, a few becks, Quebec, French kiss. Reset game, new quest. Who this? New. Who this? Reset game, new quest. Who this? New quest.
Thank you guys.
All right, guys. Bye.
We're called Shredders. We're from Minneapolis. We love y'all.
Well, there we go. Thank you so much to the Shredders for that absolutely incredible performance. You guys sure did shred. Loved it. There we go, guys. We have amazing, amazing games that we've been through all day long. And we have one left, of course. So we've got an incredible game coming up. We've got your Minnesota Rocker team versus the LA Gorillas. We'll see you guys after the break.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
You'll hear a lot about how coming out of the military means you're somehow damaged goods. I would reject that. I believe that people coming home from combat can actually have gone through post-traumatic growth. And probably the most important thing we can do is provide jobs for those who get out of the military. Together, we can get veterans back to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CDL launch weekend. Benson and Chance in the booth for the final game of the day. And Chance, I couldn't be more excited. We're so lucky casting Minnesota, of course, the home team here in the first home season game of the league. Chance, I'm so thrilled.
I mean, that's exciting. It's exciting just to be back, right? Like, we're in a venue. We finally get to talk about Call of Duty again. Woo! We finally get paid to talk about Call of Duty again. Nice. I couldn't be happier to be back, man.
And in terms of our next game, of course, the final game of the day, as we mentioned, Minnesota ROKKR, the home team. It seems like they definitely have some fans here as well, which is always exciting. But do you think it's going to be one of those fairy tale starts for Minnesota? Do you foresee them getting the win?
Well, again, I don't know if I've called it fairy tale necessarily, but this is one of those situations where you've been asking me predictions for years. Like every single time it comes to me, but you've been teaching me how to play Search this weekend, Hardpoint. You have been the analytical mastermind, Ben. So what is your prediction? What are your thoughts for the series?
This can only really go one way, really. Minnesota ROKKR all the way for me. This hoodie is absolutely fire, by the way. The problem is it cost me $85. So if Minnesota don't win this, I'm going to hunt down Gary Vee and hopefully get my money back because I didn't get the receipt. Either way, for me, Minnesota, they're definitely the heavy favorite. We've seen the power rankings come through, and I think you agree. When it comes to the Gorillas, for example, Minnesota definitely above.
I mean, I look at this honestly as a weekend of like preparation. How prepared are these teams? How well scrimmed? How well practiced are they going to be? And the storyline for the Gorillas has been under practice. It's been like, what, maybe 3 weeks where they've gotten dedicated scrims in, and then a few weeks before Christmas where they really started to dabble. Minnesota's been on the grind since the team is formed. Like they were playing when Alex was in London, and they were on the grind from the get-go. They're a very well-rounded team, and again, the hype has been around them coming into the event.
Definitely has. I want to take a look now at the Quickscope, sponsored, of course, by the U.S. Air Force. A little bit of a comparison between the two teams, maybe give you, if you're a newer viewer, a little bit more of an insight. As you can see from Minnesota ROKKR, the average age a little less than the Los Angeles Gorillas. In terms of championships, though, and major tournaments, well, it's the Gorillas that definitely have the lead, and maybe down to just one individual there.
I was going to say, that entire 22, that is Aches, just racking them up. I think Aka's got another one tossed in the mix, but it's funny, too, because obviously 22 major tournament wins. Aches is a legend. I think he's the 5th most winning player that we have in Call of Duty history. And then the 3 major tournaments you have on the other side, which is the 2 world championships, that's Cillian Assault, and they got it while playing with Ake. So he's been around, had a lot of teammates, maybe a little bit of that rivalry kind of kicked in as well.
So definitely some storylines coming in there as well, but the one player I do want to give a lot of love to, he's one of my favorites if I'm honest, and I feel like he never really gets the credit he deserves, is GodRx. This is a guy who consistently knows the correct plays to make at the correct times. He puts up big numbers, and I mean, he's just so consistent, Chance.
I mean, at the top of the show, something Nameless was speaking about was the keys to success for the ROKKR. It's going to be GodRx. He's got to be that superstar caliber player for this team to put up those absurd stats. And the last time that we saw him was at Champs last year, and he did exactly that. He had the number 2 overall AKD at the event, right behind Simp. So as much hype as we've been giving Simp, and absolutely rightfully so, I mean, at the biggest event of the year, he was right behind him. I think he placed 4th overall with Enigma 6. He finished on a spectacular note. Now he needs to start on a spectacular note.
Exactly that. Keep that momentum going. As you can tell, myself and Chance, we're so excited for the final game of the night. But that's going to be everything from myself and Chance for now. We're going to set it down over towards Puckett as he gets ready. Maybe not just yet, but he's going to get ready to introduce our 2 teams. But as we mentioned, GodRx for me, so talented. I'm super excited to see exactly how he's going to play and if he can continue that momentum through from where he finished off last year.
And of course, it's not a one-man show, right? Like something we're expecting from the better teams that are more well-prepared is the speed of players. GodRx is absolutely in that like ballpark, but he's got the pieces around him to kind of keep up with the speed. Of course, we jump in the first map. Where do you have to be at your fastest, your most aggressive? Of course, it's going to be in Hardpoint.
Well, we'll take a look at our maps and modes presented by the U.S. Air Force. And I mean, when it comes down to it, Chance, we have the series in front of us. Do you think it maybe bows either way? Admittedly, we don't have too much information to go off, maybe outside of scrims.
I mean, again, the scrims tell the story. That's an easy expectation. We're expecting Minnesota to win. However, that's obviously not the full story. We never see Search and Destroy scrims like online. So there's, 40% of the game modes that we might potentially see. We don't really have information on these teams yet. And of course, I've heard peeps from the Gorillas in the past 2 days since they've been in the venue. They've still been getting more scrim time in. They've been practicing as much as possible. And I've heard that they've been picking up some upsets along the way. So the power rankings, maybe not quite as accurate as we would have thought.
Okay, there's already been maybe a little bit of a shift from some of the earlier games.
A little bit, yes.
Nameless, looking at you there. Your power rankings were good, but of course players may be coming to prove a point and change those power rankings themselves. But obviously you had time to go ice fishing with Minnesota Rocker and the players, and we saw the video. It was a good video. Congrats, you actually caught some fish. But was there maybe anything that led you to believe that the team is maybe more confident than they let on in that video, or maybe not? Maybe the opposite?
Well, the video was, we filmed that for 2.5 hours, and at some point after you talk to him for an hour, you start asking like the interesting questions.
Exactly.
Who's the worst player? Like you start looking for like the trash talk, and I'm not trying to give anything away, but let's just say that like obviously there's rivalries on this team, right? Like you know that Assault and Silly are going to be looking to take down Nyx. They're looking to make a statement. If that tells you anything about it, Ben.
All right. Well, as we said, we're very excited to get this final game underway, and I believe Puckett is now ready. Puckett, over to you.
Born ready, baby. Thank you, guys. Minnesota, are you ready for the final match of the night? Let's kick it off right now as we introduce the opponent. This is the LA Guerrillas.
Close the round out with a bang. It's chaos. That was as close to perfect as you're going to see in a round. Decimate lines them up. What was that? Aqua gets both.
First up, it's the fresh blood amongst the veterans. Let's hear it for Decimate. You can't hate this two-time world champion. Let's hear it for Aches. Here's a look at one of my favorites of all time. Coming to the stage next, it's Lacefield. And it's the Advanced Warfare runner-up of the COD champs. Let's hear it for Aqua. One of the sickest submachine gunners of all time. Let's hear it for Saints. All right, guys, I'm not gonna lie. I love the fact that you're booing the opponents, because now I want to hear what you're gonna do when we introduce your home team. Let's hear it for the Minnesota Rocker.
Rocker is a possessive force. We're a team of individuals bound together by a power
greater than any one player.
We're from different places, but we come together here. And when we play as one. Possessed by a singular vision. Driven from twilight
through darkness
to the dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, show some love for your new SMG superstar. It's ASIM! A fresh face with old school skills. Let's hear it for the second SMG, Alex! This evil genius world champion is now the new face of AR in Minnesota. Give it up for Assault! If you're looking for a captain, look no further than this great one. We've got Silly! Last but not least, we got the man ready to ease the opponent's pain. It's God RX! Ladies and gentlemen, we've got your Minnesota Rocker on the stage. We've got your LA Gorillas. It's the final match of the night. Let's send it over to the desk. Ladies and gentlemen, the match is ready. Let's get our experts' thoughts.
Well, there we have it on that main stage, sir. Right now, it's our hometown here. It's a Minnesota Rocker. I mean, incredible stuff here. I loved how much the fans were getting into that. Did you see how they were walking through and just, there were fist bumps flying everywhere, high fives, all sorts of stuff. That is the hype that we want to see, and I think it's absolutely amazing that CDL can bring that home to the home cities of the fans. It's so different from what we've seen before in esports.
Hell of an entrance, and I think if the crowd is able to light them up like that with the energy, I think it's going to help their gameplay a lot too. Speaking from experience, and Ant, you can touch on this too, as a player, when the crowd is behind you like that, you can feel that energy while you're playing. So if they come out, it's definitely a home field advantage.
Absolutely. Well, Nameless, we have to talk about our game fuel keys to victory here. Nameless, what have we put down for these guys to really bring it home? The LA Gorillas, what do they need to do?
So, you know, over the last few years, a lot of people have been focusing on Aches and his performance. It hasn't been that great, and at times people can say that he needs to retire. Well, you know, there are some tournaments where he turns up, and going into this year, I think he has a chip on his shoulder. When he built this team, he needs to step up for them to be a consistent force.
And we've got game fuel keys to victory for Minnesota Rocker. What needs to happen here for this home crowd to be extremely happy with the outcome of this match?
Well, for one, Assault needs to be a top AR again. We saw when he had a lot of success and he won that world championship, he was the MVP, and that's because of those shots he was putting down with that Assault rifle. And in this game, the M4 is very good, and he's going to be running it for his team, so he's going to have to dominate and shut down those SMGs on the other team. And I'm also going to be looking at God RX for them to be a star. Last year, we saw him have some incredible performances. Let's see if he can do it alongside his Rocker teammates.
Now, when we're looking at these two teams, totally toe-to-toe, we have the veteran leadership here that's coming out quite clearly from LA Gorillas. We've got Aches. He's been in the scene for a long time. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's gone from Call of Duty to Call of Duty and changed it up per game. He really knows what he's looking for a team. And then on the other side, you've got Silly, which is, of course, CWL champion previously, and he's also bringing that one home as the captain for his team. Who do you think right now has the better leadership skills, TP?
Ooh, in terms of leadership skills, that's a tough question. A lot of people have questioned Pat over the years of if he still belongs, on a team in general. So I think he does bring certain things to the table that can definitely help out his team. Again, my experience with Pat goes back a long time, so I'm not sure how he's been in recent years, but we definitely need to see some better results out of him moving forward. But I think with the rosters top to bottom, you have to go with the Rocker right now. Ant, you touched on it to the keys of success. God RX was one of the best players that we had at the end of last season. Assault he had kind of a poor season. So yeah, it's a bounce back story for him potentially. I think now's the right time to do it at the homestand.
Amazing stuff. Well, leading the narrative here for this final game of today, we have two casters up there. We have Chance and Benson. Guys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Of course, a very warm welcome there for the Los Angeles Guerrillas, it felt like. Shout out to the Minnesota crowd. But the game about to get underway. So excited for that. Our first CDL cast chance.
And I couldn't be happier to kick it off as well. You know, you get the homestand crowd. You get to feel the energy to see if the players get hyped up just a little bit more. And even better, we're kicking it off on St. Petrograd. And, well, an interesting map and a lot of possibilities.
Definitely. And one thing I want to touch on, of course, if you tuned in at the start of the day, you saw a list of words that we're going to use pretty frequently throughout the season, and one of them, of course, was meta, and that just refers to the strategy and kind of the way the game is being played right now. And Chance, I want you to elaborate a little bit on what we should expect here this weekend.
I mean, of recent times, it's really turned into like a 4 MP5 meta. The SMGs have been dominant, those submachine guns up close and personal, and it's just an interesting gun. You're going to be seeing it all throughout the week.
Well, it only makes sense to start off on board with the Minnesota ROKKR, the home team here, as we start on board with Assault. Already a couple of nade kills coming in their favor, so it might actually help and get a little control over P1.
And already, again, those are just the strats. That means you're well put together. You're coordinating nades off the rip to get those kills. You get the early control, and, well, you get bodies inside, but you got to win the gunfights. The girls able to storm back through very briefly.
Assault with the 2-0 start. Unfortunately, he will fall. Flick over towards GodRx as Guerrillas fighting back after a little bit of a slow start, but hardpoint still contested. GodRx looking to cause some damage. Tagged up, and the kills going in favor of Minnesota ROKKR, and they break through and retake control of the first hill.
Silly just went on a perfect flank. Abel's able to tick up 2 big kills, and right now, more importantly for the ROKKR, they're trying to hold the spawns over for the rotation to next. Assault actually wins a huge one-on-one fight, getting the cutoff kills, and you see the ROKKR starting to pour on the pressure towards the backside of the map.
And it's actually Assault who's kicked things off at 6-1. He's currently on a 4 streak, and he's doing such an important job, just managing to pick up all of the Los Angeles Guerrillas as they come their way. A big reason exactly now as to why Minnesota ROKKR have a 33-8 point lead. He's not done yet. Unfortunately, finally falls.
Still, though, job done on the side of Assault. He's helped his team keep the spawns. They've kept the lead, and now they're going to jump it up just a little bit. I mean, the LA Guerrillas, you see them through the walls there. They're trying to push up through the alley, but as soon as they get there, they got a bunch of ROKKR players in corners waiting for them to go through the door.
And you talk about the Guerrillas, it's a slow start from Saints at 2-5. It's a slow start from Blazefield at 2-4. Apes 2-6. Decimate 2-4 as well. Minnesota ROKKR are blowing the Guerrillas away early on here in game 1.
Guerrillas, though, they're able to get a close spawn, so they're going to be able to get bodies to the hill, but when they go in, they're getting made mincemeat. GodRx able to pick up 2, and it's another wipe for the ROKKR, again, just trying to stay in control.
And it's this man right here, Asim, making the plays, a double as he looks for more. Finally, he falls. It's Saints who bounces back. He gets himself a double kill, but so far, first game, Minnesota ROKKR in control.
Yeah, nice little takeover from Asim. He has been hyped up quite a bit. You've been hearing the chatter. Apparently one of the fastest, if not absolutely the fastest player in the league, and we talked about the pace that needs to be poured on, but while that's happening, GodRx is picking up 3. The SMGs right now are dominant on the side of the ROKKR.
And it's really important to stress at this moment as the new hardpoint pops, it's Minnesota ROKKR with complete control of that side of the map. Los Angeles Guerrillas are going to have to try and flood through and maybe only have 1-2 pushes, dependent, of course, where they spawn. For now, you can see them start to try and assault the hill, but Alex is just ready and waiting, Chance.
And Alex doesn't even really have much to do. He's just hanging out inside the hill, just racking up every ounce of time, waiting for the nades to come through. And, well, the nade is going to force those 2 players to slow down. The slide is going to come in. Alex, last man standing, gets dropped. The LA Guerrillas on the break.
But they may only have control briefly because Minnesota ROKKR still with a favorable spawn to try and push through. 15 seconds of hill time as Blazefield tries to fly in. For the Guerrillas, he should be able to hold on as he gets himself a double. The final few seconds of the hill should go over to the Guerrillas, but still, it's Minnesota ROKKR in control, 90-47.
Well, on repeat so far, it's been the ROKKR of just winning those rotation battles, but right now it is complete and utter map clearance. It's going to be one lone man, Aqua, inside the hill. The LA Guerrillas have pushed out pretty much every side of the map. The ROKKR are 10 seconds away from even being able to contest, and of course, they got to win the gunfights before they can even get to pool.
And at this point, one of the key players for Minnesota ROKKR is actually going to be Alex. He sits at 7-4, which may not seem too impressive, but at the minute 5 seconds hill time, he's been able to gather, which has really given Minnesota ROKKR a nice, comfortable lead, but that lead may not last too long as the Guerrillas try and hold. for now, look good to do just that.
And this is one of the delicate things about Hardpoint in this game. There's honestly very few hills in the entire game that you really can't pull a full 60 on. You see the LA Guerrillas, they just lost, what, 3 hills in a row?
Yes.
And then as soon as it goes to pull, you saw the map control that they had instantly right back in, and they take the lead. Yeah, Decimate was double negative, Ace is double negative, and still they're able, just off 1 hill, to turn the game around.
Obviously giving Alex a lot of love in terms of hill time. Aqua's managed to fight back as well, currently sitting at 12 and 8 with a minute 9 seconds hill time himself. The Guerrillas take the lead, but once again, Minnesota trying to fight back as we go over to Restaurant.
It is a scrappy hill over by Restaurant. The Rocker able to get early control, but you got Lacefield trying to keep him at bay and buys his team a little bit of time. That way Saints can get inside the hill, but the most contested we have seen so far in GodRx, trying to pour on the pressure, but gets chopped down by Lace.
And again, GodRx so important for the Minnesota Rocket. He's one of those players I think all of the talent look at to say, if he can go off, Minnesota should be able to just cruise through some of these hard points against Los Angeles Guerrillas. But again, the Guerrillas now starting to build a lead. A little bit of an upset potentially here for the home crowd. It's a 124 to 96 point game in favor of Los Angeles. Finally, Minnesota fly back in towards the hill, but not for long.
And again, that is just 2 hills back to back. You go from a 40-point deficit, now you're going to have yourself about a 50-point lead going into new. And yes, the Rocker have that early rotation over to the next hill, but the girls have plenty of time to set up for the break.
At this point, it's so important to just reset, right? When things all of a sudden start going out of your control, you have to just rotate early, get that good setup, and make sure you don't just turtle inside the hill. You do want to try and push out those lanes and take the fight to the Guerrillas.
Well, right now you have a decent setup coming in from the Rocker. They got 3 guns focused on the front. 1 man's watching the flank, but Saints is actually able to get the break. Now the pressure on GodRx is going to be coming from his front, in behind. Too many places to look, and he gets chopped down. LA Guerrillas, the instant break on the hill.
But there is actually a 3 versus 2 inside the hill in favor of Minnesota Rocker, but they need to make sure they pick up the kills. As you can see, Lacefield trying to get inside the hill. He has to support Decimate. Decimate falls. It's Assault doing a good job. Silly ready and waiting to try and take that gunfight as he just keeps the hardpoint contested for now. Still a Guerrillas lead, but only about 30 points as it stands as the challenge comes through. Silly will fall. Guerrillas take control.
And this is just the tides turning, right? We saw the first time around, the Rocker had the early rotation at Cafe. This time the Guerrillas get the setup. However, Rocker are pouring a ton of pressure on the top side of the map. Lacefield is sitting here waiting. Good trades coming in from the Rocker, though. They're able to almost get 1 man through, but honestly, it's just more one-on-one gunfights towards the back of the map that LA Guerrillas able to stabilize.
And just have a quick little glance at the Los Angeles Guerrillas stats. It's actually, again, Aqua with a minute 28 hill time, currently sitting at 14 and 14. In terms of standout performance, it's Saints who really stepped things up from a very, very slow start. Now 21 and 17. However, Minnesota Rocker in the hill early. They now need to pick up some time before this game gets out of control.
And someone's going to need to get a hot gun. Silly was able to pick up 2, but he gets chopped down a scene. Maybe he'll be that guy, but he gets chopped as well. The kills getting traded like crazy. Both teams responding so close to this hill. But again, the LA Guerrillas able to stabilize. And frankly, already, you get 1 re-break on that hill, you've done your job.
And Chance, that almost felt a little too easy there for the Guerrillas.
And it just, again, the Rocker couldn't get anything going. Someone has to step up and pick up that 2 or that 3 piece. If you don't have the advantageous spawns, it takes a little bit extra to get control of the hill. But the good news for the Rocker, they had success on Hazmat before, but this time it's going to be a lot scrappier.
And Minnesota started so hot when the crowd was behind them, and Los Angeles Guerrillas have quieted the crowd. There's almost no noise now for the home team, and you definitely feel as if, as you heard TP say on the desk, when you feel that support on the main stage as a player, it can help do wonders. And honestly, Minnesota Rocker may need the crowd now more than ever. Still 40 seconds left on this hill as they try and make that comeback.
And pressure's on GodRx, is able to take down 1, but he gets traded. That means the opening to the hill is going to be there. Alex, though, is sitting here waiting. We've seen him in this spot before, but again, just gets chopped. It looks like the LA Guerrillas have so much pressure towards Hazmat, just trying to keep the Rocker at least contested.
And they're just flooding the hill, and Aqua's really leading that charge for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. A minute 54 hill time now. The man has practically pitched a tent and lived in the hard points all game long. Just shy of a 50-point lead still for the Los Angeles Guerrillas, but it's not over just yet. Minnesota Rocker trying to make the comeback.
In the most dominant hill we have had so far in this entire game. It was over by Pool Hall. It was after this Hazmat hill. We're seeing basically the exact same thing. The LA Guerrillas, they have 1 man inside the hill. This time it was Decimate. Last time it was Aqua. They have so much map pressure, and it's going to take the Rocker so long to get over to the hill. And again, that's before they can even start contesting.
And that's so well pointed out, that the pressure Los Angeles Guerrillas put on the map force Minnesota Rocker to spawn so far away from the new hill, so their rotation is going to take so long that by the time they finally get there, Los Angeles Guerrillas lead could be massive. And talking of massive leads, it's 223 to 166, and finally Minnesota gets the hill, but there's only 30 seconds left, Chance.
Still Zolt, they got a lot of pressure inside. Silvy's able to pick up a couple kills, but even still, it's Assault versus Zolt teammate in Aikson. Aikson, Lacefield able to come out on top. Now just 12 seconds away from taking map 1 and Rocker. They gotta flood, they gotta fly.
You gotta go, you gotta get inside the hill, you gotta contest, and you have to win the fight. In flies Asim, there's number 1, looking for number 2. The trade is there though for Assault. Rocker, hang on. But again, the contest comes through with 7 seconds left. Now you have to rotate, you gotta get to the new hill.
And look at the minimap, the Rocker nowhere to be found. They're gonna have to flood, they're gonna have to fly, but these are tough gunfights to win. Pressure already top Restaurant, 1 man in the hill in the bottom, but this is the pressure. Rocker have to win the gunfights now or the game is gonna slip.
That's 4 down. It seems like Guerrillas should be able to close this out. You have one final push for Minnesota Rocker. Can you even get to the hill in time? I'm not sure you can. The hill, it's not even gonna be contested. And of course, it's the Los Angeles Guerrillas that come out, take map number 1. Aches and the upset story, Aches and the villain story. Of course, it just had to be him.
And you gotta imagine all that talk about the Guerrillas being under-scrimmed, under-prepared, under-practiced, and frankly, as slow of it started as it was, a fairly dominant performance. I mean, again, if you were to just like look at like the box score performances on the hills, that pool hall, it was what, 110 to like 5 basically.
Right.
The Rocker had no success of that 3 to 4 rotation, and that's where the Guerrillas really turned the game around.
Aqua finishes with just shy of 2 minutes hill time. Here's a quick glance at one of the plays of the game, but honestly, this series could be very, very spicy. We'll be back after this with Game 2.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Trying to get hype.
The United States Air Force. Learn more at airforce.com. Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, the official energy drink of the Call of Duty League.
A potential upset in the making here, the final game of the night in Minnesota. I think everyone had Minnesota Rocker over Los Angeles Guerrillas, but in Patrick Price fashion, of course, it has to be Aches trying to cause the upset, being the villain that we so often associate him with in Call of Duty Esports. It's the Guerrillas 1-0 up.
And two things, like one, can we even call it an upset really? Like it is the first event of the year,
You're right.
That's the storyline that's going in, but maybe they're just the better team. There's a lot to be learned from the weekend. Again, I'm 0-2 on predictions on the day. Not trying to show off.
Don't say that.
We'll see how it goes, sort of thing. And then storyline number 2 is we've been talking about preparedness, how scrimmed and practice teams are coming to events. Now we go into search and destroy, where historically teams rarely even scrim each other because you want to be very careful about what your strats are. You don't want people knowing your opening breaks. So now it's sort of just the mind games of you do your preparation in a private match, you figure out all of your game plans for different situations, but it's not like you really put them into play a heavy amount until the day off.
And just to check, you said you were 0-2 in predictions on the day. Who did you happen to predict for this one?
I mean, again, the storyline has been consistent. Minnesota's been very highly rated. I think even the pros sort of had them in that top 4 ballpark. And the Guerrillas were towards the bottom, I think, literally 11 out of 12.
So what you're saying is
I picked Minnesota.
You have cursed 3 teams today.
I would not take any credit for any curse of any sort. I mean, again, the first 2 matches were incredibly competitive.
Of course.
There's no reason to think this one isn't going to be the exact same. And as weird as that first map was, I will say, Rocker's guns were on point. Shooting pretty straight. It was really just a couple bad rotations that shot him in the foot. Again, Pole Hall was a hill they got completely just bullied out on. But they had players that were going positive 10, positive 5, going on streaks here and there, and maybe on Piccadilly. That'll be their new home.
Of course, that will be game 2, Search and Destroy. We head over towards Piccadilly. In terms of Search, we talked a little bit about the meta overall, but specifically in Search and Destroy, one thing that we've noted from some of the scrims we have seen online at least is players tend to start rounds off very slowly whilst they wait to get their dead silence, and as soon as they get the dead silence, that's when all of a sudden the map opens up a little bit and you see players trying to make those big plays.
And again, I mean, there might be a lot of room for different teams that have different strats. That's a great thing that you can do. Once you have that dead silence, you're basically like a super soldier almost. You can't be heard. Now you're free to make a play. Otherwise, you have to be much slower, much more methodical, or of course, they're just going to hear you coming. However, on a map like Piccadilly, you do have options. You got a couple smokes in the back pocket. You can go for some rush plants. Like, you can get over towards that A site a little bit quicker than they can on defense. You got to watch out for nades, but there's wiggle room there.
And one of the interesting things about Piccadilly is what you tend to see is, of course, that snipe off at the very, very beginning. Of course, you're using your sniper rifle to watch the cross, to get information for your team, count how many players on the defense and offense, of course, cross over towards that A site. And the one thing you said during the commercial break is, oh God, please, don't let me have to watch Aches with a sniper rifle again.
Okay, I said that in private. I'm not supposed to bring that up.
I mean, I agree.
He's a legendary player, Ben.
Not with a sniper rifle.
As much as we were giving him crap for sniping all of last year, still had a ton of success with it.
True.
Occasionally. Sometimes not so much, but he had some good maps here. And then, of course, you watch one of his teammates snipe, you're like, wow, that's beautiful.
But to that point, is there anyone specifically you think we'll see with the sniper rifles from either team in that massive snipe off that we should see every single round?
GodRx almost certainly is going to be the sniper from the side of the Rocker. And again, Piccadilly's a map where you can do it offense and defense pretty much every single round. And it's almost a necessity at the very least to watch the cross. And if you don't know what we mean by watching the cross, it's literally you are just taking a line of sight, seeing something across the map if you can, or as much map control. And if the players, it's just for information. If you see him cross that line of sight, you say that's 1, that's 4 of them, and now your team can react to that. Do you see 4 players cross the left side of the map? You send your team to the right. That's the generic little setup, just so you know.
One of the biggest power positions on this map is, of course, where we just kind of flew through in our map loadout or map fly through, is that mid-bus area. You control that. You have so much leeway on where to move around the map. But map number 2, underway. As it stands, the Guerrillas with the 1-0 lead in the series, and GodRx with a sniper rifle. You called it. He counts 1, but unfortunately not going to find a pick just yet.
He's also seen that player cross back, so he doesn't have a ton of information. You can actually see a bit of a waiting game right now for the LA Guerrillas, and this might just be the build up for the dead silence. Everyone's hanging out in their spawn, just waiting for the dead silence to accrue.
We're just giving him a chance, that's all. He didn't want to take his life that early. Yeah, exactly. GodRx, of course, with the sniper rifle on one side. It's Lacefield on the other. Lacefield, if he goes top scaffolding, maybe be a little more aggressive. And he's peeking. He's going to spot 1, and there it is. First blood comes in.
shot you need to hit, and it is a shot he connects with First Blood. And again, LA Gorillas, they are taking their time because they have a lot to work with. 1:12, Decimate's able to get the next pick, and now those arrows are going to start to move, start to creep up. They got one man watching the flank, but everyone else moving towards B.
And this is what's so interesting about Piccadilly as a map is once you do get control of B, you can actually rotate very quickly over towards A and maybe utilize a smoke grenade or so. Try and get the bomb down there as GodRx trying to get flashy, and unfortunately for him, that's actually a teammate that comes through. Now it's the Gorillas here in round 1 in a 5 versus 2.
And Alex is trapped in the back room, and you know Saints is going to be hunting him down, but it's actually, Aches is going to fall as well, so Alex actually still alive. Bomb is going to get planted, so nice little advantage for the Gorillas. Assault and Alex, they got to clutch up.
They have to deal with Lacefield, though. He's been a nuisance and a menace all round so far with the sniper rifle, just sitting at the back of the map. Finally, he does go down. Assault, the 1 versus 3. 30 seconds to go. Is he going to be able to at least stay alive? No, he won't. Gorillas take round 1.
And it's going to be interesting just to see through the course of the year in Search and Destroy what's the craziest sort of clutch we have. I mean,
I was thinking about that.
Like the first year we saw like even a 1 versus 5 possibility. There was only one the entire year of Black Ops 4, and it was Looney. And that's when you have the stim shot where you can hear constantly, where you can speed across the map. I think it's going to be a lot more difficult in this game. 1v3 certainly, but past that it's going to be very rare.
I think one thing's for sure, you're probably going to need dead silence if you're going to go for a clutch as large as a 1v5, but round number 2 underway for now. Minnesota Rocket go back onto the attacking side as it's the Gorillas with the small advantage. Decimate to start. He tries to find anything with the nade, unsuccessfully. Saints has actually crept all the way up towards the A side. This is a very aggressive push here on the defensive side coming out of Saints.
Saints positioning right now just tells his entire team, hey, they're going to be moving straight over towards that B site. We know they're going to be back over arches, and of course, GodRx might have a feeling of players in that top window.
And this is so important because that player in top window is going to watch the entire cross back if all of a sudden Minnesota Rocket decide that B isn't the site they want to attack, but still waiting for the first blood to come through. Shots go down. First blood for Minnesota Rocket. Aqua will fall, but GodRx finds himself in a little bit of a pickle as he just tries to stay alive for now. Does just that. Still shots going down, 1:04, and still no true sight control has come through, but that's a pick. You said he was going to be lethal, and he proves it just that.
Sniper rifles OP on this map. Saints last man standing is going to get traded instantly. 2 offensive round wins in a row, both off of the backs of the snipers on each team. Lacefield, of course, we saw, he gets the opening first blood.
Yes.
You open up a little bit of the map pressure, then you start to make your move. GodRx, the exact same thing at the exact same site.
And to your point, that's exactly why we talked about the sniping at the very beginning, because it is so important here on Piccadilly. You get that pick, it can open up so much of the map. In terms of stats, pretty much even across the board. A couple of 2-1s, a couple of 0-2s on both sides. Really, though, you have to keep your eye on the sniper rifle players. GodRx, of course, looking for first blood again, unsuccessfully. Right now, still trying to follow the cross to B, and as of right now, at least, no Gorillas have been able to cross. Can he find that pick, though? It lines up perfectly! GodRx, first blood, he's fought Saints as well. He may not find the kill, but information is still key.
And you can see the concept as well. You see a player crossing that left little corner divot. That's where Aqua's going to be playing. GodRx is going to be staring him down the entire time. And well, there's the peekaboo game. It's all about whether or not he can connect.
Honestly, if you're GodRx here, don't get picked. Unfortunately, Alex has been picked. It was Aches from the Gorillas, and Decimate now trying to make the play. Finds one. Can he find the second? No. GodRx with the pistol switch. He finds the kill. Back out towards the sniper rifle. It's himself and Assault left in a 2 versus 2. Aches and Aqua up for the Gorillas. A minute to go as all of a sudden the game slows right down.
You just have players spread across the map. That B site is wide open, but the Rocker have just leaned over towards A, but Aches, he has the information down there. Now he's going to start to wiggle over to help his teammate out.
Aches is
to get this bomb planted.
He's so key. Aches is massive in this position because, of course, Aqua has the bomb. If he chooses to, he can try and get it down, which he does. Of course, Aches will be the first line of defense, but has GodRx maybe just got the slip? 36 seconds left. Bomb, of course, needs to be defused. That's the snipe that Minnesota need. GodRx finds it, and now it's Aches in a 1 versus 2.
And Aches was right behind the player, but he just didn't see him Didn't hear the connection, but now we can watch the cross the bomb. They're going to try to hunt him down. Aches is taking fire. Assault is going to find him out. Bomb defused defensive round 1.
And that is a big round win for Minnesota. Of course, a 2v2. The pick from GodRx. The defuse comes in. Advantage, Minnesota Rocker.
And a very good round to pick up. And again, at least at the start, it was still about the snipers who can find that first blood, and GodRx picked up that advantage. And it was an interesting play because we saw Decimate midway through, slipped through the crack and got all the way to Bookstore without being spotted and almost made the play. Had GodRx not gotten that kill with the pistol, which is a very tough gunfight to win, that round gets blown out of the water by the LA Guerrillas, but GodRx coming up clutch. The man is 5-1, 3 rounds deep.
A great start from him. A wonderful start. And again, as round number 4 starts, it's that sniper fight which is going to be so crucial. Can GodRx find another first blood? Well, there's the first he tried to track, but the second sneaks through. And that should give Minnesota enough information that there's going to be heavy defensive resources over towards B. But first blood still comes through as Aches goes down.
See, I like Guerrillas. Similar setup. You got a man in the top window. You got Saints over on the bomb. But of course, they're playing with the man down. So Aqua's a man trying to make a play, trying to play a little bit aggressive. Trying to keep these players at bay, and 2 picks come through the cars. Enough damage, though, and you even out the odds.
This Lakesfield top window, we saw GodRx in almost an identical situation a few rounds prior get the pick, and of course it allowed Minnesota to win that round. GodRx still searching. Of course, this 3 versus 3. Still plenty of time to go. A minute 9 on the clock. Minnesota on the attack. They will need to put the bomb down. For now, at least chance, the B site is open.
It is open, but the Rocker aren't expecting a similar defensive setup coming in from the Guerrillas, and the Guerrillas are playing so patient as well.
Decimate's in the perfect spot right now because he's watching that entire cross to B, and if he does get aggressive, he at least needs to trade out his own life, leave it a 2v2 if nothing else. If he can find a kill and get away, though, that'd be perfect for the Guerrillas.
Well, he can obviously feel the smoke. He knows players might have passed, but they're not too sure. Finally, Saints is making a move. He's actually able to pick up a pretty big kill to start the flank.
Oh, Decimate, of course, the player in the action. As now all of a sudden, the big flank is actually starting to develop. It's number 5 on the minimap. That's going to be Saints. White Arrow, and I think Saints may actually be doing a ton of damage here if he's quick. You can see him now sprinting towards GodRx. Assault may need to spring into life and try and help. Decimate shuts down Alex. Now, Guerrillas with the 1-man advantage. Saints really being a nuisance, but Assault does find Lakesfield. 2v2, but again, it's that man Saints on the flank. GodRx, surely he gets shut down. Saints shoots, he's missing, but finally gets the kill. Will it be an instant trade? I don't think so. Saints has done so well to stay alive.
Now you got Decimate trying to find Assault. Assault, of course, that last man standing. The pistol comes out, but Saints does the dirty work. Instantly hops on the defuse. The return round is in a chaotic round, honestly, coming in. I mean, it's always that weird COD timing where Saints is able to find his way on the flank, and then Assault, of course, they basically cross each other pass at the exact same time. But, of course, once you get a man behind enemy lines with no information, I mean, GodRx, there might have been a moment. He's basically a free kill.
He did so well just to stay alive for as long as he actually did on that site. He was trapped, nowhere to go. But the flank from Saints, the key to success that round. He currently sits at 4-2, but it's Decimate leading the way for the Los Angeles Guerrillas. He sits at the top of the leaderboard, 5-2.
We've seen a lot of pressure over towards this B side on offense, time after time, and well, it looks like this round, it might not be too much different, especially if you take an extra few seconds to pick up the bomb. The sniper battle, not won yet. Lakesfield doesn't look like he's going to be challenged again, but that first blood, ever important, knows the way as Saints. I imagine off the back of a couple grenades.
That scene will fall. Advantage Los Angeles Guerrillas, but GodRx says, anything you can do, I can do better. Aqua will fall, 4 versus 4. Saints is able to retrieve the bomb, and it's a little sneaky there from Alex, isn't it?
Very nice spot. You can hover in back of the map. You can use sound to your advantage. Decimate, though, we've seen him try to creep up the middle of the map before. This time, he gets caught on his way. So you got the man advantage for the Rocker, and of course the Rocker, they can be patient.
And for now,
to go anywhere.
For now, at least, Alex really isn't that important at that site. You're really looking to more mid-map. Silly, for example, could be huge. As soon as I mention him, unfortunately, Curse of the Commentator, Saints shuts him down. Lacefield, though, pushing now over towards the B site.
Saints really has been a playmaker, but obviously Lacefield, the opportunities. Alex's position might not be known. The question is Lacefield going to investigate? Might just go straight past him. This might work out perfectly, but
He hasn't been spotted. All Alex has to do is have a quick glance up and he should be able to spot Lacefield. I don't know how he hasn't. The bomb goes down. Alex springs into life. There's the first. Saints goes down. Lacefield instantly with the trade. Can GodRx try and get the trade back on towards Lacefield? For now, it doesn't seem so. Mainly because he has the pistol, but as he tries to find the kill, he just scrambles away with his life. Of course, bomb has been planted.
2 versus 2 as Salt's able to find a pick. Lacefield last man standing. GodRx doesn't win the gunfight. Lacefield for the 1v1 and time is on his side.
20 seconds. Assault's gonna have to go quick here. Lacefield being so patient. 14 seconds. Assault springs in, but Lacefield, the veteran, recognizing I don't need to necessarily challenge as the kill comes through. Gorillas will take the round.
And that is just perfect positioning coming out from Lacefield. Wins the big one-on-one, and he knows, one, he's got time on his side. With 20 seconds left, you know the other player's coming from mid-map. He basically has to come hunting you down. He doesn't really have time to sprint for the defuse. He's expecting to get caught on the cross. So he hides in a corner inside the bookstore. Once you hear that alarm go off, you know you're safe. You know exactly where you is. It's going to be a free kill. Expertly played by Lacefield, and not just him, Saints, again, has been consistently making some big plays in search so far.
He's having a great game. It reflects in the statistics as well at 6-3, but as you mentioned, it's more the plays he's able to make. I mean, the flank a couple of rounds ago was absolutely massive, and well, speaking of Saints, you can see again being so aggressive as he pushes forward. First blood comes in for the Los Angeles Gorillas. They're looking to try and give themselves a 2-round cushion if they're able to win this round.
Such a good spot. He's trying to go for under, and actually another explosion kill for what it's worth, but he's going to get traded out pretty quickly. Overcommits on the peak, and just like that, you had a good opening strat, but now it's a 3v3.
And GodRx knows exactly where Lacefield's going to be. He's been there every single round. He's checked it with the sniper, but not been able to find him just yet. But Lacefield is actually the player that picks up Silly. As GodRx again searches for the angle, he's not going to find it just yet.
Of course, they're just slowing the pace down, trying to find a pick if one is going to come their way, but pressure is going to be on. You effectively have a 2v2 over towards the A site, but not a lot of map control. Very tough situation for the Rocker. They're desperate for a pick.
The problem is, as long as Lacefield is here, he can do a late bomb check if he wants. Just have a quick peek. Of course, he is playing for sound. If any of the alarms in this vicinity go off, he'll have all the information he needs.
And this player is going to get hunted down. I have no idea how Assault did not spot Decimate, but needs to open the eyes a little bit more. Maybe was trying to make a play and just got heard, but either way, now a massive man advantage. GodRx
1v3.
1v3.
He's 7-3 as it stands, but with 30 seconds left, you have to think it's going to be a dream. Surely no way the Los Angeles Gorillas give this round up. They should surely now have a 2-round cushion. 20 seconds. GodRx is searching. Of course, he knows pretty much exactly where the Gorillas are, but they're just not showing. They're not revealing as Decimate tags up GodRx. He expects the rush, but it's Aches that shoots him through the bus. And Gorillas, again, looking to really stomp in what could be a beautiful first win here at home for Minnesota Rocker. The Gorillas saying, no, this is what we do. This is what we've always done as players. We've always managed to cause upsets.
I'm going to, a little bit of history here. Do you remember what team at the start of the year of Black Ops 4 was best with their grenades? I'll spoil it for you. It was Envy, and it was Bevels as a coach. Bevels was the coach of that team. Now you got Bevels apparently just has nades on point. In World War II, Bevels had nades on point. We've seen quite a few this game. Granted, it's not like it's the most complicated thing in the world, but credit where credit is due. However, the sniper shot, not a grenade, does not connect.
I thought he was going to hit that, if I'm honest, but unfortunately for Lacefield, no first blood, and now Minnesota Rocker have to respond. 2 rounds down. You do not want to allow the Los Angeles Gorillas to get to that 5th round. Just one more round at that point, of course, and they'll close it out and have a 2-0 lead in the series. For now, though, we'll stay on board with Aqua. Of course, he does have the bomb. So far, we've really seen a lot of heavy B pushes, really no safe or late A pushes using smoke grenades, etc. But we wait for the first pick. Lacefield again, just a little unfortunate, doesn't find first blood.
And again, these teams...
You got to be brave to re-peek him. Okay, you see him crouch walk down the stairs. Nope, not today.
I think the Rocker know as well. You don't want to go for the peak, but now, of course, you got GodRx on the other side, but they have turtled up over towards this B site repeatedly on offense. So we're the Rocker. I mean, they have 4 men stacked up just watching the crossover towards the site, but that clock is ticking. They're going to have to make a play soon.
That smoke grenade could cause GodRx some problems. One player's actually already crossed it. He may get collat, no! But he finds Saints and he knows the pressure is coming! A hit marker onto Aqua. Oh, he lives to fight another day, and he actually finds a couple of kills there. Aches with 1, Decimate with 1. Gorillas bomb planted as well. This could be a tricky spot.
Bombs planted, assault picked, Aches finds the final kill. There is the 10 commandments of COD, whatever they may be. One of them on there is you get a hit marker in a round of search, you lose the round. It is a tragedy. And GodRx, I mean, again, try to get a nice shot on the player. He gets traded out, and it's little things like that that if they don't go your way, makes the round that much more difficult. But the LA Guerrillas, man, storming away. It was a slow start in the hard point on the first 3 hills. After that, they have been on fire. The Rocker, they need something desperate. Someone needs to step up for the team.
Just quickly to glance through the stats, I mean, 8 and 5 has got GodRx, Silly is 3 and 6, Assault 6 and 5, Alex 2 and 6, Asim 3 and 6. No one really pulling their weight here for Rocker as a couple of kills do finally come through. Can this be a much needed boost Minnesota Rocker need to bring themselves back into game 2?
Well, Stun Check is going to tell GodRx that Saints is nearby. Meanwhile, Salt is just picking up kill after kill. We said someone needed to step up, and well, GodRx doesn't need to step up. Just needs to continue what he's doing. Gets the first blood, finds the final kill on Saints. And of course, credit to Assault. Much more impressive push over towards this B site and quite a bit of success. And of course, the Guerrillas, I mean, they've been happy to play for picks. Might do so again on off.
I was going to say, at this point, is there anything you expect to see differently? We've had a lot of rounds so far here in Piccadilly. Do you expect maybe a fast A push to come in anytime soon?
I mean, honestly, they can just go back to playing for picks as long as they dodge out where GodRx is going to be. You can make some magic happen, and looks like they're going to go for a pretty similar setup. See if Lacefield can make some magic happen, but no one's going to be popping up in that top window. It's all about these crossfights.
Well, there's first blood. Guerrillas with the advantage. Asim goes down. 5 versus 4. There's the push over towards B. Starting to come in. You have to look at GodRx again, who's been watching that cross all game long. And to be fair, Los Angeles Guerrillas are respecting GodRx's ability for now at least. But when they flooded last round, of course, or 2 rounds ago, it was very successful. They forced GodRx out and, of course, managed to find the kill.
More nades and car explosions coming in, but GodRx able to stay alive.
He needs help. That push is going to come in, and honestly, GodRx could be completely isolated. There's one player mid-map who has to win the fight. Meanwhile, Aches actually finds the pick on towards Alex.
And Decimate's behind enemy lines. He's going to be able to make a play, shoot at least one player in the back. Meanwhile, his teammates are planting the bomb, but Decimate, the flank is in. He's taking the gunfight. He wins that. Meanwhile, bomb planted. Massive man advantage. You got a 4 versus 1. Assault, best of luck. It is a hopeless situation and does get taken down. LA Guerrillas on a tear.
Uh-oh, Minnesota. 2-0 down. Guerrillas coming out looking fantastic. Yes, it was a slow start in game 1, but they managed to gather some momentum and come back. That game 2 chance, if we're honest, wasn't really that close.
And this is just hammering the point home before the year actually kicks in. All the talk you hear at the end of the day is just talk. It's about how you perform on the day of. And again, the Guerrillas, I mean, they've been getting toasted left and right, but 2-0 up, they've looked fantastic. Players making big plays left and right. Honestly, their entire team at different points have been stepping up to the plate.
Well, as we said, it's the Guerrillas with the 2-0 lead, and I'm curious to hear the thoughts of our expert analysts. Lottie, over to you.
Thank you so much, Benson, Chance. Incredible stuff from you guys. And it's lovely to hear from you today because I haven't seen you guys very much up there. But fantastic cast as usual. I'm excited to hear more from you guys. Now, let's just talk about what we just saw. S&D Piccadilly Circus. I really did feel like we were off to a really aggressive start, despite, you know, Benson explaining how S&D sometimes we can try and play it slowly, build up that dead silence and see what happens. But I just feel like right from the get-go, we saw an incredible snipe from Lacefield coming through, and it really was just quite frantic. But I just want to talk about bomb sites, because obviously, guys at home, if you haven't ever seen Call of Duty before, you're probably wondering how it all works. Bomb sites on Piccadilly Circus, which ones are most preferable, and what makes a preferable bomb site, Nameless?
It's going to be B on that map, because with that sniper, you can see that B cross right off the rip, and you can throw tacticals towards mid like a smoke and try to push over towards those pillars, and that's what we saw those teams doing on that map. The Guerrillas did a really good job of slowing it down, though, in the middle of that game. They were playing really methodical, and I like the strategies that they were using, taking their time and getting over towards B and trying to pick that guy off of that cinder block. We saw Alex try to go over there, and they picked him off before they tried to get that bomb down. Some great strategies out of the Guerrillas.
Indeed, and TP, we did see Rocket get some incredible picks actually throughout the entirety of that map, but they just weren't capitalizing on them. What was going wrong for them? What strat-wise could they have done better?
It was kind of a funny situation for the Rocker on that one. You saw GodRx and Assault actually dominating in the pick category when you're working those snipes and you don't really have much contention. GodRx is having a really good map, right? But a sniper is really good on defense until they get to the bomb site. So the Guerrillas were taking the super slow approach, like Ant said, and then as soon as they got control of the bomb site, GodRx's sniper, what are you going to do there with a sniper pistol? Well, the answer is basically nothing. Guerrilla used the nades to work that guy library, get up to the B bomb site, plant the bomb. They did it multiple times, and I feel like the Rocker didn't really do anything to adapt to it, to get a little bit more aggressive on that side on defense. That's what costed them.
Indeed. They didn't have that support system at the end of the day. You have certain players playing certain roles, and sometimes if you end up in those situations, like you said, there's just nothing you can really do. It's very difficult unless you're seriously good at no-scoping, which is pretty difficult, especially at pro Call of Duty level. But we need to take a look right now at this incredible, of course, Army replay, tactical play here on the screen. I mean, insane stuff coming over from GodRx. I just think he played so well in this map, and we know that the sniper here is a really great one to pick up here for Piccadilly Circus. It's a very long map. You've got the buses looking down the lanes, but more importantly, in the scaffolding, you have so many spots there that you can take advantage of. TP, were you impressed with GodRx?
Definitely. He was hitting his shots. He was you expect your sniper to be in good positions to hit those cross shots. But if you're not able to put enough rounds together, maybe you keep it out on the offenses and put it away on the defenses so you can kind of get a better team setup going. Obviously, their setup towards the B bomb side on defense wasn't working. He shouldn't be the first line of defense with a sniper back in library. I think it's a mistake that they need to change.
Who doesn't love snipers? And who doesn't love a sniper montage? Nameless, we have a double sniper package available for us right now to have a look at. I mean, these guys were popping off on this map. This S&D map was just Sniper City for us. But we saw some double snipes coming in from GodRx as well. How did you think this guy played? And is this kind of up to the standard you'd expect on Piccadilly Circus in terms of S&D? Are we looking at a sniper-related map here?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that B site's definitely going to be sniper dominant, especially in the beginning of the round. You see a lot of players looking for picks. One round we saw Lacefield have that sniper out, and he was looking at, top red, trying to get that pick. And, if players give it to you, it's going to be too easy to win the round. So as the year goes on, people will adapt, and they'll start to not peek those snipers, and they'll throw their smokes in the correct spot and execute at the right time. Right now, it's just a little bit sloppy, and that's why the Guerrillas were able to win that, because they knew GodRx had a sniper, they play slow, and they would expose him and win the round.
Indeed. Well, it is Friday, but it's getting to the end of Friday. And that means we're one day closer to a very exciting thing that's happening. The first ever Hype Battles is coming to Minneapolis, the city of Minnesota. We're going to be having these four incredible gentlemen on our stage. That is right, in the house. Michael B. Jordan, Andrew Wiggins versus Karl Anthony Towns and Vince Staples in a 2v2 gunfight battle happening right here on Sunday. You do not want to miss this. It's pretty incredible. TP Gunfight, of course, is a really exciting new addition to Call of Duty. Have you had a go yourself?
Oh, I love gunfight. the random element of the different guns spawning in, it really makes it for a challenging experience. You spawn in after a couple of rounds, you're like, oh, I got a new weapon. Like, you got to figure out how you want to play the round. Got to communicate. It's 2v2. It's intense. The rounds go pretty quickly sometimes. It's a lot of fun.
We'll see how good our celebrities will be. But it's about time we head back to the game. So I'm going to hand it over back to our casters, Benson and Chance. Let's get it started.
Thank you so much, Lottie. Thank you to the gents on the desk as well. Awesome insight as always. As things stand, though, it's Minnesota Rocker, the home team for this weekend. 2-0 down in their first game here in the CDL. Chance, what needs to change? What's going to be the spark for a potential reverse sweep and a comeback?
I think potentially the speed of the game, because I believe we're going into Hackney Yard. It's going to be much more aggressive, much quicker. And I think a theme of the first map was really, it was that 3 to 4 rotation, right? That's the most traditional kind of rotation you're going to see, where you have to go across map. We've always had those in Hardpoint, and that's where it's about being slow. That's where it's about manipulating the spawns. On a map like Hackney Yard, it's fly, 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 be as aggressive as possible, and that's what we've talked about as seen. We've seen great series so far from GodRx. We need those players to kick it up a notch with the MP5s, similar-ish to the performance they had on St. Petro, and try to use that overwhelming speed to just be a little bit too quick for the Guerrillas.
And of course, if we do see a comeback, let's take a look at our maps and modes, sponsored by the U.S. Air Force. If a comeback is going to occur, of course, a Game 4 and potentially even a Game 5. We've been the Game 5 duo for so long, Chance. I forgot what it's like not to have a Game 5.
I mean, maybe it's a new year. Maybe we'll be the 3-0 team this year. You never know.
Let's not be that.
I mean, we hope for the Game 5 round 11s 1v1. That is obviously the dream scenario. But again, I think the argument for the Rocker is, hey, you get a map a little bit speedier. You're hoping the pace of play is big. And then for the LA Guerrillas, you're like, it obviously doesn't matter. All the talk has been just that. We're here to play, looking for the quick 3-0 and just to, silence the haters, prove everybody wrong.
And of course, if they do manage to win Game 3, Minnesota Rocker that is, they'll stay on Hackney Yard for Game 4. And then potentially, as we said, if they are able to try and complete that reverse sweep, Game 5, search and destroy. But we wait and see, because as of right now, Chance, if we're honest, LA Guerrillas have just been better.
Absolutely. I mean, again, you got to give credit where credit is due. How many first bloods came in just from like grenades? Like if it wasn't a sniper, it really seemed like it was a nade or some sort of coordination from the side of the Guerrillas. They seemed to be on point. Again, after that slow start, the first 3 hills or 2 hills, whatever it was, all the way back on St. Petro, it's just then the Guerrillas on fire.
Of course, it's so crucial just to try and get those picks with those names, as you kind of mentioned, as the Guerrillas just going over strats and maybe just kind of trying to find their final talk. Of course, that's going to be backstage. We just had a quick glimpse of them. But in terms of Hackney Yard, Dom, Chance, is there anything kind of preferred? Because I know we've had this conversation. I heard the desk talk about it. 2 hill setups, trip caps. Where do you stand?
I mean, this has been a traditional conversation in Call of Duty, probably forever. The first time I heard about it was like COD 4 when it was like Hutch and Wings of Redemption that are going back and forth. And I think, generally speaking, like pubs, go for the 2-cap, hang out. I think in this game especially, most of these maps, going for a trip cap is massive, especially because spawns will flip and sometimes be sticky all the time, and it can be a little bit chaotic. So anytime you get that trip cap, even if you just hold it for an extra 2 ticks, an extra 10 seconds, you've just, bumped up your lead by 6 points. If you only hold the 2-cap, you have to be so stagnant. And on a map like Hackney Yard, again, the game will just spawn them behind you occasionally. Like you try to hold C and B, you put a little bit too much pressure. It can be tough. Boom, all of a sudden now they're capping C, and like you'll literally see it to where you'll just go back. Like B will stay stationary. Whatever team has it for a long time, and they just trade home flags like crazy. So any opportunity you really get to go for that third one, by all means. Again, it's the speed, it's the aggression that is going to be key. And it's like something that Scump said earlier on in his interview. Some teams you play against, keep a pace, it feels like there's a 6-man. Yeah. Like, it's just so fast, and those are the teams that have the most success in this kind of game, that bring the aggression to where it seems like there's a 6-man.
Well, just before Game 3 gets in the way, I do want to take a quick look at our quick scope once again, presented by, of course, the U.S. Army, just to get a little bit of insight. Maybe if you're new and you've not been following maybe some of the team changes that have come through. Of course, in terms of average age, Minnesota Rokkr a little younger. Championships, World Championships, that is, of course, equal. Major tournaments, well, Aches has a pretty deciding factor to changing that number there for the Los Angeles Guerrillas.
And again, I think one of the points the desk kind of hammered out was focusing on Aches. Like, yes, historically, obviously, phenomenal Call of Duty player, 5th most winning player of all time in the esports, so he's great. But the past few years, obviously, you have to mention the World Championship, but other than that, it has been lackluster, not up to snuff, and that's what Nameless and TP were hammering home. We want to see Aches back with the fire, with the passion, and well, you got to admit, the first 2 maps, we did see exactly that.
Yes, we absolutely did, and of course, I asked you, well, what needs to happen for a potential Minnesota Rokkr comeback? Do you believe? Do you believe that you could see this now? Or do you think Los Angeles Guerrillas, from what you've seen in Game 1 and Game 2, more so Game 1, it being Respawn, is enough for you to say, no, this is actually going to be a 3-0?
I mean, absolutely believe. This is a very well-rounded team the Rokkr have built for themselves. I think they're all very calm, level-headed players. I mean, again, 2 world champions on that side of the stage, right? A couple young players, but I mean, Asim, you have to imagine, is a player that's going to be hungry. Got our Rex, 4th at Champs last year. He's dealt with pressure situations. And then again, Alex is fantastic. He's been great over on the across the pond, so to speak, now playing with some Americans, but very well-rounded team, very headstrong, very capable. I think they can do it.
Of course, you mentioned Goddard Rex and his performance at last year's Champs. In Game 2, he was massive for the Minnesota Rokkr. His sniper was crisp, it was clean, Chance, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough to see Minnesota Rokkr take Game 2.
And of course, even like you imagine one of those rounds where you got the hit marker, maybe those little magical plays could have helped you out a little bit, but even still, it was just a pretty dominating performance for LA Guerrillas, who need to make sure they keep the foot on the gas as well, right? If Hackney Yard might be a bit of a problem point for Dom, then that might roll into the hard point. All of a sudden, Game 5, now the nerves are kicking in. They just want to end it early.
And I was going to say, it's those magical plays which all of a sudden may wake the crowd up a little bit, get them back on your side, because at the start of the hard point, when the crowd was loud for Minnesota Rokkr, they were rocking, to be completely honest. They were in cruise control, and then all of a sudden things slowed down. I had to, just at least once. Things slowed down, and Los Angeles Guerrillas came back and, of course, took it. Since then, they've been in control of the series.
And this is just an interesting time as well, not just in the series, because one team's trying to work on their reverse comeback, but generally just in the year. Like, at the start, this is the most like fresh reset we've ever had to the rosters in Call of Duty, maybe ever. I mean, every single team got like kind of mixed up a little bit. They jumbled them up as much as possible. The top 3 teams from last year united the World Championship squad. They split up to 4 different teams. 100 Thieves, the second best team of the year, got split up to 3 or 4 teams. Optic Gaming, the exact same thing. So it's a fresh start where all these players have an opportunity to kind of change like their fates, their destiny, their story in COD, and Aches is a perfect example of
I'm so glad you mentioned that, because it's something that you heard TP on the desk earlier on kind of mention. In terms of Aches and his career, of course, it's a prestigious one full of a dynasty run, world championships, many championships as well, just in terms of major events. But still, in recent times, it hasn't really felt as if it's the Aches of old. And this is, as you mentioned, a massive reset where maybe, just maybe, he can come out and say, nah, Aches is back, and I'm back in a very real fashion. And yes, I don't think a lot of people would think that or predict that, especially when you look at power rankings, for example. But so far from what we've seen, it's going pretty well.
It's going pretty well, but you got to keep the ball rolling. But it's really just 10 players across. This is time to build a story for yourself. The biggest year in Call of Duty history.
Yes.
Make a name. If you're on the player like Asim, if you're not a legend, this is your second year. Make it a great sophomore year. Make a name for yourself.
And it is important to mention, every single game this year is so important. In terms of the tournament format, you heard Miles do a fantastic voiceover to a video, an explainer video. Every time you win, you get 10 points, right? And those 10 points will go towards a total at the end of the year to qualify for playoffs and, of course, championship weekend. The top 4, in terms of points, automatically qualify. That's massive. You cannot slack. Previously, when we've had pro leagues in the past, it's been, oh, well, it doesn't really matter that much, does it? It really does this year, Chance. It really matters. It's crucial.
Absolutely. Like the things that used to get solved in the past is you know who's at the top, you know who's at the bottom, but now it's going to be a situation where it's going to take a very long time for anyone really sets themselves apart and gets that guarantee. So it's going to be a dogfight through the year, but if you start at the bottom slot and you just have to look at that mountain you have to climb, it might turn into a situation maybe, 2 months in where you're like, boys, we're going to have to win 2 of these tournaments just to have hope, and it pours the pressure on. So any win you get is going to be massive just to give you a little bit of an edge the deeper and deeper you go into the year.
You absolutely must start off strong. And to your point, Chance, you do not want to fall into such a big deficit. Of course, our current series, Los Angeles Guerrillas versus the Minnesota Rokkr, our home team, of course, here in Minnesota this weekend. As it stands, Los Angeles Guerrillas with a 2-0 lead. And if you are just tuning in, the tale and the story, really, of this series was a hot start from Minnesota Rokkr, and then all of a sudden in Game 1, things turned drastically around, and the Guerrillas really took control of the series. They closed that one out. We then head into Game 2, which was, to be fair, Chance, relatively back and forth in the early rounds, and then all of a sudden a 2-round lead developed, and once it did, Los Angeles Guerrillas never let go.
Vaguely similar to what we saw in the first map, right? LA Guerrillas just eventually kind of flipped that switch, crank it up just a little bit, and sort of the thing we were talking about for Hackney Yard domination, about the speed. I think the Guerrillas heard it, and they're like, you know what? Let's slow this series down as much as possible. We're going to pump the brakes and just ice the Rokkr. Just make them think about, oh, you guys wanted to jump into the next match? No, let's slow this down, Ben.
Hold on. I just got a pretty important update. There was actually a restricted item used in Game 2, which means the score is actually going to go 1-1. Minnesota Rokkr will take Game 2. A big piece of information coming from the League Ops team and production. Thank you for, of course, informing us. That's what the delay was. We'll try and get confirmation on exactly what it was that was used. Of course, we have a lot of screens here, so we missed it. But either way, Minnesota Rokkr, they didn't miss it. They called it out straight away, went to the ref, and hey, 1-1. Rules are rules, guys. Rules are rules.
What's a year without a little drama, Ben? Huh?
Hey,
let's just mix it up right away. Just give the Rokkr one for, not for free.
Well, you tried hard.
Right? Hey, Guerrillas.
That was for GutRx.
Nice
there you
job,
go. Good snipes, pal.
Gotta
Good
work on those
snipes.
packs, those nades, maybe.
Well, that woke the crowd up. There you go. You didn't technically win it, but I guess you did technically win it. As it stands.
Is that a you can't do that chant? That's like the most polite.
You can't use that.
I apologize.
Yes, because of course they're mocking the Guerrillas as they did when they walked out.
That is
with
the most
booze.
helpful cheer I've ever heard. They're like, hey guys, by the way, you can't use that. Just so you know, should this go to Map number 5, make sure you have that off your class setup.
As we said, now of course series tied 1-1, so things are getting a little more exciting. But if you are tuning in now, or maybe just a little bit late, we'll take a look at some highlights from Game 1. Of course, it was a very interesting hardpoint. As we mentioned, Minnesota Rokkr, they started off so strong, Chance.
Oh, these are the double nades coming off the rip, too. Just the nade coordination. I mean, the story of this series, if nothing else, ignore the map forfeit. It's about the grenades, really. But not actually. It was really just, again, LA Guerrillas pouring on the pace. I wish we had an idea of what exactly item was used or what attachment, whatever it might have been. But Either way, now the story for the Gorillas, it's going to need to be about the mental regain, the bounce back. This is where your Coach Pebbles comes into play.
Aches might regret standing up, doing the old talking hand signs across the stage.
Maybe they can win the next 2 and be like, we just won 4 maps off you guys. There's so much trash talk potential, but again, the Gorillas, they need to hit the regain, settle down, whatever it might have been, and go bounce back. Not the time to lose full.
I think, to your point, you talk about players on a professional level and how they're so often very composed in those situations. Well, having a map win just stripped away from you can be a little upsetting, and of course if you are Los Angeles Gorillas, you are going to have to just stay calm here, Chance, as you head into game 3. Make sure you just keep your cool.
Okay, this might be a Maven stat that I'm making up at the top of my head.
Go for it. Why not? New year, new you.
I think historically we've always had situations where anytime there's a map reset, an issue that messes with one of the teams, anytime you go to the next map, that team mentally collapses. I think Gen G last year on like a Seaside Hardpoint was the first time.
I can think back to Optic E6 as well. It's happened a couple of times. It has.
Where the teams bounce back or they collapse under the mental strain?
They collapse under the mental strain.
Right, so I'm saying I think that happens almost every time where teams aren't able to bounce back. And I think last year with Gen G was one of the first time we've seen them be mentally tough. We get to see if the Gorillas can do the same.
All right, game 3 underway. We go domination on Hackney Yard. As it stands, series is tied 1-1. We're going to kick things off on board with Alex as he's currently trying to secure B.
And I think already, though, you see kind of general strategies. Gorillas, they're going for a map swarm. I think they're already potentially thinking about pushing over towards A. And again, it's a situation where you're just going to see these players just pushing for the opposite team's home flag constantly. But right now, Gorillas doing their best job, trying to get that progression down at B, but it looks like the Rocker have broken through.
Well, it's a hot start from Assault, currently 2-0, and he looks to secure the hill as well. And that should be B locked in. So 2-1 hill setup for Minnesota Rocker. They will now, of course, start building themselves a lead.
And the Rocker right now, they just have most of their bodies stacked around this B flag. A player, though, through the top window. Aqua's able to break through, and now you see Gorillas, instead of going for that home flag, it is the swarm over towards B. 4 bodies near the flag, but someone has to hop on.
And this is where Silly has a very interesting decision. He's mid-map. Does he want to overextend, put pressure on Los Angeles Gorillas' home hill, or track back towards B and try and defend? Well, it seems for now that the defensive option is great, but actually Minnesota Rocker, they've spawned over towards C, so a chance here for them to completely flip things, and they're going to go for the trip cap. Los Angeles Gorillas, you've got to respond here.
Gorillas just dropped the ball massively. They never actually tried to hop on the B flag, even when they had 4 bodies near it. And again, if you leave the back spawns open even an inch, players just spawn there like crazy.
And now if you're Minnesota Rocket, they go for the D cap to try and just put pressure back on Los Angeles Gorillas. They decide, no, we have to concede the D cap, go for the cap instead, because they lose control of the A hill. So as it stands, Minnesota Rocket still with a 2-1 hill advantage. And again, Assault with the hot start at 4-1. The score stands at 30-14 with just shy of a minute played so far.
And now the Rocker again trying to keep those mid-map spawns, but in spite of the fact that A control is on the side of the Gorillas, you actually see Decimate. He's going to spawn up by top offices, and you're going to see a lot of chaos like that, and it's about how you make those adjustments. But LA Gorillas, they take the adjustments. Off spawn, Decimate picks up a kill, gives his team clearance to B. They retain the flag.
And you're absolutely right. Domination is not necessarily about holding a perfect setup. It's about reacting during the chaotic moments, making the right decisions in crunch time. The B hill, of course, looking to be targeted now by Minnesota Rocker. Aqua, though, with a good game so far in terms of stats, 7-3. Lacefield as well, 7 kills to his name as he sits at 7-6.
Towards the Rocker, a couple bodies in towards this B flag, but they're not quite on it yet. And you got players behind enemy lines, but Assault taking care of them one by one. Now feels they can slide over towards this B flag, and you see the kill feed. It's purple on the left side. You get the 5 men down, you get the B flag, but now you got to worry about your home point potentially.
Retake has been secured, and you're absolutely right. Gorillas have actually spawned over really on the C side of the map, and they've actually been able to slay their way all the way back to their home hill. There was a chance there where they could have maybe gone for that C hill. They opt against it. Well, that potentially cost them the score, 55-34. Still Minnesota Rocker with B and C locked in. Gorillas only controlling A.
Yeah, you've seen quite a few opportunities for the girls to go for the home flag. They spawn right next to it. They are putting so much emphasis on trying to hold the B and A setup, but now they're just getting punished, and the Rocker taking full advantage.
And that gunfight from Assault was so important because he was on Gorilla's home hill, or home flag. If he doesn't actually win that, all of a sudden, you would have seen Rocket just pinned in on that B hill, and it would have been a horrible situation, which could have at least given Gorillas a little bit of life. But so far, That story we mentioned, Chance. What happens in those situations where games are stripped from teams? It's Minnesota ROKKR with the lead.
Of course, right now, ROKKR, I mean, they just have a little bit of pressure everywhere on the map. You see the Gorillas, they're fighting hard to try to get to the A site, but when they don't have success there, they're able to go for B. You got Silly up top trying to take a player off the B flag, but a little bit too late. Gorillas take it over.
Decimate just shut down Assault, and that's only his 3rd death so far in about 3 minutes of game time. The B Hill currently a big contest going on there. Aches looking to try and find the kill, does so. It's a scene that goes down, and Gorillas try and lock it in. The lead is 77-46 as things stand. Both teams just getting 1 point each.
Of course, that flag on B is neutralized. No points being accrued from either side, but of course that means either team, should they get to the flag, a little bit quicker to cap. And Aqua thinking about making the move, but the gunfight not one, gets shot in the side.
And remember, that's a perfect situation for Minnesota ROKKR. They don't need to cap B. They can just keep the Gorillas off. They have a nice, sizable, substantial lead as things stand, but they're going to go for B anyway. Lacefield's going to try and challenge. GodRx is there, though. Can he find one more? Aqua top window. An important gunfight. Aqua had to win, but Asim slides straight back in, and B is locked in again. Minnesota ROKKR have played this first half very, very well.
And right now it's just about that lead extension. You got another minute left. You're already up by 30, and if you got the 2 flags, well, you can bump it up another 12 points. And, well, being up by 40 going into the half, it's a very comfortable lead. Obviously, you can slip away on Hackney Yard, but you'll feel good going into the second set.
One of the players I'm really looking at on the Gorilla side to step up is actually Saint, 7-14. Of course, Domination was played competitively during the Ghost year. He had some success back then. You really want to see him step up his performances. He's no stranger to this game mode, but really needs to start plugging in his brain, if nothing else, and really just trying to stick with his team. Making the correct decisions can be so, so important, because as it stands, Minnesota ROKKR are building an even bigger lead with just 30 seconds to go here in the first round, 104-63.
It seems like as soon as the ROKKR was really able to stabilize that AB flag hold, they've just been on point for the past minute and a half, however long it's been, but they've been doing very well. Finally, the Gorillas get pressure over towards B, but even if this cap comes in, there's the despawn. It's going to be 2 ticks. You're going to find yourself down by just about 40 points going into the side number 2.
And damage has been done. This is going to be so, so difficult for Los Angeles Gorillas to come back in that second half, because honestly, Minnesota ROKKR have played that first half damn near perfectly. Chance the lead, 112-71.
And Assault, by the way, big chillin'. He is having himself a very nice game. I think about 17-5, 17-6 at the moment. Having a very nice performance in the first half. Looking to, drop a little 30 bomb potentially over the course of the second half.
And you mentioned, of course, maybe a change of pace could help Minnesota ROKKR a little bit. They were maybe a little more aggressive there, would you say, in that first half?
I mean, again, it was it was very chaotic and very aggressive for the early portion, but as soon as they really stabilized with the A and B flags, they really just kind of not even flipped the switch, honestly slowed it down and just held stable.
Well, as it stands, it is Decimate. It's 17-11, leading the way for the Los Angeles Gorillas, but it's Assault on the other side who's been perfect. 17-6 as he looks to try and find a pick over towards B. There's the first, but did he find the player capping? It's going to be Lacefield, but in comes the pinch, and this is beautiful domination from Minnesota ROKKR. Decimate should fall as well. Assault is having his way with absolutely everyone on the Gorillas.
Well, Ace is going to chop them out, but while that's happening, the ROKKR, well, they were pouring pressure. You actually see number 5 is kind of broken through on the map. Of course, Alex mid-map is going to fall, but right now it's Asim. He is putting on the pressure, drawing away the enforcements from the Gorillas.
That's perfect. 3 players actually looking for Asim. And in this situation, you just maybe want to leave him. He's really causing too much harm.
I mean, he might not be causing harm, but actually, I mean, it's 4 arrows right now for LA Gorillas that are just trying to hunt him down. And yes, Decimate's finally able to get him, but while that's happening, Assault has managed to find him so far on the B flag. The ROKKR have managed to find themselves mid-map before on the pressure, but Assault's going to fall. He's able to despawn the flag, but the Gorillas are going to be right back. And all that pressure, all that confusion Asim just caused, well, all for naught. LA Gorillas started out down by a little bit more than 40, now just down by 30. They're chipping away.
But again, Asim doing the exact same thing. Keep your eye on the minimap. Now over towards the A hill, you will see Asim put a lot of pressure there. Does he want to go for the D cap? Again, force the resources from Los Angeles Gorillas away from the mid-neutral hill and allow his teammates to fly in and contest B. The neutral comes in at A. Asim is still alive. He's making very, very intelligent plays here. Just, again, trying to keep that point lead. He doesn't need to do anything flashy. A 1-to-1 hill is an advantage for Minnesota ROKKR as Asim does fall. It seems Gorillas will retake control of the home hill.
They're able to get that second flag back. Still, though, down by 30 points. Asim has done a fantastic job of just being annoying. But
and he's going to do it again. Keep your eye on the top side of that minimap. The furthest forward arrow, that's going to be Asim again. His consistent game plan every single time he spawns, chance, is to get towards Gorilla's home hill.
I mean, even still, as great as he's been doing, it hasn't been successful for the team. And now you got LA Gorillas kind of watching that pressure. That's going to be Aqua's job. Meanwhile, ton of gunfights going down mid-map. LA Gorillas cleaning shop to the point where Decimate goes on a flank. By the time he gets around, nobody's home because this team has done the work for them. So much control this entire half. That AB flag setup just going so away for the Gorillas. And yes, Asim is behind enemy lines again, but it gets cleaned up a third time.
And finally, now Los Angeles Gorillas, they're spawning out a little bit, so it's going to open the doors over towards B. Lacefield, though, looking to once again try and secure it, but you can see the purple players from the Minnesota Rocker, they've surged in. Aqua, though, will find one. Can he find more? Number 2, top hallway, shut down. And Minnesota Rocker will claim what is rightfully theirs. B-Hill under their control.
But now, of course, Gorillas, they're spawning at the top side of the map. They got options. Do you want to go for the fast flank to B? Do you want to overextend in Cap C? Well, obviously they don't. They've been very content with the AB setup. And of course, they're able to clear out a bit of pressure over towards B, but right now it's Alex making the big plays.
He has to go big.
Dreams alive.
Unfortunately, he falls, and now all of a sudden, Gorillas again put pressure over towards B with 2 minutes 45 to go. 154 to 2, or 127 is the score. Advantage Minnesota Rocker, but again, Gorillas keep the pressure on. 2-1, Cap in their favor.
The Rocker, they need to put something different together. They've tried quite a few different plays to get pressure either on the top side of the map with the seam and work over towards A or just flood over towards B, but no luck, nothing to avail, and Gorillas just chipping away at this lead, now down by 20 points.
Lacefield sitting at 25 and 18, Decimate 24 and 18, but still Assault playing well. 25 and 15, followed by GodRx at 24 and 19. They're the top performers so far here in Game 3 of the series. B looks as if all of a sudden Minnesota Rocker can again try and go for the decap and maybe even cap it as well. They want to go for the race, but GodRx heats up. He finds a couple of kills in quick succession as they look to build themselves a lead, which could maybe close out the game.
Hicks is able to pick up one. He's getting wall banged, getting hunted down, and does get dropped. The Rocker again. They have a little bit of pressure over towards the B flag, but as soon as they get it, they're getting shot in the back. That mid-map pressure from the Gorillas has been on point.
This is going to get very, very close, very, very quickly if Minnesota Rocker don't secure B or at least go for the decap to A. And once again, Asim, the player at the top side of your minimap, you can just see him there. May think about going, but unfortunately he actually falls there. So now all of a sudden they're trapped, and C's been decapped as well. Los Angeles Gorillas making the comeback here in Dom.
And this is it. This is that slow climb where you have the trip cap, all of a sudden it starts rocketing, but you gotta be careful because now Rocker has players at A. They got players at B, and all of a sudden it flips. And we've seen the domination with the AB setup, and just like that, the Rocker are able to get to.
A fantastic response to a very scary situation for Minnesota Rocker. Just over 60 seconds remain, and it's a 13-point lead. Now, Los Angeles Gorillas, it's your turn. Can you try and get a decap? Maybe even 2 decaps if you're quick, but you have to now put pressure over towards B. If not, overextend towards A and really try and bring yourself back in. But Minnesota Rocker, so far, so good chance. They're defending B very, very well.
And we're to the point. It's got to be the triple cap. They're going to need it. And mathematically, it's going to be close right now. The Gorillas,
Alex
they got
huge.
4 bodies over towards B, but the Rocker, the defense is there.
Alex is huge in this spot. Can he find a couple of kills? No, he can't. 3 players will fall from Minnesota Rocker, but with 25 seconds left, bar an absolute miracle here. Surely Minnesota Rocker will close this one out. They still have full control of A. It was a interesting game too, that's for sure, because Gorillas came out, won it. It was stripped for using a restricted item. Finally, the pressure comes through, but Minnesota Rocker, they pick up the kills around the A hill, and that will be that from Game 3. Minnesota Rocker now with a 2-1 game advantage.
And a fantastic game from Assault once again. GodRx, I mean, his 3rd map in a row where he's been on point. 32 for the first, 30 for the former. Leading the lobby in kills, the pair of them just fierce on Hackney Yard.
Very fierce indeed. We were worrying a little bit that maybe this would be a sweep. Absolutely not. Minnesota Rocker 2-1 up. We'll be back with Game 4 after this.
Minnesota, the North Star State, and a land of 10,000 lakes. A place raised from the ice with a dash of aw shucks nice. But don't be fooled by those Midwestern sensibilities. This is a land built on the backs of warriors, forged not by fire and brimstone, but by frost and iron. This is the North, where they manufacture their miracles on ice. And their rock only comes in royalty.
You lit the match that started this fire. You pay the price when the flames get high. Hey.
And now, what better place for a new beginning in this intrepid land with all of its rugged beauty? A new era is born, where they say the end might begin. This is week 1 of the Call of Duty League. This is Minnesota.
We trying to get hype.
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
The final game of day 1 features the home team. Minnesota Rocket currently 2-1 up now after an impressive domination victory against the Los Angeles Guerrillas. We now stay, of course, on the same map, go to game 4, back over towards Hardpoint. Chance, this is a chance for them to close it out 3-1.
Great pun there, Ben. You're on point with it. Just a
2 for 2.
Comedy phenom, if I've ever heard one before. I can barely contain my laughter. But I think originally I wanted the storyline to be about the pacing. The speed of the SMGs on one side versus the other, and the map like Hackney Yard highlights that perfectly. But at this point, I think I throw that out the window, right? This is a story about LA Guerrillas just trying to hit the regain. They're feeling great. They think they're up 2-0 in the series. They think they've done like everybody. They're calling us the 11th best team in the league right now. You have us so down on the power rankings. Now we come out with a force like that, and then they find themselves in a situation, oh, we had something wrong with the class. We're actually tied 1-1. Now we lose the domination. Now your back is against the wall, and this is one of the most difficult situations you have to bounce back from.
It really is. Staying composed in those situations can be so tough. And game 3, I don't want to say was definitely a highlight of that, but either way, Los Angeles Guerrillas, they do lose that game, so Minnesota Rocket with the advantage. Heading back towards Hardpoint, though, that was one where Minnesota Rocket started off so strong in game 1, but they just couldn't close it out, Chance. Los Angeles Guerrillas were just plain and simply better.
Absolutely, and of course, if you're going to watch any player on the rocker, of course, that last match, Assault led the lobby with 32 kills. And of course, Godorex was right behind him. He was having a fantastic series in his own right, was able to get 30. So if there's 2 players to maybe keep your eye on, have them in the back of your mind. And then on the flip side, I think the last game, that last domination performance, it was Aches and Saints. They needed to pick up the slack just a little bit more. Yeah. And again, close domination game. You bump it up just a little bit for those 2 players, you're right back in the swing of things.
Well, we stay on Hackney Yard for game 4 as we load in towards Hardpoint. This, of course, could be where Minnesota Rocket close it out, get their first win in the Call of Duty League. We shall see. Or can Los Angeles Guerrillas take us to a game 5?
We all want it.
We do.
We all know.
Maybe not the home fans. Maybe they don't want it. They'd much rather see a 3-1 victory.
Makes it more
the
exciting
neutrals want a game 5, don't they?
And the Guerrillas want it as well, but you got to win the hard point for the bounce back, but kicking it off. I mean, again, Assault led the lobby last time, looking for some M4 kills off the rip this time, and is in the power position to do it.
I mean, he was just so good, picking up a ton of kills, barely fell. And he try and continue where he left off. Well, there's number one. I think he spotted Saint just as he goes for the challenge. Should be able to clean up the kill, does so. Once again, Assault off to a good start. Trophy's gonna go down as well. Minnesota ROKKR about to take the lead.
Nate's coming in though. That trophy did him no favors. Now, of course, you got the smokes you're pouring in, and Lacefield trying to pick one up, but the jump on the timing. Asim and Alex and everybody able to get the wipe with the MP5s.
That was very quick, and that's going to give Minnesota ROKKR now a fair amount of free time. Instantly, Silly wants to push out the hardpoint now, so he can try and cut some of the lanes down, and well, they cut Saint down there as well. A couple of kills in quick succession for Silly before finally being traded as once again Los Angeles Guerrillas try and break inside the hill, and once again they're shut down by ROKKR.
And right now the ROKKR are desperately just trying to get into the enemy spawn, trying to force a flip if they can get it. But right now Guerrillas doing a nice job on the rotation. Their rotations in hardpoint have been great. The gunfights, however, have been a bit of a struggle because that first hill dominant from the side of the ROKKR. But this is the point where Guerrillas say, hey, we're posted up in tires. We got complete map control. We're going to spawn here forever. We're going to try to get that full 60.
ROKKR have started this game off so well as they look to close out the series. I want to set up to an Astro Gaming listening with the Minnesota ROKKR.
Fucking one down front, fucking shit, one more. Firecar again. I didn't say him. Another one, firecar, forklift. I didn't say him. Right side, I'm heading down. Nice. Oh yeah, circle green.
S2 on me. Dead.
Nice. Could be guys.
Oh my god.
Nice. Could be guys. Above you, weak. Above you, ladder weak.
Yeah, he backed up.
Paint half. I got another one. That's spot really still left now.
Top garage.
Alright, take that time. Yo, take our time. We haven't
baby. Let's go. Hold on, I'm gonna smoke the car.
I'm gonna get you second green. I don't see it. Watching it for you guys.
Chance, you can feel the energy from Minnesota ROKKR. They are feeling good. And Assault again with a fantastic start at 8-2. Silly's right behind him at 8-5. But those two leading the way. And because of it, Minnesota ROKKR now with the lead, 84-29.
And I'd be feeling very confident as the ROKKR. Again, Assault has not slowed down. He is triple positive right now. But if you break that tires hill that easily, you're going to be feeling good. And over towards Smokestacks, well, they've taken care of one problem. Get the guy out of the hill. The ROKKR, well, they're straight on through.
But look at the stats on the other side for Los Angeles Guerrillas. 8. He sat at 3-10. Lacefield 2-8. Decimate 5-8 as well. Some struggles definitely coming in for the Guerrillas, and Minnesota ROKKR taking full advantage of that. However, almost a little deja vu from game one. ROKKR started off strong. It's the Guerrillas that are fighting back.
Well, still, even if they get these final 15 seconds where they are poised to do, they'll be down by just a bit. So the fights are starting over towards Office. And, well, you got a 2v2 in and around the hill. The trades are coming in. Asim's going to be battling Saints. And, well, Saints is going to come out on top, looking for more if he can find it, but doesn't need to. No one from the ROKKR anywhere to be found.
Throw the stats out the window at this point, because, again, Los Angeles Guerrillas, they hold down one hill, and all of a sudden, you find yourself at just over around about a 10-point game. Now the new hill is going to be contested. In flies the Guerrillas. Can they secure the hill? Yes, they can. Saints shuts down Assault.
And Saints is on a 9 spree. He's 16-7. The man is on fire, doing what he can for the team, and still the last man standing, still alive, finally gets taken down in the ROKKR. That is a necessary man to stop. You got Lacefield 4-12. It is negative across the board except for Saints.
Forget 4-12 because that's an important double kill from Lacefield as he flies in to try and defend the hill. He's going to find one more as well. Guerrillas turn the momentum of this game. 4-5 players full, and all of a sudden, Guerrillas are about to take the lead.
Right now, again, it's just Saints putting on for this city, right? It is getting ready to take the lead, and that is with 4 of your teammates negative by quite a bit. But either way, the ROKKR, I mean, again, the guns being hot hasn't been an issue. All 5 players positive, but they do not have the lead. The rotation, though, they got 4 bodies over towards Nuke. They're going to need a good chunk of time.
Lacefield was the first line of defense there for Los Angeles Guerrillas. He instantly falls. It was GodRx that cleaned him up, and now Minnesota ROKKR, they will retake the lead with 40 seconds left on the hill.
Right now, LA Guerrillas, they're getting that like top 3 control up on top of the smokestacks, but you see GodRx looking up, doesn't need to kill anyone because his teammates taking care of it. The pre-fire on point, making the read, or has that headset cranked. And either way, stabilize on this hill.
That's a 7 streak right now for GodRx as he sits at 18-10. 19 seconds of hill time for him. Alex once again doing what he does so well, sitting inside the hill, almost a minute time for him. As Minnesota ROKKR now with over a 30-point lead. GodRx looking to continue the spree, but unfortunately, it's going to end there. Saints shuts him down. 8 seconds until our new hill.
That is, again, a nice turnaround for Minnesota Rocker to kind of stave the pressure off a little bit, because LA Guerrillas, it seemed like they had maybe flipped that switch, but now you reset. The Hills goes back to first. It's going to be Decimate first man inside the Hill, but it's just true one-on-one gunfights in and around that hard point.
And this is, again, almost a deja vu-like game from, of course, map number 1. Los Angeles Guerrillas were able to take the hard point, but Minnesota Rocker clean out the B, or the Hill, I should say. And can they try and push through? Well, yes, they can. Still full control of the Hill, Chance.
And of course, you see the Rocker trying oh so hard. GodRx is pushed up so far into the base of the LA Guerrillas, and in spite of the fact that the Rocker actually left their spawn side completely open, well, LA Guerrillas get that sticky spawn, so they might have at least a mild advantage on the rotation anew, but at the same time, the Rocker, not only do they have a 70-point lead, not only are they going to extend that even more, last time on Tires, they broke through in about 20 seconds.
It was way too easy. They almost just walked up to the Hill and just completely broke through. Alex will find one. That's Aqua who was trying to cross. Number 2 will be right in front. He cleans up eggs, looking for number 3. Alex with the triple. Can he find one more? Lacefield, you could be in danger. He shuts down Saints as well. Lacefield finally shuts him down, but Alex almost took out all of the Guerrillas himself.
And all the Guerrillas spawn right back up, and he's going to have to do it again. It is a lights-out attempt, but to no avail. LA Guerrillas taking a little bit of life, trying to get a little bit back into this game, and you can see how far away the Rocker are spawning. They get maybe one more good crack at this Hill before they got to start thinking about the rotation.
Alex is like a walking double kill at this point, it feels like. He's having a great game. 24 and 15 he currently sits at. GodRx right behind, as you would expect. 23 and 16 he sits, but staying with Alex, you have to. He's the man of the moment, and he's not slowing down. A 5 streak as it stands, unfortunately falls as he gets close to the Hill, but to be fair to the Guerrillas, Chance, they've managed to get a big chunk of time in this Hill.
And frankly, I need better from Alex. 3 triple kills just isn't going to cut it to break the Hill. You need to step a little bit more for the team, but again, it's such a nice lead from the Rocker, and all of a sudden, LA Guerrillas, they have that one Hill and turn the game around. Good news though, Smokestacks is going to pop Rocker. Well, they've been spawning on that side for the past minute. They're going to be here first, extending that lead even further.
Soldiers lying, waiting. The first challenge comes through. Luckily for him, he has the support of his teammates shooting above. And the Minnesota Rocker can get a little closer to closing this series out. They can win it here. They would need a perfect hold. Surely won't happen, but Assault does have a trophy, so he's going to put that down, and now all of a sudden, maybe the impossible could become the probable.
Yeah, now Alex is on something fierce. He's on a 2-spree mid-map, and he's going to find the 3rd as well. Tough man to take down and Assault. This is his bread and butter. Get him inside the Hill and post it up, and well, he doesn't get shot in the side. Would have had more success.
Can't win it now. 16 seconds remain at the Hill. 235 to 167. So 167. Minnesota Rocker looking to get their first win of the COD League. Across a home event as well. Alex has been absolutely sensational. Can he close this out in style? Seam and Assault do pick up kills. The contest is in, and the kill is through as well. Minnesota Rocker, 9 more points, all you're gonna need, and you'll take the series 3-1.
Desperation time for the Guerrillas. They gotta fly towards the Hill, but where are you gonna go? It's gonna be home. The Minnesota Rocker, the first match in their home city, coming away with the win.
And that's a great way to kick off your Call of Duty League campaign. It's going to be a long season, a lot of different cities you're going to have to travel to, but a win at home must feel amazing for the Minnesota Rocker. 3-1 victory over the Los Angeles Guerrillas. You brought it up, Chance. How much did that Game 2 ruling affect them mentally? It could be drastic for them.
Gotta check your perks. It's
Gotta check your perks,
tough
folks.
pill to swallow, but it's one that has to be done. But of course, credit where credit is due to the Rocker on a couple of the other maps. I think GodRx had an MVP-like series, phenomenal the whole way through, but even towards the end, Alex, I mean, he was on fire. Triple kill after triple kill. Add 2 more to that list towards the end. Played lights out.
Yeah, really did a fantastic little bit of composure there from the Minnesota Rocker, and as I said, it must feel absolutely amazing to get your first win at home. That is going to be everything from myself and Chance. We'll send it over now to the main stage with Puckett.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. It is time for our instant reactions presented by PlayStation. I've got GodRx, the tallest human being in Call of Duty. Adam. Other Adam, I should say. You just dominated. You guys come back after being down early in this series, and you get a win in front of the home crowd. What's going through your head right now?
I mean, I'm just happy we can pull out the win in front of this amazing crowd, as you can tell. I mean, just hearing their crowd reaction, just hearing them having our support, it's honestly amazing so far.
Now, there was a forfeit in that matchup, but it seemed that you guys were able to just come into that game 3 with new life, new blood. What was said amongst the team going into that third map?
Third map, we just said, listen, like, let's still play as if we're down 0-2. The series is nowhere near over. We just took it one map at a time, one play at a time, ended up pulling through.
When I was doing the intros, I said ASIM is going to be the sub, Alex is going to be the sub. But when I first started watching your scrims, you were running an assault rifle. Today, you're a submachine gunner. How is your game evolving? What is your role right now on the team?
Right now, I'm pretty much a flex. I mean, yes, I do run a sub on some maps, but I just switch back and forth. Whatever needs help with the AR or sub, I'm always there for it.
All right, well, Rokkr has played their first match here in Minneapolis. You guys have won your first match. What can we expect from you in the rest of the weekend?
Rest of the weekend, we played Toronto last. I'm expecting another win out of us. I think we're the better team for that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for your Minnesota Rokkr. They're going home as winners tonight. We're heading to a quick commercial break. When we come back, more Call of Duty live from Minneapolis.
We trying to get hype.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Everybody loves an underdog. Me? I prefer a dynasty.
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? We trying to get hype.
Metro by T-Mobile. Complete your mission with the best deal in wireless.
What a day here in Minneapolis. We're live for our post-show Call of Duty headquarters, of course, and we've had some insane action today, of course. It's the beginning of CDL, and I really couldn't have asked for a better day. Now, I'm actually joined by an incredible desk with me right now. I have Sensor on the desk with me. I have TP and I have Nameless. This is pretty incredible to be kicking off the first ever CDL post-show. Sensor, lovely to have you up here.
Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
This is absolutely amazing. And we've seen so much action, guys, across the entire day. But we've got to talk about that game that we just saw. I mean, Rokkr. I honestly thought they were out for the count at one point, and then we came back with that technical win for them at Game 2, and things just turned around. I mean, let's have a look at some of the highlights here, because they really did seem to have that momentum at the end of the day. It was like, okay, you know what? This is our second chance now. We can actually come back here. Nameless, I can see you smiling over there. Are you happy for these guys?
I'm very happy for them, you know, performing in front of their home crowd. And, you know, they got kind of blessed by the COD gods, you know, and getting that, you know, free win. I call it a free win. Getting that free map, I should say. And then that momentum, you know, they went into that game number 3 and absolutely dominated. They were playing so well. They had them in a couple traps. And you just saw during that game the composure on those guys. You know, sometimes when you do get that free win, it kind of feels like the other team's going to come out firing on all cylinders, like they want that revenge because you took that map. And, you know, it wasn't that at all. Going into that game 4, they dominated as well.
Big momentum switch. You have that long wait in between games 2 and 3. That's never fun to do as a player, especially when you're, you know, on the LA side, you're on fire, you win that second map, and then sure enough, it is taken away from you. That is unfortunate, but again, you got to follow the rules. It is what it is. Going into that Dom, though, the Rokkr came out strong in that first half. They secured enough of a lead to sort of, you know, it got close at the second side. LA made a good push to get that 3 cap for a little bit, but it wasn't strong enough. So.
It did indeed. And, you know, of course, Rokkr held off that LA comeback really, really nicely. And, you know, even though that they did win previously on the same map, it was a different game type. But Sensor, from what your experience before, you know, does that give you a little boost of confidence? If you're coming back in on the same map, it may be different in terms of game type, but knowing you won that previous map, does that come in and be like, yeah, actually, we got this?
If you're the Rokkr or if you're the Guerrillas?
If you're the Rokkr.
Well, to be honest with you, the Rokkr had one of the most amazing intros I've ever seen in my life. This event, first of all, has been incredible. So if I'm one of those players and I go into this match and I'm walking on this stage and I have all these fans cheering for me, and I go down and I lose that first map, it's a big vibe kill. And I was actually shocked that the Guerrillas came out and won up 2-0. Once it went to 1-1, I think all 3 of us would agree that the Rokkr were going to come back and win that series. And I thought they were the better team. I thought they just needed a little bit of a kick of momentum, and I think that it all paid off for them in the end.
It did indeed, a momentum they did have. Now, I can see you're wearing some of the nicest merch, I think, in CDL. I'm absolutely loving this hoodie. And you're part of the New York Subliners. Talk to me about you guys as a team. How have you prepared coming into this tournament?
These guys are top-notch, all right? Like, they are getting on every single day at 1 o'clock. They practice until 8 o'clock. They watch their VOD from 12 to 1. It is ran like a professional business, and it feels really, really nice to be a part of something like that.
TB, I'm sure you have a little bit of a question for Sensor in terms of New York Sublines. We haven't seen them yet, so we're seeing them tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. First off, Doug, great to see you, buddy. It's a fantastic event so far. I guess my question for you is, someone in your position, very successful content creator, coming into CDL, what made you so passionate to rep New York, the Subliners?
Well, New York is my home, Tyler, and I think all of you guys on this desk know how much this means to me. I've always wanted to be a competitive Call of Duty player. I thought life kind of got in the way for me a little bit, but this has always been my passion. This has always been something that I've strived for. And knowing that the league is going to be franchised and I'm going to have a home in New York where I'm born and raised, there's no other place I'd rather be.
It's awesome.
Now we're going to take a look at the damage dealt PlayStation leaderboard. Let's take a look at all of the damage that has been happening over the course of today. As we can see here, this leaderboard is quite impressive. We've got Crim6, C6 now known as, right at the top of the board there. Is this surprising to you, Nameless? Is there somebody here that you would have expected to maybe take over this #1 position?
Formal, honestly. Him or Arcides, they were both just absolutely dominating, right? Like, those guys were dropping like triple positive, just putting in a ton of damage. But, you know, Crim6 also playing well, getting a ton of damage. Doesn't result in a win, but had a good series.
It did indeed. TP, what about you? Anyone there that's kind of shocking in terms of their placing on the damage dealt?
I guess I go with Apathy is a little bit of a shock for me. Seattle, they weren't able to come out with that win, but the fact that Apathy is able to come out and have such strong performances in Hardpoint is a good sign for him. He can be kind of like a wild card for that team, so the fact that he comes out putting out damage like that, it's a good sign.
Well, I know you guys have been following us on social media and talking about your thoughts throughout the day as well. So let's take a look at our community comms by Astro. I want to know what you guys have been thinking today. I haven't had much of a chance to check my social media. So we've got a couple of tweets here. After a full day being at the venue, watching challenges and briefly watching CDL teams, I can confidently say that this tournament is being ran extremely well. The production value looks great, the venue is awesome, and the people behind the scenes are very helpful. Well,
I love the positivity.
That's
like
amazing.
That. Appreciate it.
I'm loving that tweet. We need more of this love. Thank you so much, Sensor, for joining us on the desk. I can't wait to see what you guys are bringing tomorrow. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we are back, we're going to break down some of the best plays of the day.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? We trying to get hype. We trying to get hype. We trying to get hype.
Good evening and welcome back to the Call of Duty headquarters post-show. We've had an incredible day of full-time action here on the main stage. It has truly been a major highlight so far. Day number one has been truly insane in terms of gameplay. We've seen some seriously close matches. I can't get over it. I'm sure you guys can't get over it either. I'm not quite ready to go home, but you know what? I'm so thankful we have another 2 days of full COD action to go through, because I'm just excited to see what the rest of our teams can do, because we've only had a little highlight of what CDL is going to be like. We haven't seen the rest of our teams play. I'm really excited to see what they're going to bring tomorrow, but I want to talk about today. What have we seen so far? We just saw an incredible home crowd rooting on the Rocker, and look what that happened. They won. They won. When we thought it was honestly impossible, they managed to pull it over. Talk to me, TP, about this Rocker roster. Do you think that they can continue to do that? If they can find their feet, find that momentum and swing it into their favor like they did today, do you think they stand a chance of maybe crawling up the leaderboard that Nameless had for us a little earlier on?
It's a promising roster, but honestly, their showing here was a little bit weak for day one for me. I think they're going to come out, thought they were going to come out a little bit stronger versus the Gorillas. The fact they're able to come away with a win is awesome. It's the homestand. You want to see them do well for the home crowd, obviously. However, that lackluster start, they might not be gifted that map to in the future. There's definitely weaknesses that they can go back and work on, but hey, that's what coaches are for. That's what watching VOD is for. I think they're going to be in a good spot.
Indeed, and it's not just in here that we've had all of the action. The challengers had a huge bracket today, beginning with 168 teams traveling in from all over the world. 16 teams were traveled in to compete by CDL. Teams including Pink Wall with Legion, Sad Boys, Renegades from Australia, Suede from Puerto Rico, US Army Esports team, LV from Japan, Rockers Academy team, Ravens Academy team from London, Mind Freak from Australia, and many, many more. And there's much more exciting competition to look forward to tomorrow. Amazing stuff here with the Challenger Series. So much on the line. We've got so much money on the line for these guys. To be part of a Challenger Series alongside CDL, that's pretty much a dream come true for some of these guys performing.
Absolutely, and I saw my boy Strotnium up there playing on the U.S. Army team. Big shout out to him. Got to hang out with him a little bit ago at the Cold Bowl. And, some of these guys coming out here to get to play, in that AM bracket and try to become a pro one day, I think it's absolutely amazing. There's a lot of money on the line as well. So, this is definitely a time where they can learn how to play, get better, and try to achieve their goals.
Indeed. Well, what is on tap for tomorrow, you may be asking? Well, don't worry. We actually have that one for you right now. This is what you've got to look forward to here. We've got a starting lineup of New York Subliners versus London Royal Ravens. We're seeing New York taking on that European squad. Toronto Ultra versus Seattle Surge up next. Los Angeles Gorillas versus Florida Mutineers. Los Angeles Optic Gaming versus Paris Legion. Atlanta FaZe versus Dallas Empire. And to finish things off, Chicago Huntsmen versus Minnesota Oroka in the 2v2 that we were teasing you later on with. But of course, we do have that all-important hype battle on Sunday. Guys, get ready for this one. It's Michael B. Jordan, Andrew Wiggins versus Carl Anthony Towns and Vince Staples. 2v2 gunfight, people. That is what you need to look forward to. We've got an incredible weekend ahead of us. Now, this has been a historic day here in Minneapolis, and 3 matches now are in the books, including a statement victory by the Chicago Huntsmen to kick things off. But we're just getting started. 5 more matches tomorrow, plus an epic 2v2 showdown between Chicago and Minnesota. And not to mention 4 matches on Sunday, highlighted by your first ever hype battle, featuring, among others, Michael B. Jordan. You don't want to miss that. We are back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central with our pre-game show, CDL headquarters. But until then, for Nameless, Teep, and everyone who helped put our first ever broadcast together, I'm Lottie Van Prague, and we'll see you tomorrow.